I was blind, so goddamn blind. For years, I gave her everything, every piece of me, and she took it. I thought love would be enough, but I was wrong. I came home to lies, a house filled with shadows, and a wife who betrayed me in ways I couldn't even imagine. The moment I walked into that room, I knew. I knew she'd been with him. The scent of him still clung to her. Now all I see is rage. Pure, red rage. Love? That was a joke. Now I'm not looking for justice. I'm looking for vengeance. The Strange Driver. Saturday, November 19th, 2005, 2 p.m. Evelyn Smith drove slowly through the town of Spring City. It had a few blocks of stores for medicine and fishing gear, along with 2 places to rent RVs. Many fishermen and their families like to stay in RVs since local motels and the one hotel nearby were always full during fishing season. The town also had 3 bars, 1 nightclub with music on weekends, 2 grocery stores, and about 12 smaller shops. It was a lovely place, but the city and county still paid for her to patrol these peaceful streets. Her job was to remind people that the police were there, help when needed, and look into the occasional break-ins or rare serious events. She wore a 10-shot Glock on her side. Though she had to draw it a few times, she never had to shoot it. As she passed Aunt May's, a charming restaurant and coffee shop that looked like it was from a different time, she noticed a dark blue Ford Crown Victoria parked near the entrance. Something about the car caught her attention. She glanced at it briefly as she approached an intersection and turned right. It wasn't until she had passed that she realized why it stood out to her. There was a man sitting in the driver's seat with the window down. She felt that something was different about him. Her gut feeling was strong, almost like a shock. Who was he? What was he doing? As she drove, she tried to figure out what had made her wary. She thought about turning back to satisfy her curiosity, but kept going, leaving the restaurant and the driver behind. The moment replayed in her mind as she continued patrolling, stirring up various feelings. Soon, she circled back to Aunt May's. About 15 minutes had gone by. The car was still parked in the same spot. As she drove slowly past again, she saw the man sitting there, one hand on the steering wheel. He looked like he might be listening to music, as he seemed to be moving slightly. Then he looked up and met her gaze. That was when she realized what had caught her attention. He had been watching her since she first passed his car, from the moment she noticed him until he disappeared from her view. Now, he was looking right at her again. She sat at the stop sign just before entering Aunt May's parking lot. The lot was quite busy for a Saturday afternoon, with fishermen and their families coming in and out, except for the man in the Crown Vic. He could be waiting for someone, but she wondered why he was just sitting there when he could be inside enjoying the air conditioning and a free cup of coffee. It was probably nothing important, but she was having a dull afternoon and couldn't shake the feeling that he seemed familiar. Something about him was a bit off. She parked behind the police car and turned off the engine. She watched him for a moment. He looked in the rearview mirror and leaned back in his seat, stretching his arms and glancing at her again. She thought she saw a small smile. Getting out of the car, she stretched to relax after hours of driving. He watched her as she walked closer and then looked up when she stood by his open door. "Good afternoon, sir. It's pretty humid to be out here, isn't it?" "Yeah." She looked inside his vehicle. There were no fishing poles or anything typical of a fisherman. "You don't seem to be here for fishing. Is there something I can help you with in our town?" "Sure. Stretch like you did a moment ago." "What do you mean?" He looked her over slowly and then said seriously, "Not many female officers look like you. Would you stretch for me?" Her hand instinctively moved near her firearm, and she turned slightly to avoid facing him directly. It was a habit to protect herself. He noticed her shift and placed his hands flat on the steering wheel. "Maybe I was a bit rude, officer, but do you really think you need to be on guard with me? I'm not armed, and I didn't realize talking to a lady officer was against the law." She struggled to respond. She had dealt with many people trying to talk to her, both sober and drunk. Most times she could handle it with a smile, but he felt different. After a moment of silence, trying to push away her unease, he deliberately looked at her firearm. "I know you could handle yourself if needed, but do you really want to make things worse? Would you want to harm someone just because they make you nervous?" She thought about all the normal items in his car. Are you trying to set me up? I thought the police in Spring City didn't do that. Without thinking, she shook her head. Her mind told her he hadn't done anything wrong. He hadn't threatened her or acted aggressively just standing outside a busy restaurant. Then suddenly he moved in front of her. He was taller than she expected. He stood tall at over 6 feet, not as tall as Gordon but still commanding. He had broad shoulders and a strong chest. He didn't seem like someone who spent all his time working out. He was just a big guy. She took a step back and blurted out, "I'm engaged to the chief of police. I'm going to marry him next year." He smiled a little, but she felt uneasy. Why did she mention Gordon? She usually didn't react strongly to friendly gestures. "Evelyn, why would you say that? Have I pressured you in any way? I just came to meet you, talk, maybe share a coffee, nothing more." "This feels off. You haven't done anything wrong, but I still feel very uncomfortable." He smiled again and gestured around them. "Look around, Evelyn. It's daylight. You're safe, and I'm not a threat. There are people everywhere. One scream and you would get help." "How do you know my name? You look familiar, but I don't think we've met." He took a step closer, arms wide to show he meant no harm, then turned to show he wasn't carrying anything dangerous. "If you're still worried, I can share more about myself to make you feel better." That felt unnecessary to her. After a brief pause, he said, "Okay, I'll stop joking. You might know who I am, but you don't really know me." "What do you mean?" He pointed to her side. "Get ready, just in case I move unexpectedly." Following his instruction, she kept her arms raised, feeling nervous. Even though she was tense, something about him felt off. Then he straightened up and adjusted his coat, and she suddenly recognized him. A chill ran through her. He seemed both intimidating and dangerous. "You're one of Blood's enforcers." "The coat is heavy and hot. It's made for the Texas plains, not the Florida heat. But it's my uniform. It makes a statement. I may have a reputation, but I'm a law officer, just like you." She kept her aim steady on him. "No, you're not a law officer. I don't know what to call you, but you're not one of us. Whatever I am, we both work in law enforcement. People are starting to look at us from their windows. Do you really want to turn a friendly meeting into a big argument?" She repeated the word in her head. "Argument? Since when do people with bad reputations use words like argument?" "Want to know? Put the weapon down. How about we have a coffee together with some witnesses around? What's the harm in that? Unless you're really scared of me, or is there something else you're feeling? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not afraid of you. You're just a tough guy in a cowboy outfit. It would take me a long time to feel okay again after dealing with you." A genuine smile appeared on his face. "I'd be happy to help." She put away the gun, realizing that pulling it out gave him too much strength. "Take off that cowboy outfit and I'll think about it, if you can give me a good reason why I should spend time with you." He took off the coat. "Here are a couple of reasons. This is probably the most exciting thing you've done in months, maybe even years. Spring City is a nice place, but giving a speeding ticket is probably as exciting as it gets. Just think about how fun it will be to tell your partner about this tonight. Of course, you're not going to share what you're really feeling right now, are you? It's not fear, not completely. It's something different, and you're not used to it. You grew up in a strict home, but later went into a more lively scene with your last boyfriend, the one just before the officer who was lost. I hear you were close to that officer for a while. He had a bit of a reputation, I understand. Did he ever suggest trying something new? Have you ever talked to the chief about everything you did with his employee? Excuse me, whatever your name is." She turned her back on him and walked to the car. "It's Deacon. Tommy Deacon." He put his hand on the door, stopping her from closing it. "Get your hand off the door, or I'll bring out the gun and I won't be joking. And what's with Deacon, Tommy Deacon? Is that your idea of an introduction? If that was a line, it isn't impressive." "No line. You wanted to know who you were talking to, that's my name. I'll let you close the door. I'm not trying to stop you from leaving. I just wanted to apologize. I didn't mean to be rude. I often come off as a tough person, but nobody in Satsuma ever calls me on it. I'm just out of practice with conversations that don't feel tense." She studied his eyes as he spoke. For someone who wasn't traditionally handsome, there was something interesting about his face. "You are being foolish," she told herself silently. You're not a teenager, and you have a good partner in your life. This isn't some rebellious person. He's a skilled worker with a complicated past. Please step away from my car before I do something. He took a step back, moving his hand from the car door. I'd like to offer you a cup of coffee, just to talk. You really don't accept no easily. I don't think you've actually said no yet. Do I need to say no clearly? Just leaving isn't enough? Do you know how many times my boss has been looked at by the authorities? Do you know how many people working for him have ever shared anything about him? That's right, nobody. At least nobody who lived to tell. I just want to chat, but I think the sheriff would want to have a real talk with me about many things. She looked at him. The sun was shining bright in the blue sky with a soft wind moving the palm trees. It was a beautiful sight, yet something in his eyes warmed her more than the sun. I don't see why I should meet you, and I don't think you gain anything either. If you've checked, you know my fiancé and I are serious. I'm going to marry him, and what happened with my late boyfriend is just that, the past. I have no secrets from him, I won't betray someone I love, and I don't see why you would want to pursue me. So what's the point? It's simple, though you may not believe me. I hope you will. I don't spend much time here. My job takes me everywhere. Occasionally, my boss asks us to get to know the police in the nearby areas. Yes, we gather information on all of you. He believes in knowing your peers. I saw your photo during a review. I thought you looked interesting. I noticed you were with Evers, the top guy in town. You seemed serious together. But things can change. If I ever wanted a chance, I couldn't just appear out of nowhere. I'm here to introduce myself in case things ever shift. She watched him to gauge his reaction. I guess I'm flattered, and if anything I learn from you can help anyone in law enforcement, I might join you. But let's be clear. If I broke up with Gordon, I wouldn't choose you. If you think that could happen, that's a dream. You're attractive, but you're a serious professional. I could never let you close. Maybe not, but regardless, I wanted to meet and have a nice conversation with someone interesting outside my usual circle. Perhaps nothing will come of it, but it doesn't hurt to talk. She considered this while trying not to let him see her studying him. This is a mistake, she thought to herself, but logically it did make some sense. And no matter how charming Tommy Deacon was, she would always remember the man waiting for her, Gordon, who was the best man she had ever known. Now that Gordon could finally move on from his past troubles, she wanted to build a lasting life with him. She would not risk that for an attraction she didn't really understand. 24 hours earlier. I thought you would be back last night. Deacon sat down next to Blood, who was enjoying a cup of coffee that smelled amazing. Deacon felt tempted to take it. Can I borrow a cup of that coffee? Blood looked at him. Do you know this is the best coffee around? The special coffee from far away can't compare to the kind we have here. Can you really pay $5,000 for a cup? Not really, but you can take it from my pay or add it to my tab. I don't pay you that much. Then he called out, Roy, bring Deputy Deacon a cup of your best coffee. The short counterman brought out the coffee with skill, even though he was missing 3 fingers from a past issue with Blood. On the other hand, he showed off a fancy watch Blood had given him as a birthday gift years ago. Deacon took a deep breath of the coffee aroma and had a sip. It was served black, which he usually didn't drink, but with this kind, it didn't matter. It was nice to have enough money and spend it freely. So what delayed you? I was supposed to fly from Newark to Jacksonville and take an air taxi here. But there was an ice storm. Can you believe that in November? It took me a while to figure out a way around it. How did it go? It went well. The councilman will follow the rules and won't ask for more money than we agreed on. No more unnecessary spending, in other words. Did he create a scene? Yep. At first, he had his officers arrest me and took me somewhere private to try to scare me. But there were some misunderstandings and I managed to leave unbothered. I found out he has a 14-year-old daughter. I picked her up from a friend's house and called her father to let him know I was taking her out for a couple of days. Did you have to be tough with her? Not really. Like most girls her age, she didn't get along well with her dad and stepmom. I took her to an amusement park, a concert, and other fun places. She had a great time, even if it was a bit too much for her later. Her dad couldn't make a fuss because the officers might ask questions he didn't want to answer. He was just happy to have her back. You really didn't get involved. Seriously? Why not? You think she didn't know what was going on? Yeah, but I'm just teasing you. That's one reason I keep you around. You're tough, but sometimes you can show your soft side. If you say you didn't cross the line, I believe you. Anyway, I did the job. Do I get any time off? No, but I think you'll enjoy this task. He reached over and picked up a manila envelope that Deacon hadn't seen before. Opening it, Blood slid a glossy photo toward Deacon. She was a tall blonde standing beside a Spring City police car, wearing a Spring City police uniform. What has she done that makes her important? And why choose me? I usually work outside the county. I don't want you to do anything harmful to her. I want you to get to know her, talk with her, make friends. I hate to keep asking, but are you serious? It won't be a tough job. There's a restaurant on her patrol route tomorrow. I want you to meet her there, invite her for a coffee or something, share some personal information, just a friendly meeting. But it won't be a date. She's engaged to Chief Evers, and she's not looking for anyone else right now. Why? And how do you know she'll be open to talking? Blood shook his head. Deacon, you know I value that expensive college education I paid for, and it's nice to have smart people on my team. But you need to simplify your words. Who around here would even know what open means? Point taken. How do you know I'll gain her trust? She doesn't know me at all. You underestimate your charm. You're a tall, good-looking guy. And you've been in trouble before, the perfect match for a straight-laced girl. Still, as some wise old philosopher once said, success depends on knowing your opponent. Deacon looked closely at the photo again. She was attractive, but there were many beautiful women in the world. A little digging showed that her first real boyfriend, her first love when she was 16, looks a bit like you. He died 3 months later trying to escape a train. It's not a strong resemblance, and I doubt she will connect the dots. But somewhere inside, she might. It could give you an advantage. Deacon just shook his head. You really are tricky, aren't you? He thinks he's me. Then, I understand your plan, Blood, but you never explained why. Are you trying to win her trust? Pointing to his empty coffee cup, Blood told Roy, refill him. And while you enjoy the best coffee around, let's talk about poker and chess. I have a feeling I'm going to regret this, but what do poker and chess have to do with our conversation? Blood signaled for a refill on his cup and replied, You're a poker player, and from what I've seen, you're quite skilled. You need a good memory to follow the cards, calculate the odds of certain hands, and read your opponent's strategies and thoughts. That's because you're a smart man. That's why I helped you start fresh. But you're not a chess player. You need to think ahead and see different options. It's a special way of thinking. I want you to meet her and for her to meet you because she might be important for us one day. How? I'm not sure. She might matter to us. Her fiancé could too. Knowing her might give us an edge. An edge in what? Our ongoing issue with Bill Maitland and the Jacksonville State Attorney's Office. What issue, Blood? I heard his main witness is gone. Their case is weak, and without the old man, they might have to drop their case against Sutton. They might think about dropping it, but whether it goes to court or not, Maitland is not going to back down. What do you mean? Remember I said you should know your opponent? Maitland and his ex-wife, who is still linked to him, had a baby a couple of years ago, or almost had one. She lost the baby late in the pregnancy. That happens to many people, but it hit the Maitlands hard. They hold a little ceremony every year on the anniversary. They haven't forgotten. Blood finished his coffee and shook his head. I think they're the ones struggling. Many people face loss. Still, Maitland cared a lot for the child. Maitland will not let this go. He's not going to give up. He'll keep pushing on, not just to blame Sutton for his wife's pain, but for the loss of his child. What can he do? I'm not a lawyer, but I've taken enough classes to know his case is weak. No jury is likely to convict William Sutton with what Maitland has right now. I would think so too. You know I'm not superstitious. The old man told me that logic and common sense are important, but trust your instincts. They usually guide you well. The first time we faced him, I felt uneasy. I don't like conflicts, but I thought about letting you handle him. It's just I know you're skilled. Still, I didn't feel right going after him. If he makes you uncomfortable, I'm happy to avoid him. Getting to know a nice blonde will be a challenge, but for you, I'll do it. Secrets. Monday, November 21st, 2005, 12:30 p.m. Washington, D.C. Just as he was stepping out to have lunch with a Democratic representative, his phone rang. It was important to answer calls from influential people swiftly, especially when they wanted to prepare for the upcoming Thanksgiving holidays. He answered the phone and recognized the static. It was a scrambled call that his secretary, if she weren't on lunch, wouldn't have heard anyway. "Jeremy," you picked up quickly. "They don't pay me well for nothing. I wanted to give you an update." "Do you have news already, Roberta?" "Something interesting, but not definite." "I have a meeting soon, so please be quick." "We don't have solid proof, but it appears that Mr. and Mrs. Maitland had some trouble in their marriage a couple of years in. There was a dispute about how much attention Mr. Maitland, he looks quite charming in photos, was giving to a barmaid at a local pub. Some people say he enjoyed drinking a little too much. No one thinks he was unfaithful, but I understand. Proving you are faithful to a jealous partner is not easy." "Exactly. Mrs. Maitland took some time away after a big argument, and nobody knew where she went for a few days. She didn't have family in West Virginia, but there was an aunt in Miami who ended up sending her money for a train ticket." "Miami. Interesting." "Right. It took a week for Mr. Maitland to figure out where she was and go after her. He brought her home after that. People we spoke to said they seemed to be more affectionate after that. They mentioned Mr. Maitland avoided pubs after this, and an older lady told us that if he saw the barmaid, he would turn around and walk the other way." She made her point clear. Clearly, nearly 9 months later, after Mr. Maitland brought her back, they had a baby boy. "And what about Mr. Rojas?" "There's some uncertainty there. Around the same time, there seemed to be some issues in the group he was with. He kind of vanished, possibly to stay safe. We can't confirm if he went to Miami, but there were links to organized crime there." "Good job, but that leaves us with many questions. Keep investigating." "Oh, one last thing, Jeremy. We found some old pictures of Rojas as a young man. Although he doesn't look exactly like William Maitland, there is a similarity." "Interesting. I was hesitant to think that was possible." "Don't start worrying yet. We also found photos of Mrs. Maitland's father and grandfather. Her father died in a mining accident when she was 7. He had a similar build and features to Maitland, even more so than his own father. Perhaps he took after his mother's side of the family." "Well, thank you for the update." That cleared up nothing. "We'll keep trying, but we might never figure out what really happened. On that note, go to your appointment." He went to take care of things, but the Maitland situation stayed on Prentice's mind. It didn't make sense, and that confusion troubled him. The Mexican cartel, led by Antonio the Hammer, had become much stronger over the last 20 years. They had likely overpowered the Mexican police and other groups easily. They were now bold enough to challenge U.S. military and DEA agents in a harsh manner aimed at U.S. prosecutors. No other crime group, not even Rojas in Colombia, had dared to declare war so openly. So, the cartel's choice to protect Maitland was very strange. They had turned this into a contest of strength and pride against their rivals. They wouldn't let a small American prosecutor ignore them. It seemed their fear drove their actions. If Maitland had been one of their own, he wouldn't be worth much effort to protect. What could an assistant state attorney really mean to them? No matter what their plans were, they couldn't seem weak in front of him. Now that the link to Rojas had come up, things made a little more sense, but not entirely. Rojas was a powerful figure who wouldn't fear the cartel and could cause them trouble. However, the same reasoning applied. Even if there was a family tie between Rojas and Maitland, Prentice didn't think Rojas would start a fight with a group he usually avoided just to protect a relative, not even a significant one. And if Rojas was interested in Maitland, what could be so important that it would start a conflict to defend him? The idea of someone being like a character from a movie was far-fetched. Prentice couldn't picture Maitland becoming a top government leader or president, regardless of how famous he became. As he thought about William Maitland, he let his driver navigate the streets of Washington and soon found himself in front of the Lincoln Memorial. There were some tourists, but few, as snowflakes drifted in the air. He wore a warm coat because a winter storm had been coming for days. Getting out of the car, which he left idling behind him, he walked up the steps. He liked visiting this place sometimes to reflect on the man who had made his life possible. A black man wouldn't have reached such heights without Lincoln's impact. It was important to remember all the sacrifices and struggles that people of all backgrounds had made to shape his world. His world, the United States of 2005, was just as dangerous and uncertain as it had been in 1860. The Mexican cartel was a force to be, if not feared, then respected. The concern shown for Assistant State Attorney William Maitland suggested he was an important figure in the developing situation. However, the truth about him would come out, and if he was mixed up in anything wrong, he would face consequences he would prefer to avoid. Megan, personal matters should be addressed professionally. Please, have a seat. Megan smiled, her youthful energy standing out against the serious tone of the office. Thank you, Mr. Maitland. I promise to be brief. Cheryl paused for a moment before leaving, allowing us to talk freely. I know your time is precious, Megan said. I have a proposal that could benefit us both. As she spoke, I noticed her confident attitude and clear expression. It was obvious she was here for more than just a friendly chat. I think we could work together on some upcoming cases, she continued. Our collaboration might bring new ideas that could improve our roles in the legal system. I thought about her suggestion, interested in the possibility of a partnership that could open new doors for our work. Your enthusiasm is appreciated, Miss Whitcomb, I said. Let's explore this further. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Her eyes shone with determination as she shared her ideas, and I found myself drawn into a conversation that promised valuable exchanges. As we talked, I realized this meeting could lead to unexpected chances for both of us. Thank you for your time, Mr. Maitland, Megan said as she prepared to leave. I look forward to working together. Same here, Miss Whitcomb, I replied, watching her leave the office with a feeling of excitement in the air. Matthews, there is a fine line between being friendly at work and overstepping your boundaries, I heard. Don't let her go, Bill. I wanted her to surprise you, and she knows me well enough to understand I'm not a threat. I think. Don't let her go? Even if she doesn't have enough information on me for complete security, what kind of rumors do you think are out there about me now? Am I forgiven, Mr. Maitland? Just go. I walked around the desk and hugged Megan Whitcomb, recalling happy memories from our past meetings. Take a guess. You do know how to flatter me. Actually, you're flattering me, Megan, but I am truly glad to see you. It's been some time. How have you been? Pretty well. I've kept busy and I'm earning enough to stay steady. Going out on your own can be tough. Why didn't you join a bigger firm? They're always looking for talented lawyers. She sat down in a chair across from me. I felt that starting my own path and building my own name was the best choice. I'm feeling good about things now. I really have no complaints. That's great. Is there anything I can help you with? I think this is the first time you've come back since you left this office. Not for work. But personally, do you have any plans for Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving? She caught me off guard with her question. For so long, my answer would have included Debbie and her family. A lot has changed since last Thanksgiving, but I would still be with Debbie, her parents, and the kids. Yes, I will be spending it with Debbie, her parents, and the kids. After that, I'll go to my mother's home near Orlando. Really? My kids asked me to come, and I couldn't say no. Debbie and I are getting along better now, and I've always liked her parents. It's a bit unusual, but I think it's a good sign. I believe my mother would have been sad if I didn't make plans to see her. Oh, that's nice. At least you won't be alone. What about you? Do you have plans? I used to spend most holidays with someone I'm not sure how to describe. We've been together for 3 years. He works for a big real estate company developing communities along the coast here. People think he's a good catch. I remembered our past experiences during the trial. She was the first person I felt a real connection with in a long time. I cared about Aline. My time with Megan had been enjoyable and easygoing, something I hadn't felt since college. He won't make any serious commitment, so I don't feel like I should just wait around for him. And now? I've realized I'm tired of being his backup when he feels lonely, so I won't spend the holidays with him. My family lives in Pennsylvania, and I'm not very close to my siblings, so I won't be going there. What will you do then? Benny's will probably be full, and I'm not in the mood for pizza, so I think I'll have dinner at Cracker Barrel and rent a few light movies. It should be fine. That sounds a bit lonely. Only for those who like more traditional celebrations. Many people enjoy that kind of Thanksgiving. No, I don't think that will happen. I walked back to my desk and dialed a number. Kathy Bascom picked up after a few rings. Hello, Bill. You're still coming for Thanksgiving, right? I'm already making plans and the kids are expecting you. Of course, Kathy, but I have a favor to ask. Anything. You're still my favorite ex-son-in-law. Probably because I'm your only ex-son-in-law. That too. What do you need? Is there any chance you could set another place at the table? I hate to ask when you've already made plans, but it would really mean a lot to me. I always prepare too much food. You know that. You don't even need to ask, but thanks for letting me know. Who's coming? A friend of mine. She used to work at the state attorney's office. She's going to be alone for the holidays, and I want her to have a nice place to spend Thanksgiving. She paused for a moment, and then said with a cheerful note, This is the lady that Debbie calls Dimples, right? Yeah. That won't be an issue, will it? No, not at all. Bring her along and let her know she's invited. Just make sure she comes hungry. Are you sure this won't make things tricky? You've always been kind to me, Kathy, and I want this gathering to be enjoyable for you. You know you're always welcome, Bill. You've been like family for 20 years and you're the father of my grandchildren. Actually, I'm looking forward to this. I've thought and I've told you for a long time that you and Debbie have grown apart too much. I think it would be good for my daughter to spend time with your courthouse friends. Why do I think you're going to enjoy this a little too much, Kathy? Bye, Bill. See you Thursday. I smiled at Megan across the desk and tried to picture how the meeting would go. Hopefully, it wouldn't be anything like the last confrontation between Debbie and Aline for everyone's sake. Thank you, Bill. I really appreciate it. This Thanksgiving could have been quite lonely. Play your cards right and you could end up with 2 Thanksgiving dinners. I promised my mom that I'd visit her in Orlando for a day. If you're free, why don't you come along? This just keeps getting better. I'll think about it, but a weekend with you and your family sounds nice. I walked back to her, and she gave me a friendly hug before leaving. Even though holidays can be more complicated after a divorce, they might actually be more fun. Thursday, November 24th, 2005, 11:45 a.m. Roy Bascom, Debbie's father, opened the door and looked at Megan with an expression that wasn't unfriendly but also not very inviting. He put a smile on his face. I didn't think he disliked Megan. After 20 years of seeing me with his daughter, I couldn't expect him to warmly welcome someone new into his home. Hi, Roy, I said, reaching out my hand. Thank you for having us today. This is my friend, Megan Whitcomb. He shook my hand and extended his hand to Megan. You're like family, Bill. You're always welcome here. And you're welcome too, Miss Whitcomb. She shook his hand, and I led her into the den that opened into the kitchen, where delicious smells filled the air. BJ was lounging in his grandfather's favorite old chair, listening to lively music that had an upbeat twist on a Thanksgiving classic. The chair had been fixed up at least twice in the 20 years I had been part of the family, but I didn't think Roy would ever get rid of it. BJ looked at us and then checked out Megan, who wore jeans and a nice blouse. It was a mix of dressy and casual that I hoped would make Debbie think twice before judging. I knew it worked when he smiled at me and gave me a thumbs up. Kelly stood by a window looking into the backyard, her phone pressed to her ear, talking with a serious look on her face. It could have been about many important things. At her age, everything felt like a big deal. I sat Megan on a couch facing the hallway that led to the dining room where a big oak table was being set for dinner. I told her I was sorry to leave, but I had something important to do in the kitchen. As I walked into what used to be my favorite room in the house, the smells and memories overwhelmed me. I had entered this room countless times over the last 2 decades during happy moments, tough times, special celebrations, and ordinary get-togethers. But I knew I would never enter here the same way again. I wasn't sure if my feelings showed on my face, but Kathy turned away from the turkey and gave me a warm hug. After a long moment, she let me go. You know I shouldn't let you enjoy the turkey before anyone else, even my husband. That's why you're my favorite mother-in-law. I'm your only mother-in-law, no matter what. She turned back to the turkey and pulled off a piece of skin as thin as paper, crispy and sweeter than any dessert. I bit into it, thankful to have 2 Southern women who knew how to make this treat. I felt a sadness thinking about how this would one day be a memory. As thoughts of the future and past mixed in my mind, I noticed a change in Kathy's usually happy face. Is something wrong? I saw a glimmer of emotion in her eyes as she bit her lip. I wondered if she and Roy were okay. You know you are my favorite ex-son-in-law, Bill? I kind of hoped so. Why didn't you fight for her? A long silence hung in the air, and I hated that the outside world had disturbed this calm place. I didn't divorce her, Kathy, but you didn't try to stop it. How could you let 20 years and 2 children just fade away? Even if she wasn't faithful, you could have fought. She paused before continuing, especially you. You would have stood up for anything else. I know you. But you let her leave. How could you? I took her hands in mine, feeling the strength of Debbie's hands from 20 years ago. She walked away from me, Kathy. She left me heartbroken. I couldn't fight. I could hardly breathe. I let go of her hands and stepped outside without looking back. Thursday, November 25th, noon. I pulled myself away from the tempting smells, drifting back into the living room, wondering how many extra workout sessions I'd need to balance out the tasty treats waiting for me. I was really hungry, but I realized I didn't eat the same way anymore. A full stomach now would only be a small part of what I used to eat on this holiday. Surprisingly, I didn't miss it. I enjoyed losing the weight, but I had started that journey to heal from the pain Debbie had caused in ways that food could not fix. Megan got up from the couch and walked toward me. BJ had just said goodbye to a few of his friends on his phone and headed to the kitchen to grab some crispy turkey skin from Grandma Kathy, a habit I had taught him when he was little. As he did, Gramps jumped up from the table with surprising speed for a man nearly 70 and grabbed him by the arm. He turned him around to face the couch in front of the big TV on the wall. Pushing BJ into a seat, he said to him, "All right, kid, no taking all the turkey before anyone else gets a chance. Your grandmother is kind, but I'm not. Sit down and watch the game that's about to start." BJ, who surprised me with how tall and big he had gotten, was resembling Debbie's side of the family more. He easily pulled his grandfather down beside him. "All right, Gramps, you win, but only because I don't want to argue with you in front of everyone." They both looked at me. "Good save, kid, but you'd be in a different kind of trouble and you know it," his grandfather said. BJ had always been his favorite, just as Kelly had been her grandmother's favorite. I ignored them and pulled Megan close for a quick hug. "Get a room," BJ joked, laughing. I continued to ignore him for a moment before letting her go. I had already introduced her to everyone, including Kelly, who sat in a comfy chair near the fireplace, her legs tucked beneath her as she seemed to juggle 3 different conversations at once. She just gave us a small smile. "It smells wonderful," Megan said, "but shouldn't you tone it down a little in front of them?" I sat down on the couch and pulled her down beside me. "It's getting close to a year, Megan. They know our marriage is over and have seen us both with other people." As I finished speaking, the door to the kitchen opened and Debbie walked in. She looked around the room and finally fixed her gaze on Megan and me, holding hands on the couch. "Bill, Miss Whitcomb." "Megan," I replied, knowing she recognized her name. "I'm glad Bill brought a guest. Thanksgiving is a time for sharing. That's why I invited a guest." She turned and smiled at the person who entered behind her. Everyone's faces were calm and there was no surprise, but it felt like it. He came in and placed his hand gently on her side. He smiled at me. If he had done anything disrespectful, it would have stirred up trouble. Instead, he wore a friendly grin and approached me, extending his hand, which I shook. What could I say? She was his boss. When your boss invites you to Thanksgiving, you go. "Good to see you, Mr. Maitland," he said, his voice carrying a slight Irish touch. "And you, Mr. Leary." His eyes moved to Megan, and when I looked at her, my heart sank. Was there any woman in the courthouse between 20 and 50 he hadn't been involved with? "Miss Megan," he said with a nod. "Mr. Leary." He turned to BJ and Kelly and waved. "Hello, everyone." "Thank you for joining us today," he added. BJ glanced at him with a blank expression. "That's up to Mom and Gramps and Grandma." Leary focused on Kelly, saying, "That's not what your mom mentioned. She said you guys are the ones who decide." "That's nice," Kelly replied, "but she has the final say." She looked him over and added, "I'm sure you wouldn't be here if she didn't really want you." I whispered to Megan, "Really? Leary? I can see younger college students. But him? How old do you think I am? I was not much older when he showed interest in me. He is quite charming." "He broke up with you? No offense, but that's usually how it goes." "No, I broke up with him, but he didn't try to change my mind." "Well, everything worked out in the end." She smiled at me and gave my waist a light touch. Kelly and BJ glanced at us quickly, but I loved the look on Deb's face and couldn't help but smirk at Leary. "Why did you break up with him? Was he not what you thought?" She laughed, drawing in everyone's attention as she leaned closer and whispered, "If I told you he wasn't really great at loving someone, would that make you happy?" "Yes." "Was he?" "He wasn't." "Then why?" "I wasn't new to relationships when I met him, and while he had his good moments, that's not everything. He was very charming but lacked deeper feelings. A few fun nights can be nice, but for something lasting, it really matters." I whispered back, "I'm glad you're experienced enough to value my qualities." "Bragging doesn't suit anyone." Just then, Kathy called from the kitchen, and we moved to the dining room where a big oval table was set up for the occasion. As we got up from our seats in the den, I whispered, "You might want to adjust a bit." "Do I have to?" "It might look better." The look Debbie gave me was strong. That made me smile. Debbie walked around the table to sit across from me. Leary pulled out her chair and placed his hand gently on her back as she started to speak. I might have been the only one at the table who noticed his inappropriate behavior as she sat down. Debbie saw it too and smiled at me. I made a finger gesture like a gun aimed at him, pretending to send a bullet his way. He returned my gesture with a smile and acted as if he was catching the bullet. This was fine, except Kelly was watching, and when he looked her way, she gave him a sharp stare that made me uneasy. Everyone else at the table was busy with their turkey, mashed potatoes, jellied cranberry sauce, sweet potato casserole, and gravy, which is a common dish in many Southern families. There were also buttermilk biscuits with honey butter and various sides. As we filled our plates and enjoyed the sweet iced tea, which is a must for any Southern meal, Leary kept glancing around the table as the food piled up, but nobody took the first bite. Nervously, he reached with his fork for a piece of turkey. He caught a few looks, but Grandpa Roy watched him in a friendly way and motioned for him to stop. "Sorry, No offense, Mr. Leary, but our family has a tradition. On Thanksgiving, we say what we are grateful for before we eat. I'm not sure how it was where you grew up." "I grew up in a big Catholic family in New York City, but some traditions are the same everywhere. It's just been a while since I've had a Thanksgiving with family. I've forgotten some things." "I understand. Let's start with the youngest. Billy?" "Okay." He looked from his grandmother to his mother and back again. "I'm just happy Graham made this meal. There's nothing healthy on the table, thank you." As his grandfather turned to Kelly, she nodded and said, "I'm thankful I finished all my classes, got out of my apartment lease for the winter term in Gainesville, found 3 roommates I know, and that I'll be at UF next year." He glanced at me, and I let Megan speak. She looked down at her plate and then up at me. She took my hand and said, "I'm grateful for being welcomed into your home," looking at Kathy, and then turning to Debbie. "And I'm thankful that for the first time in 5 years I've been able to really know Bill, like I've wanted to for a long time." I couldn't help but smile as I looked across the table at Debbie. We should have moved on. 8 months should have helped heal the wounds, but they hadn't. I looked into her eyes and said, "I'm thankful that even though our situation isn't perfect, we still have a family. I see Debbie's parents as my own, and I believe that one day we will move past our hard feelings." Debbie looked back at me for a long moment and replied, "I'm thankful that even if marriages end, families remain." I nodded. She always knew the right words to say when it mattered. Everyone's eyes were on Leary. I hoped he wouldn't say anything out of line, but since he seemed sober, there was a good chance he would keep it together for the dinner. He must have guessed how I felt because he smiled at me. "Public speaking is not my thing, but—" He chuckled and said to Roy, "Thanks for inviting me tonight. Most Thanksgivings I find myself in awkward situations, and it feels like ages since I've had a proper turkey. But there was a time when I was part of a family. I felt loved." He looked down at his plate. "And then I made some bad choices. I lost everything I cared about, everything I hoped for. My old life was finished, so I ran away. I ended up here in a new place, all alone, without a job or any plans. He glanced at me. I was learning things about him that I never knew before. I had heard bits and pieces about where he came from, but not the whole story. You might be thinking, what do I have to be thankful for? I guess I'm thankful that life continues. I found a job I enjoy and met people like Mr. Maitland, who I respect despite our differences. I also found some new friends and the best boss in Florida. He winked at Debbie, who pretended to be offended. Now I get to enjoy Thanksgiving the way it should be celebrated. Then he turned back to Roy and said, and this year, maybe for a change, no one will be carrying me out at the end of the day. I don't know, Leary. I'd be happy to help if needed. That's the Bill Maitland I've come to know and dislike, he said, but he smiled. Gramps tapped the table. Boys, Kathy, would you like to go first? Grandma, I'm really hungry, BJ complained. We've heard all your thank yous already. I'm sure God has too. She gave him a smile that seemed unfamiliar and exchanged a quick glance with her husband. Well, BJ, this time we might do things a bit differently. She looked at Debbie and then at me. This Thanksgiving is unlike any we've had in over 20 years. It feels very strange to your grandfather and me, but everyone must live their own lives. Still, it's hard for us to find much to be thankful for. But we are Christians, and we know we still have a lot to appreciate. I thank God for our 2 daughters, Debbie and Clarice, our grandchildren near and far, for Bill Maitland and his impact on our lives, for their friends, and most importantly, for the man who has been my partner and support for more than 40 years. They reached out to hold hands. He gently squeezed her hand as she paused to look at Debbie. But what I'm most thankful for is having a 94-year-old Apache great-grandmother. Debbie looked confused. This was not part of her family story, and in 20 years she had never heard it before. You don't know about her, Deb. She passed away before you were born. The story of how a full-blooded Apache woman married a cavalry officer in the West at the turn of the century is quite long. There are no pictures of her, but there was a drawing of her in an old family Bible. She was lovely in her youth. Her Indian name meant something like Desert Rose, so we called her Grandma Rose. She lived in a small room in my parents' house when I was growing up. She had her own interests, and there wasn't much a teenage girl could share with her. She paused, looking now at BJ and then at Kelly. It seemed this Thanksgiving would be memorable for them. To you, I know your grandfather and I seem like old friends who have been together forever, but there was a time when we were young and apart. There were times when we dated other people and weren't in love. She held his hand tighter. I fell in love with him, and I think he loved me too. Then, something changed. He stopped seeing me, stopped talking to me. He began dating someone else and eventually announced he was going to marry her. He broke my heart. I could only cry in my room. One day, Grandma Rose must have gotten tired of my tears. She walked in, leaned on her cane, looked at me and asked, "Are you a baby or a woman?" I managed to say, "A woman." She replied, "If you're a woman, get off your couch and go out and get him back. He's not going to come to you." Then she went back to her room. I cried a little longer, and then I went out and won him back. Silence filled the table. "And I'm thankful to your grandmother for encouraging me," Roy said. "If she hadn't, none of you would be here today. She and I wouldn't be together. Not because I would have married that girl. I only said that to hurt her the way she hurt me. No, I would be alone today because even if I had married someone else, no one else would have made me happy or accepted me as I am." "And we thought you were boring," BJ said, breaking the silence, followed by Debbie telling her mother. "Mom, do you think you could have been any less direct? I appreciate the talk about mending broken relationships, but couldn't you have saved it for Valentine's Day?" Leary held up his hand as if to argue with his boss, saying, "Mr. and Mrs. Bascom, that was a nice story and it fits the moment well. I just wish every story could end so happily." I noticed the look in Kelly's eyes as she saw how hurt he was and thought I needed to have a serious chat with him soon. It was fine to share such feelings with someone like Debbie, who understood relationships, but it wasn't fair to do that to Kelly. Roy looked around the table and said, "Now, why don't we all eat?" It can be hard to make a meal exciting, so I'll just say we all enjoyed the food, had seconds, and even Debbie ate a bit more than usual. I noticed Kelly looking at Leary when she thought no one could see. When Leary stood up and asked where the bathroom was, I waited a moment, and then got up too. I was waiting when he came out, and he looked at me with a question on his face. "You know I care about you, Leary, right? I don't have any plans for Debbie, Mrs. Bascom. I really don't. She asked me to come here today. I don't care about Debbie. I think she'd take advantage of you. I want you to stay away from Kelly. Don't say anything. I know you and how some women can forget common sense around you. You're older and I guess good-looking, and that sad look you have is charming in its own way. I know how attractive Kelly is. I can see her as others do. I know you'll be tempted no matter what you say now. Just remember this. I was ready to risk my job and freedom to bring a law-breaking officer to justice. What do you think I'd do to protect my daughter? Do you think there's anything I wouldn't do? Whatever it takes?" I left him to think about this. When we returned to the table, no one spoke more, but Leary was careful not to look at Kelly. When she noticed, she turned her attention back to teasing her brother, joking with her mother, and enjoying her grandmother's company. She ate less than Debbie, suggesting that a focus on food might be passed down. I could see Kelly following a similar path, but there were surely worse issues to have. After a couple more hours of finishing dinner and trying out desserts, Megan leaned over to whisper in my ear and gently kissed my cheek. I thanked Kathy and Roy and said we had to leave. We said our goodbyes. I thought after 20 years of marriage I could read Debbie, but her face was unreadable as she said goodbye. I drove Megan to my condo, where we relaxed and had some drinks. We played and enjoyed each other's company before moving to a quieter space. To paraphrase classic authors, "Dear reader, we'll skip the details here other than to say we both had a good time, and it was nice for everyone involved." Thursday, November 25th, 10 p.m. Leary followed his boss to the front door of their 2-story house. Her children were out with friends or their grandparents, and Maitland and his partner were elsewhere. The streetlights were on, but large old trees shaded this street, common in Mandarin and appealing to builders. The trees kept the homes hidden in the shadows. Debbie looked around and reached into her purse, pulling out a small item. Leary's eyes grew wide as she switched it to her left hand and took out her house keys with her right. She noticed his stare. "Don't ask," she said. "I'm not being paranoid. There have been some strange events lately, and you probably know about them from your work at the courthouse." She opened the door and stepped inside, entering the code for the alarm. She pressed another button, and bright light filled the house. She entered slowly, scanning the room. Leary followed her. It was his first time here, but the home seemed like a typical middle-class place. He saw stairs leading up as he looked deeper into the house. He noticed the large screen television on the wall, paintings, including a big family portrait from about 5 years ago, and a wooden bookshelf filled with books that seemed well-loved, not just for show all signs of a typical middle-class life. From behind, he observed Debbie moving slowly, as if she were being careful about her surroundings. It was a surprising change from their usual work interactions. He reminded himself to stay in his role at the office. It was important to keep a professional distance. As he entered the kitchen, the bright lights highlighted the room, shining off shiny metal surfaces. It should have felt warm and inviting. However, the back door led to a dark backyard. "Are there supposed to be lights outside?" "Yes," she said, "but they sometimes go out. There are power issues and kids break them accidentally. Do you want me to check outside? Besides being a great advocate in the public defender's office, you're a man of action too? Were you a secret agent before this?" He smiled, and she saw a charm he rarely showed at work. "I could make up a story about my past, but honestly, I was raised in a traditional Irish Catholic family, and my mother wouldn't have approved of letting a woman go first into a possibly unsafe situation." He reached out for the small item from her hand. "What? Keep your hands off." "Miss Bascom, as my boss and a strong woman, I'm not trying to act better than you, but if you're feeling worried, would you let me carry the revolver and check around? Since I accepted your invitation for Thanksgiving dinner, could you do me this favor?" Holding the revolver gently, he had some training with it years ago, but still felt uneasy. He turned on the outside porch light and stepped outside. He glanced from the house to the dark fence only 10 yards away, covered in shadows. It was quiet. No sounds came from the house or yard, not even any insects. It felt odd, though it was a chilly Thanksgiving. Without thinking, he concentrated, trying to take in as much of the dark as he could without moving his head. He remembered that you could notice more than just sounds. Even a tiny noise or movement in the shadows could alert you. It was quiet out there, but nothing compared to the stillness of the desert outside the city. His sergeant had taught him to be still and listen beyond just hearing, saying, "Once you're in the world, you can always reconnect with this quiet. Just pause and focus, and it will return." And his words were true. If it was just nerves from Debbie's worries, he would have felt something. He took a breath and looked around the yard. "Nothing, Deb, I'll check upstairs. But you should definitely lock this door anyway." He climbed the stairs with her right behind him, pointing to her bedroom and then to BJ and Kelly's room. She clapped as they reached each room, and lights turned on. He checked in closets and under beds. When he finished, he handed the revolver back to her. All clear. He turned to leave. She held the revolver loosely and stared into space. "Deb Ems? Bascom Deb? Are you okay?" She looked at him without really seeing him, and then, as if coming back to herself, she replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for coming with me, Leary. I didn't want to go in there alone while he was there. You'll never come in second to any woman." He paused for a moment and added, "Well, there's Myra, but who knows about her?" She actually smiled. "Thank you, Leary. I was worried for a second you might turn all sensitive. Did you ever, try your luck?" He shook his head. "I tried. You can't be a man and not try, but she just didn't notice me." Then he said, "Well, this has actually been a lot more fun than I thought it would be." "It was fun." He turned to the stairs, and behind him she said, "You didn't drink anything, but drive safely. There are probably a lot of distracted drivers out there." He waved behind him without looking back. As he walked down the stairs, he thought about the day that had just passed. There was a moment he wanted to keep in his mind. They weren't his family, nor were they his traditions, but he had seen a life that he once had. It brought him warmth, even if it felt as real as a fake Christmas tree with store-bought decorations. At the same time, it felt like he had swallowed something hard along with his turkey and mashed potatoes. Those memories were stuck in his throat. Some memories might feel cozy, but they were also hard to take in, like something troubling. He tried to remember the name of the clerk at the courthouse office. She helped people looking up trial records. She was about 5'7", had black hair and dark skin. He remembered she had a husband who had trouble recognizing their family's value. He had her phone number and knew she would be open to meeting him, seeking appreciation that she didn't usually get. It was how he liked to spend holidays. Reaching the front door, he prepared to open it and thought about his own way of celebrating the holiday. He wondered if he should wait for Debbie or call up to her, making sure she was coming down to lock the door. The loud crash of glass breaking at the top of the stairs snapped him back to reality. He thought he heard a scream or a curse and raced up the stairs. Something felt off. The day had been unsettling. When he got to her bedroom door, it was closed. He reached for the doorknob but hesitated. There could be many reasons for the broken glass. Maybe a water pitcher or a decorative piece. His mind raced with possibilities as he moved to the side of the door. If someone was inside, they might cause harm. Earlier, he had noticed it wasn't a strong door, it was just plain wood. When he got no answer, he called out again. "Debbie, please respond. I don't want to intrude, but—" "Go away, Patrick. Just go away." "Is everything okay? I don't want to trouble you, but after seeing you so anxious earlier, I feel like I need to check on you before I leave." "I'm fine, Patrick." He could tell that she wasn't really fine. There could be many reasons for her distress, but he wouldn't feel right leaving without knowing she was safe. He had made mistakes that he couldn't undo, but leaving someone who might be in trouble wasn't going to be one of them. He turned the knob and opened the door. "I'm coming in, Debbie. I just want to make sure you're okay." "Don't come in, Patrick. I'm asking you not to." He pushed the door open wider. From where he stood, he couldn't see her. "Please, Patrick. If you come in here, you might not have a job tomorrow." He paused for a moment, then walked in, ready for anything. He stopped in surprise. He had known she was an attractive woman, but seeing her like this touched him deeply. She moved with a graceful charm that left a strong impression. Her eyes and lips should not be sad, yet that was the feeling he saw in her expression. What's wrong with me, Patrick? You've been with enough women to have some idea. Tell me. His throat felt dry, but he managed to say, "From where I'm standing, nothing at all." She looked up at her reflection. "I've always felt confident. I've never thought I was unattractive. But recently things seem different. I see myself in a new light." Leary stepped closer and placed his hands gently on her shoulders. "You've gone through a lot since the divorce. It's understandable that things would feel different now." Silence filled the room for a while. "I wanted the divorce. We didn't connect anymore. He left me and the kids for his job. He even spent one of our anniversaries working in Paris. That's when I knew it was over. But after the split, I felt unwell. There were days I could hardly eat. That's when I started seeing Dr. Teller. You know him, right? I didn't know he did much private practice besides forensic psychiatry. He saw me several times. I remember feeling really ill in his office once. I couldn't figure out what was wrong. He couldn't either. I told him I thought the divorce was hard on Bill. But what did I have to feel sad about? Bill was losing everything, and I was trying to start fresh. It eventually got better, and I had too much on my plate to keep seeing him. I started at the public defender's office, and I saw Bill almost every day. It wasn't great, but it wasn't awful either. There were moments when I noticed him with Myra or that police officer or Miss Dimples, and it bothered me. I'd never admit it to anyone but you, but it did bother me. And then today he came with that woman, and that really upset me." "Why?" She began to turn to face him, but he kept his hands on her shoulders. "Don't. I have limited strength to stop myself." She paused. "You don't understand. I don't love him anymore. I don't want him in my life. I want to create a new life for myself, but every time I see him with someone new, it stings. It makes no sense. I've seen friends go through divorce. Some were tough, others were easier, but most were able to move on. Why can't I? Divorce wasn't supposed to be this hard." "It doesn't have to be, Debbie. You could meet someone new if you wanted. I know you'd have to keep things low-key because of the kids, but you shouldn't have to spend a night alone if you don't want to." "I know that. I've been thinking about why I haven't been meeting other men lately. I dated many guys before I met Bill, but I was only 18, not even 20. It was all fun and excitement. I enjoyed falling in love and then falling out of love, feeling appreciated. Then I met Bill, married him, and had our kids. I grew up and we had a happy marriage for a long time. Now I realize it wasn't the marriage I was tired of. It was Bill. I don't feel excited about meeting new people because, strangely, I think I miss the good times with Bill. I know some guys might be interested if they knew I was single, but I worry they will only notice my looks and not who I really am. That was something Bill saw in me right away. He loved me for who I was, and that's why I loved him too. No one had ever really appreciated me like that. I wonder if I'll ever find someone like Bill again." As she spoke, tears started to fall and she leaned back against him. "Why don't you go put on a robe or pajamas if you want me to stay here a bit longer? We can talk or I can help you find a drink." "You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you? I would never have guessed that you would. I feel a bit vulnerable right now. Are you sure you aren't trying to make up for something?" He gently turned her to look at her face. 5 years ago, when I came to Jacksonville, I was lost. I ended up here because I ran out of money. I walked into a sandwich shop across from the courthouse and had just enough for a soda and an eggplant sandwich, which was their specialty. But I was missing $1. Bill was sitting at the counter. He gave me a couple of dollars and invited me to sit with him. We started talking. He asked me what I was doing, and I told him I was trying to start new. He wanted to know how I made a living. I told him I was a lawyer from New York. I had hit a tough time after a breakup and decided to leave the place that reminded me of her. He asked me if I was good at it and suggested I apply for a job at the state attorney's office. I'll never forget his reaction when I told him I appreciated the offer, but I couldn't take it because I had a strong dislike for that office and couldn't see myself working there. I had never met a prosecutor who I thought was a good person. She shook her head and laughed. "So, is this another one of those nice stories about how you became good friends?" "I'm sharing my story." Anyway, he laughed and told me how he earned a living, then took me across the street, introduced me to Johnny August, and shared my thoughts on prosecutors. That made Johnny laugh, so he asked me to say a few words, and 5 years later, here we are. She stepped back slightly. And that's why you wouldn't have wanted anything to happen between us, which is just as well because I would never have allowed it anyway. I would have had to let you go. I couldn't work alongside you, and you mean too much to lose. I wouldn't have wanted anything because Bill made this life possible. I wouldn't cross that line because he is usually a good person. You'll always be Mrs. Maitland to me, and I wouldn't feel right knowing I had gone against the trust he has in us. Aftermath and Beyond Thursday, November 25th, 11:59 p.m. Leary stretched, took his arm off Debbie's shoulders, and got ready to stand up from the couch where they had been relaxing. Are you heading home? Yeah. You know, tomorrow is practically a holiday. Not much will get done. I know that, but life doesn't stop. A lot of why I succeed is that I work harder than anyone else in our office, and most of the time, more than anyone in Dallas's office. That's why it's fun to go up against your ex. He never holds back. No, he never did. He always got the job done, and we got lost along the way. You don't have anyone waiting for you. He turned to her and took her hand. You asked me what's wrong with you? I'm not an expert, but the answer is simple. You were married for over 20 years. You have 2 kids with him. I know your marriage had its issues, but you were still married. And then you entered a relationship with someone else, and now it seems you've ended that. Again, I've never been married, but I have friends who have. I've never known one who didn't make questionable choices after a divorce. They picked the wrong people, took on responsibilities they weren't ready for, and faced challenges at work. Whether anyone wants to admit it, a divorce after a long marriage, even a calm one, can really throw you off for a while. I've read you shouldn't make any big changes for at least a year or 2. It hasn't even been 6 months since you were officially divorced. You should be feeling hurt and confused. It's okay if you're not sure about which direction your life should take. Don't let it drive you mad, Deb. When you see him with other women, it's normal to feel upset, even if you're seeing someone new. Your feelings don't have to make sense. He helped her to her feet. You're raising 2 teenagers on your own, doing a demanding legal job, and you haven't had too many emotional breakdowns. I think you're handling these challenges pretty well. She leaned forward and gave him a quick thank you on his cheek. Thank you, Patrick. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. When you come to work on Monday, let's keep this between us. You don't know anything about my life, and I don't know anything about yours. I don't understand what you mean, Mrs. Bascom. After she let him out, locked the door, and entered her alarm code, she went upstairs to her bedroom. Once inside, she picked up her cell phone and lay down. She found the number she wanted. It rang and rang. It was midnight here, so it should be around 8 a.m. where he was. He may not be awake, but she thought he probably was either for business or because he woke up early. Hello? His voice sounded the same, a bit deeper than she remembered. Mr. Ransom? Keith Ransom? Yes. Who is this? Debbie Bascom from Jacksonville. Where are you this morning, Keith? Good morning. It must be late at night in Jacksonville. What are you doing? Recovering from Thanksgiving dinner. How about you? I'm at Cafe Central on Herrengasse in Vienna. It's one of the famous restaurants, and they have the best desserts. I had a Hungarian twist on Thanksgiving dinner at another well-known spot. It was good, but it wasn't quite the same as home. That sounds disappointing. I guess your restaurants focus on Thanksgiving food. Yes, that's why I'm here. I'm really in the mood for an omelet with mushrooms, tomatoes, and jalapenos, with hash browns on the side. And lots of coffee, please. Sorry, I'm in the middle of 2 conversations. I'm enjoying a big American breakfast while I talk to you. Technically, I'm breaking a few city rules eating here, but if you pay enough, you can get anything anywhere. I'm still wondering what they think hash browns really are. Is this a bad time? Should I call you later? Maybe. We could talk later, but I might not have another chance for a while. I'm getting ready for a series of meetings. We have a large restaurant chain across the U.S. and Canada, but we haven't expanded much in Europe. Do you think there's a market for American Southern cooking in Central Europe? I believe there is. There are many American tourists and servicemen here. What seems common to us is pretty unique over here. We've done some research and think there's enough interest for a few restaurants. That sounds promising. She leaned back on her bed and stretched. It was tempting to close her eyes, but she knew these next few minutes could be important. Could you give me a moment? You can't wait? I don't want to. All right, Debbie. I'm putting everything else aside for a few minutes. Will this take long? No. Just enough for you to decide. I'm not sure I get it. It's not too hard, but it needs some action, not just talk. Action you might not feel okay with. There was silence. If this is too much, just hang up, Keith. You don't have to listen. Talk. I usually make decisions. You caught me off guard. I didn't expect you to think about me before you came to my office. I want you to be honest. Did I ever cross your mind before? There was another long pause, filled with the sounds of dishes clattering and people laughing in the bustling restaurant, bright with sunlight. Yes, Debbie. You weren't an obsession. You weren't on my mind all the time. But I have thought about you. I'd see a pretty blonde in a New York restaurant and wonder what you were doing in the city. After my 2 divorces, I'd feel alone in my fancy condo, looking out at the night and remembering Payne's Prairie in Gainesville. I'd see you by that campfire and think about the bond we had. If I was lonely enough, I'd think about spending time with someone for comfort. But I'm being honest, I'd rather dream about our past than be with someone I didn't know. It's a little sad, but I liked having you in my thoughts. Does that answer your question? You've been married twice. I guess you've met many women. A fair number. She sat up, wishing she could see his face. It's been a long time since I dated. I know I'm asking something a woman shouldn't ask a man, especially before their first date in over 20 years. He laughed, and she remembered his face lit by the fire, shining in the light. Now I'm getting a bit nervous. This doesn't have any surprises, does it? I might be too old for that, but I'm not saying no. No surprises. Would you think about a relationship without set expectations? There was a long pause, then he said, Please don't tell me you've stopped wanting to connect with someone. No, don't worry. I'm not talking about a life without connection. Just listen for a moment. I went to Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house with Bill and his current partner. She's very slim. I divorced Bill close to a year ago. I don't love him, and I don't want him back. But there's something pulling me, an attraction. I'm trying to move on. I want a new start. I could meet a lot of guys, but I don't want just casual meetings. I want someone who really likes me, someone willing to take the time to know each other before we go further. It could take weeks or even months before they felt close again, or maybe it would never happen if they both decided to just hold on to their memories. She let him think about that. I know this isn't what you wanted to hear, but the answer is yes. After he hung up, she relaxed back in her chair and drifted off to sleep after turning off her phone. Who is William Maitland? 4 men gathered around a table in an empty office building in Alexandria, Virginia. The building had been built on a hopeful plan to fill up offices, but that plan never worked out. There were no lights shining outside, and all the windows were covered. It was deep inside the building, far from where patrol officers could check. It was a quiet night for patrols, and even most of the troublemakers were probably staying indoors, avoiding the cold mix of rain and snow blowing in strong winds. A woman dressed in a turtleneck sweater, jeans, and comfortable boots took the 5th chair. Let's begin, she said. Jeremy Prentice pressed a button on the equipment panel, and an image of a middle-aged man showed up on the wall across from them. He pressed another button, and a picture of a thinner man in black appeared next to it. This is William Maitland, head supervising assistant state attorney for the 3rd Circuit in Florida. Quite a change, someone remarked. Prentice nodded at Marvin Hillman, a tall, thin man with gray hair who wore sweatpants and a baseball cap. He had worked for the CIA for 15 years and was seated next to Robert Coleman, a stocky FBI agent on loan to help with the Mendoza case. Juan Belote, an investigator for justice in his 30s, sat across from them. Yes, Marv, he has changed a lot, Prentice said. After years of looking disheveled, he suddenly cleans up his appearance and gains confidence. That's not an easy change. Show the picture of his wife, Roberta Gold, a federal marshal in organized crime, suggested. Prentice pressed another button, and an image of a woman in a beautiful black dress appeared on the wall. She looked graceful and had a striking resemblance to actress Charlize Theron. Belote whistled softly. He was married to her? Everyone has their preferences, Prentice replied lightly. Show her new boyfriend, Robert added with a grin. Do you want to take over, Roberta? Prentice asked, still in a good mood. No, Mr. Prentice, she responded. But once you see who his ex-wife chose, it might give you an idea of what drove Maitland to change. A picture of a good-looking young man dancing with Maitland's wife appeared. They appeared very happy together. That would inspire anyone, Coleman agreed. All right, enough joking. Let's focus on bringing everything we've learned together. Marv, you start, Prentice said. Hillman leaned forward. He was raised by a single mother. His father passed away in a mine accident in West Virginia when Maitland was just 8 years old. Maitland attended school on academic scholarships, one of which highlighted that he was the son of a coal miner. He also worked part-time for most of his college years. After marrying Debbie Bascom, she supported him while he attended law school by working for Hunt Banks in Jacksonville. He practiced law in private firms until about 10 years ago when he joined the state attorney's office in Jacksonville. For 5 years, he took on as many cases as he could, showing great dedication to his work. Then, nearly 6 years ago, the state attorney, Dallas Edwards, appointed Maitland as the second in command in the office. Is that unusual? Yes, Prentice, it is quite rare. I spoke to various people inside and outside the state attorney's office, including private lawyers and law enforcement officials, and everyone seemed to feel it was justified. Maitland worked very hard, often giving up personal time for his cases. He excelled in court and proved to be an effective administrator. Edwards took a personal interest in him and became his mentor. Is there anything else important? Yes, it's well known that Edwards is hoping to run for governor. He almost entered the race last time, and many believe he will this time. He spends a lot of time campaigning across the state, building political connections and gathering support. While he is away, Maitland manages the daily operations of the office. All of Maitland's courtroom victories help Edwards' campaign, and recently he has had some remarkable successes. Prentice looked at Juan Belote. From what I can see, Mr. Prentice, this guy is very dedicated, Belote commented. Dedicated? Really? I don't know how else to describe someone who cannot be bought or pushed around. An honest lawyer? Yes, but they called him the Iceman while he was married. There was never any gossip about him acting inappropriately at work. Of course, if I had been married to someone like that, I might feel the same way. I heard rumors about large bribes he refused. I checked his bank statements from over 10 years ago. He saved a considerable amount, $80,000 in savings and certificates, along with $25,000 in a checking account. That's decent, yet modest, compared to what a successful lawyer might earn in private practice. He lives in a nice home in the Mandarin area of Jacksonville. It's a wealthy neighborhood, but the house was worth $350,000 when he bought it. Now it could likely sell for $750,000. However, he is still paying off the mortgage, along with $1,000 a month for a condo he moved into after his divorce. That could be a big financial burden for a state lawyer. Are there any money issues, second mortgages, anything that might create pressure on him? That question came from Coleman, which didn't surprise Prentice. The FBI often traced the money. Before the divorce, his wife earned a good income at the University of North Florida in Jacksonville, and they managed well together. He wasn't a big spender. He bought himself an Escalade while she chose a Toyota Avalon. He didn't have any costly hobbies, and they hadn't taken a real vacation in years. They didn't own any vacation homes during their marriage. He didn't play golf or belong to a country club. Prentice often wondered where all his money went. He worked, came home, worked some more, and spent time watching television with his wife. It wasn't a luxurious life. Recently, he received a good amount of money and bought an annuity for his wife and kids, which could pay up to $1 million over time. He got this after a police officer was involved in an incident that almost hurt Maitland. This situation led him to sell the rights to his story and do interviews that together earned him nearly $1 million. He gave all of it to his ex and his kids. He also paid a lot in child support. With his daughter about to turn 18, those payments will stop, but he still has a nearly 15-year-old son to support for the next 3 years. He and his ex created college funds for both children when they were little. Since being called the Angel of Death, he has attracted more attention from the media, especially after a comment made by the daughter of a defendant during a mercy hearing. This story spread widely online. You mentioned that he didn't have any girlfriends while married, as far as we know. Does he have any bad habits? Does he gamble? Belote shook his head. No, none of that. However, Mr. Prentice isn't without his flaws. We have verified reports that he used marijuana in college and continued to smoke it after college while working privately before joining the state attorney's office. He was smart enough to stop after that. He did visit bars after his marriage ended. Local officers would sometimes check on him at his condo, but he has since cut back on drinking and we haven't received reports of any problems in a while. All right, it seems like relationship and money issues aren't likely sources of stress, Prentice noted. That leaves the third area, power. He has a growing reputation as the Angel of Death, with many stories about him online. We know his boss plans to run for governor. Maitland could easily take over the state attorney's position, or a U.S. Senate seat could become available. He might even try for that. If he rises to the U.S. Senate with a strong reputation as a legal advocate, the presidency could be in his future. Roberta Gold shook her head. Everyone I've spoken to, including some assistant state attorneys who are not fond of him, say he's not interested in politics. He's not the political type. He doesn't interact with the media or seek fame for himself. He has taken some unpopular positions and basically told everyone to stay out of his way. He doesn't play golf or give speeches. Any success he's had, he made sure to credit Edwards, staying in the shadows. That could just be an act, Hillman said. You're always helping victims without needing any praise. And if it helps Edwards get elected governor, you know he'll back Maitland for a bigger position, claiming he's not just another politician. It's the type of platform politicians dream about. Gold stretched, clearly enjoying the attention. She smiled at them. That's possible, but not long ago he worked hard to bring a local officer named Sean Smith to a grand jury for something that happened during a home invasion. The community put a lot of pressure on Maitland and Edwards to stop the investigation, wanting it to go away. The sheriff's office felt the same way since Smith was seen as a local hero and officials didn't want him charged. What I believe is true is that Maitland didn't give in, even when Edwards threatened to fire him if he didn't clear Smith. Everyone wanted Maitland to let it go, and he knew he was putting his career and support on the line by staying firm. He didn't back down. His choice was proven right when Smith caused a scene at a police meeting where Maitland was speaking. That incident unexpectedly saved Maitland's career, though he couldn't have predicted it. Someone with bigger dreams wouldn't usually take such a chance. Prentice looked around the table. Okay, Coleman, it's your turn. What do you have for us? He's compromised. The other four stared at him in shock. That simple? He's compromised? Yeah, Prentice, just that simple. He's compromised and has connections to Rojas. I don't believe it, Roberta Gold said. Believe it. Back in September. When he finished, everyone looked at him in disbelief. This all happened, and this is the first I'm hearing of it? Prentice asked. Nobody connected Rojas at the time. Local officials were already thinking the Mendoza trial might go this way because they have the death penalty here and aren't afraid to use it. So, when the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office found a body in a car along with pictures of Maitland's son, many thought the Mexican cartel was either trying to intimidate Maitland or perhaps send a message. No one in the area knew who might have harmed the cartel's men. It's believed there was another person who was hurt as well. A few days later, word came through CIA and DEA channels that a rival cartel was behind what happened to those two men. Just two groups of troublemakers in a fight with each other. And that's where the case might have been forgotten if we hadn't intercepted those messages linked to Rojas's people warning the other group away. Coleman pointed to a photo related to the investigation. What this means is that Rojas's people were watching Maitland before the other group's men arrived. They had to have seen the threat to Maitland, so they took care of both men, got rid of one body, and left the other as a message to the other group. The FBI agent looked at Roberta Gold and said, Maybe Maitland isn't doing anything wrong, but he must be quite an important person for the Rojas group to go to such lengths to protect him and his family. Coleman scanned the room. Does anyone here think that Maitland is that special, or that Rojas is kinder than we believe? No, but there must be a reason for Rojas to protect a low-level American prosecutor, Belote replied. You said it yourself. Rojas is not known for being kind, and I didn't find any typical weaknesses in Maitland's life that a crime group could use to influence him. Right, Gold added. What could Rojas possibly offer someone who seems to stand by his beliefs? Or what mistake could Maitland have made that would leave him vulnerable to pressure, risking everything he believes in? We just haven't figured that out yet, Prentice said. It might be as simple as Rojas thinking that Maitland could be useful in the future and sending him an anonymous note with pictures of his wife and children at home or school, perhaps with hints of danger, just to show him that Rojas's people could be a threat at any moment. Maitland might be as admirable as everyone thinks, but even strong people can feel the heat when their families are in danger. He's faced significant threats from serious offenders, and it hasn't seemed to bother him, Gold continued. There was a person known as the Welaka Cannibal. He was involved in multiple serious crimes before he was caught. Maitland was the one who convicted him and got 11 life sentences. And the man laughed as he expressed his frustrations about Maitland, saying he would return for a confrontation. I don't think he scares easily. Whatever the case, Maitland raises questions, Coleman said. There's no other sensible reason for what happened to the members of the other group and Rojas's warning. Prentice looked back at the wall where the photos of the Angel of Death had appeared again. We think Maitland might be suspicious, but there are still too many questions about this situation. Get the answers, Hillman said. Send a team to take him without warning. He won't have time to run away or alert Rojas. We can have him out of the country in an hour and safely held anywhere in the world within a day. And once he's somewhere nobody can find him and there's no sign of our involvement, get the truth from him, Coleman suggested. If you want to be gentle, use psychological methods or use medications to make him a bit confused, and then make sure he tells us what we need to know. If that doesn't work, then you can get tougher. Gold looked surprised. I didn't know it had been proven that Maitland is a risk to our country. Do you really think he's a terrorist with plans to attack an American city? There are usually strict rules before we talk about extreme questioning methods. Prentice gave him a warning look. We're not discussing that right now. Maitland is complicated. Even if he seems harmless, he might still be very dangerous, so we need to keep looking into it. Roberta, I understand your concerns about tough methods, but we have to think about more than just Maitland. There's definitely a connection between Maitland and Rojas. Rojas is older and has a long history with other groups, but he is more powerful than those others, no matter where they come from, Mexican, Latin, Asian, or Russian. He's not fighting openly with anyone now, but he still runs a successful drug operation in many areas. Plus, he has influence over politicians and law enforcement around the world, including in justice and the DEA. The uncertainty of what he's doing now makes him a bigger threat. Which is why we have... Prentice cut off Coleman. It's why we can't take action against Maitland right now. Maitland knows we're suspicious. I wouldn't have told him about the threat to the Mexicans if I had known about the 2 cartel members being taken out. But he doesn't know everything we know. At the same time, I'm sure Rojas and his group realize we are aware of the connection, but they don't know how much we know. If we take Maitland, it will stop everything. Rojas will just end whatever he had with Maitland or move quickly. We could likely make Maitland talk. There are people who have held back information to the end, but I don't think Maitland is one of them. But we don't know how long he can keep this up. And more importantly, we have a rare chance to learn more about Rojas and his plans. If Maitland is on his side, we have a way to get to Rojas. Information goes in both directions. We can't risk losing that connection without clear details about what's happening. So we just wait around? Not wait around, Robert. We will continue to investigate. If there is something wrong or a reason for the connection, we will discover it. We have several months before the Mendoza trial may come here, and whatever is happening could reach a turning point by then. We've explored everything we can without finding anything significant. How much deeper can we dig? Well, there is another option, Hillman said slowly, looking at Gold. The men all turned their attention to her. She sat up straighter under their gaze. Forget that idea right now, she said firmly. Coleman glanced at her, then looked down and back up. I don't know that you'd make a magazine cover, but you're not bad, Roberta. Since his divorce, he's led an interesting life, but it's clear to our analysts he still thinks about his ex, and they haven't reunited. He's gone out with a few other women, but seems pretty lonely. Male agents have done similar things, Belote said. In intelligence work, sometimes you have to connect with people personally. Finding something to break the ice can help them open up to you. Personal ties can be a great way to build trust. She sat up straight and looked around the table, her intensity clear. I'm not here to lower myself for information. I'm a U.S. Marshal temporarily assigned to this task force. If any of this were to become public... It won't, Roberta, Prentice said. Because you came wanting a promotion in justice and you still have that goal. If you make a scene, you might get some temporary support, but you'll find yourself stuck doing transport in cold places for years. I hope you enjoy chilly weather and gray skies. Okay, I understand. I wasn't planning to announce anything, but I won't change my values to get ahead. If that's what you want, then send me back to the marshals. No one has mentioned that. There's much more to a relationship than just being attracted. Just get introduced. It shouldn't be hard. You're a U.S. Marshal here to check security before the possible Mendoza trial. The leader of the Mendoza cartel, Antonio the Hammer, has already harmed 2 Texas prosecutors and caused trouble for Carrington's family in Oklahoma. Who knows what else they might do? Considering what they've done, you have a good reason to spend time with Maitland. Invite him to dinner, have some drinks, or even coffee. Where it goes from here is up to you. He might not find you attractive. That can happen. If he does, there are many ways to build a connection without crossing any boundaries. Make him like you and trust you. Prentice stood in front of her. I won't tell you not to try to connect with him. I know you well enough to believe that no matter how things go, he won't change your mind. You seem like the kind of person he appreciates, and from what I've heard before, you find him a bit interesting. You're a grown woman and a responsible marshal. Just see where this leads. I can't promise he'll open up, but I trust your instincts about him. He leaned back against the table. She felt the weight of the men's gazes on her. Does that sound like something you can do without compromising your values? As long as you know it may not go anywhere. Of course. I just ask you to follow your best instincts. She looked sternly at the other men, daring them to make a joke. I'll bet $100 she gets him to connect before Christmas, Hillman said without a smile. I'll put down $200 on them coming together before December 15th, Belote said, grinning. Coleman smiled even more. I'll give you $500 each, Marv and Juan, if she finishes this without any unexpected distractions. I have only one thing to say, gentlemen, she replied, smiling and playfully gesturing at the table. Except for you, of course, Mr. Prentice. Belote leaned over and whispered to Coleman, I actually kind of feel sorry for him. He won't see it coming. Saturday, November 26, 2005. Dimples stood up and turned back, leaning down to greet me with a friendly gesture on the cheek. Can't wait for me to get started? I said with a grin. It's still early. Her perfect smile showed bright teeth as she playfully tapped me on the cheek. I wouldn't want to hurt your pride, Mr. Maitland, but I'm actually not feeling too energetic. Not that I wouldn't mind if you made a move later tonight, but honestly, it's been a long week. I'm tired from 2 Thanksgiving dinners in 2 days and no naps. Would you really be upset if I left you alone out here? No, go in and dream sweet dreams. I'll probably be in soon. You can wake me up if you try hard enough. Good night. After she left, I sat there, rocking a bit. Even in late November, the air was warmer than in Jacksonville. There was a sweet, flowery smell. It wasn't the same tropical scent as Miami, but it was definitely better than Jacksonville. There was something nice about the seasons we had in Jacksonville. We had winters, sort of fall, spring, and we certainly had summers. Orlando was not as tough as Miami, but it felt like summer all year long. It was nice, but I thought I would prefer some changes in the weather. I could see why Mom married Charles and moved here. This was his home. He had raised his family here and started fresh after losing his first wife. Mom had ended her life in West Virginia and moved far away. After being on her own for a long time, she deserved a fresh start with a man who truly cared for her. Just when I was thinking about her, the door opened and she came out onto the porch. Is there room for me? I moved over and patted the swing next to me. She sat down and smiled. Did you eat enough? You can ask me that after I had 3 helpings, Mom. I might need to hit the gym for 2 weeks to work off this dinner. You're too thin, Bill. I know you're single now, but I don't think women like that look. It's not good for you. Are you sure you're not Jewish? Eat more and more. That's a joke, but really, you need to eat. I pulled her into a hug. I know I'm only 42, but do you think when I'm 60 you'll stop worrying about me? I will never stop worrying about you as long as I'm here, Bill. Mothers always worry about their children. We sat quietly for a moment. I like this girl you're spending time with. I smiled. Mom, she's not a girl. She's in her late 20s. She's a grown woman. She's not my girl, just a friend. She's the first woman besides Debbie you've shared the holidays with in 20 years. Just a friend? Just a friend, Mom. She didn't have family around and just went through a breakup. I didn't want her to spend Thanksgiving alone, so I invited her to join us. But we are just friends. If you say so. We sat together again. There was little traffic in the neighborhood that night, but I could hear the distant sound of cars on I-4 through Orlando. I guess I had been in Jacksonville for too long. The noise of the cars eased my mind. I know you had good reasons for going to the Bascoms for Thanksgiving, but I wish you hadn't gone. I looked at her. I loved her. She had given up a lot to raise me, but sometimes, Mom, we are divorced. Our 20-year marriage is over. You'd have me skip time with my kids and Debbie's parents, who have always treated me well. My children wanted me there. Debbie wasn't too happy about it, but I wasn't going there for her. Have you forgotten? No, Mom, I haven't forgotten anything this year, but she is still the mother of my children. We had been married for a long time, and we would need to stay in each other's lives for the time ahead. Holding on to bad feelings doesn't help anyone. She placed her glass of iced tea down and reached for my hand. I'm not trying to be bitter, Bill. Mom, it seems like you've been holding on to those feelings for years. Sometimes I wonder if you would have preferred I didn't get better and marry Debbie. That's a harsh thing to say, Bill. I can't believe you would think that. She pulled her hand back. I reached for it again and was surprised at how light and delicate it felt. I'm sorry, Mom. I know that's not how you really feel. It's just that you've never really forgiven her for what happened. She was the one who suffered. She wasn't at fault. She may have made mistakes, but she wasn't the one to blame. I know that's how you see it, but... She stood up and walked to the edge of the porch. Looking out at the Orlando night, she said, I know how you feel about me and her. I know you've never fully understood my feelings. Your life is yours. I didn't want you to feel upset because of what I might say about a woman you care for. She turned back to face me. What I'm about to tell you happened a long time ago, before you were born. I know you will say it doesn't involve you and Debbie, but just listen, okay? I'll explain soon. Yes, Mother, I said with a sigh. She gave me a serious look. You know, Bill, that while you have many good qualities, you have also had a sharp tongue since you were a teenager. It might have been the people you hung out with in high school. I took a quiet breath and replied, Mom, I'm sorry. This isn't the first time you've warned me about how you feel about Debbie. I know you mean well. I will listen and try to be more careful with what I say. There was a girl I knew in high school. She was actually about 4 years older than me. I had heard stories about her since junior high. Luann was one of those girls who grew up quickly, and boys paid a lot of attention to her. Is she related to anyone I know? You promised not to interrupt. Sorry, I just thought I could guess where this is going. As I was saying, she attracted boys and they were drawn to her, so it was not a surprise when she found herself in trouble at 16 in the 10th grade. Her parents kicked her out and she had nowhere to go, so she moved in with a 26-year-old man who had left his wife and kids. She had a son, but by then she was involved with 2 other men. For months, everyone talked about which man she would choose. It turned out that the president of the biggest bank in town left his wife and later married Luann and adopted her son. Then, the man who had helped Luann move into the trailer came to talk to the banker at his house, and it led to some bad outcomes. I think she believed that getting married meant she would have a safe future, but when the banker's first wife and other women in town found out about her, she disappeared one day. She was gone for 10 years. Then 1 month after her father passed away, she came back to look after her sick mother. By then, she had 3 kids and no husband. She moved in with her mother and tried to find work, but no one wanted to hire her. Eventually, she got a job at a restaurant just outside of town. Everyone thought she was close to the owner, but she brought in a lot of customers, so she became a regular employee there. She worked there even after your father and I got married. Many men came by the bar on weekends. Your dad didn't drink much, but his friends did, so he went along. Then I started hearing stories. Some were funny, while others were warnings from other wives. They said she seemed to have an interest in your dad. He was a tall, attractive man, and I wasn't the only girl who liked him in school. But once he started dating me, the other girls knew he was with someone, so I never worried. However, Luann was friendly with every man who walked into that bar. I don't think your father took her intentions seriously. I began to notice the stories I heard, and went by the bar a few times to see how she always chatted with him. That's when our first real argument started. I told him I didn't want him going there and that I didn't want him talking to her. He didn't take it well. His pride got in the way, and he said his friends would make fun of him for letting his wife control him if he stopped going to the bar. Someone would discover that I told him to avoid it. He said I couldn't trust him if I thought a barmaid could distract him. I tried to explain. It wasn't him I didn't trust, it was her. There was just something about her. I had seen how men looked at her, men who were usually good family men. She just had a way of charming people. But he couldn't see it. Sometimes the ones we care for can be unaware of what is right before them. So we argued, and I felt like I was losing him. The more I talked about my worries, the more interesting she seemed to him. I could see it coming, and if he ever acted on those feelings, I knew I couldn't stay with him. One day, while he was at work, I packed a suitcase and left. I called my aunt in Miami, and she sent me money for a train ticket. I stayed with her for almost a week until he arrived. You didn't tell him where you were going or why? This was the first time I had heard this story, and it didn't sound like the parents I had known. But there were many things about their life that I didn't understand. She smiled softly. No, I thought he'd know why I was gone and come looking for me. If he wanted me, he would find me, and he did. We talked, and I told him I loved him, but I wouldn't go back unless he promised to stay away from that woman. He promised me, and he kept it. He never returned to that place, and when she came to him, he walked away. She smiled again. We didn't have any problems after that, and you were born almost 9 months after he came to get me. I tried to picture them as a young, happy couple, but I couldn't. She smiled again, but this time it was different. She seemed younger, and for a moment I could see her as the lively young wife she had once been. It helped that I met someone when I was in Miami. I placed my hand over my heart and said, "Mom, please, there are some things I really don't need to know." "You are so serious, Bill. Do you think we found you under a cabbage patch? Please, Mom." My aunt was dating a Cuban guy at the time. The first night I was there, they planned to eat at a Cuban restaurant, and they made me go with them. It was enjoyable. I had never tried Cuban food before. Even though I thought I wouldn't be hungry, I found I was. After dinner, they took me to a lively club. Back home, we had bars, but I had never been in a nightclub. I had drinks before, but not like this. In the 60s, where I lived, women didn't go to bars unless they were seen a certain way. I had lived in a small town all my life. She gave me a strange smile. For some reason, children never think their parents were once young. Believe it or not, I was young once. Anyway, I probably had a bit more to drink than I should have and tried foods I'd never heard of. The music was exciting and made my heart race, and young men kept asking me to dance. I had never danced like that before, but my aunt and her friends said this was a friendly place and they knew almost everyone. It was safe. So I found myself out on the dance floor. It was warm, and there were many unfamiliar scents. I had only danced with a few boys from my hometown and your father, but it felt thrilling. Before the night ended, I met a man, a Spanish man. He was older, well-dressed, and spoke nicely. He was polite and told me his name was Rojas, which means red in English. He asked if I would join him and his friends at another place. I told him no. I was a married woman just visiting my aunt. She explained to him that I was from a small town and not used to this kind of place. He was very nice and apologized if he had been too forward, but he asked if I would be going out the next night. That was Friday night. My aunt said we would probably return because her boyfriend liked the place. He stood up and said he hoped to see me there. After he left, my aunt's boyfriend joked that it was too bad I was married because the older man seemed to be important and well off from South America. The next day, I stayed at my aunt's home while she was at work, and there was a knock at the door. It was him. I was a bit surprised, but he told me he was in Miami for work and would only be there a few more days. He said he had asked around to find out where I was staying and wanted to invite me to lunch at a restaurant on the corner. I kept the door closed and told him I couldn't go with him. He asked why, and I explained that perhaps things were different where he was from, but where I lived, married women didn't go to lunch with strangers. He apologized again and left. I kept the door locked for the rest of the day. That night, He was at the club. Even though he made me a little nervous, he kept me entertained. No other men who had asked me to dance came near, and he bought drinks from my table. When we danced, he apologized again and explained that he came from a very different background in Colombia and was used to different social customs. He was charming, and I gradually felt less anxious around him. He was engaging, and I felt comfortable, even smiling back at him. We returned to that bar 3 more times that week, and each time, he was there. No one approached me to dance, or they stepped back when they saw who I was with. He was funny and respectful and never crossed any lines. He tried to get a bit closer to me one time, and I reminded him that I was married. I made it clear that if he forgot that again, I wouldn't come back to the bar, and I would not see him again. He looked surprised, and I think I caught him off guard. He asked me to dance again, assuring me that nothing would happen, saying he had misunderstood me. After that, he didn't try anything again. I wasn't really angry. Men can be playful, and he was fun to be around. So we danced again, and I lost myself in the music. He really was a great dancer. Then he stopped dancing and looked at something behind me. I felt his presence before I saw him. When I turned around, I recognized your father's anger. He stepped between me and Señor Rojas, saying he had driven a long way and wanted to talk somewhere we could hear each other. We went back to my aunt's house and talked all night. The next day, he drove me home. She smiled at me in a way that made her seem younger. We never talked about Señor Rojas, but I could tell later that your father was thinking about him at times. His face would change when he thought about it. I knew he trusted me completely, and I never broke that trust. Still, I thought it was important for him to understand that while some women liked him, some men liked me too. I don't think he ever forgot that. That was interesting, Mom, but what's the main point? You've always thought that I disliked Debbie because of that one time. It's partly true, but that's not the whole reason. Luann was a decent person. She raised 4 good children and cared for her mother until she passed. Most of the issues with Luann were because men approached her. She never created any problems herself. Men just seemed to lose their common sense around her. And you think Debbie is like Luann? No, I mean Debbie is Luann. Mom, you promised to let me finish. I didn't meet anyone like Luann until I met Debbie. You know about her. Do you have any idea how many men she was with before you, do you? She was adventurous, I know that. She shared some of her past with me, enough for me to understand what her life was like before we met. I didn't expect her to be inexperienced. Don't you think people can change? People can change, but not her. I'm sorry you feel that way, but it doesn't matter now. We're divorced. She could be seeing other people now, and I can't speak on that. I don't believe she has gone back to her old ways. Both BJ and Kelly still talk to me. She stood up. It wouldn't matter to me, Bill. I can tell you're still thinking about her. Oh, come on. You'll do what you want, Bill. You always do. I can see you going back to her, and I hope you don't. She had a life before she met you. And I believe she was mostly loyal to you during your marriage. But I think she strayed. If you go back, she might again. I'm not saying this to hurt you, but some people just aren't meant to be with one person for their whole life. She went inside and left me alone in the warm Orlando night. I relaxed in the swing and watched the fireflies glowing near the streetlights. It looked like a scene from the late 1800s or early 1900s. Single-story homes, mostly wood, but the concrete ones looked like wooden houses. The roads were well kept, streetlights were working, and there were houses with front and back yards. Since this was a family area, there were many basketball courts on the edges of driveways where kids could play safely while their parents came and went. The scene reminded me of the older television shows that were played often on the small station serving coal mining communities in West Virginia when I was a kid. We still had reruns of Ozzie and Harriet, Leave It to Beaver, and My 3 Sons. These were shows with a mother and father or an uncle and father where children were cared for and all problems could be fixed in half an hour. I often wondered why it seemed so easy for some people. They got married and their wife and parents connected well. This led to happy times together during holidays or just to enjoy each other's company and let the older family spoil the kids. My mother had never really liked my wife, even though she cherished my children. I could honestly say Debbie didn't have any strong feelings against my mother, though she had reasons to. She managed to put up with my mother's behavior pretty well, but we never traveled together or had joyful gatherings, and smiles were scarce when they were in the same room. As I walked back into my mother's house, I saw the kitchen lights on. My mother and her two daughters-in-law were cleaning up and putting leftovers away. I could hear the sound of video games where my step-grandchildren were happily enjoying their evening. I made a mental note to be kinder to myself the next time I felt low. I had never had the ideal marriage, nor a great relationship with my mother-in-law. For the first time in 20 years, I was alone. Still, I recognized that I had a lot to be grateful for. My mother had always cared for me, even if she could be difficult. I had shared my life with a truly amazing person, and even if it hadn't lasted, I had those memories. I had two children who I felt sure I would be a part of their lives. Many would envy my situation, especially, I thought, as I slipped into the narrow bed, curling up around the warm shape under the light blanket. Later that night, I woke to a gentle presence beside me and one of those strange thoughts that sometimes come when you're between waking and dreaming. Señor Rojas. What were the chances? It couldn't be the same person. How could he have appeared in my life twice? Once seemed like a coincidence, but twice felt different. Just thinking about it made my head hurt. I reached out and pulled her closer to me. "Bill, it's late. Go back to sleep. I just want to hold you." She nestled closer under the warm blanket and her breathing slowed. I tried to relax into sleep, but my mind kept racing. Eventually, I noticed I had drifted off, falling into a deeper rest. You gotta know when to hold 'em. Monday, November 28th, 2005, 8 a.m. I arrived at the gym by 7:30 a.m. After the last few days, I felt a bit uncomfortable and sluggish, moving like an older person. I was happy to be working out, but I really wanted to stretch, lift weights, and run. After about 30 minutes, I felt sore, but more like myself. I figured I could get another half hour in, take a quick shower, and head to the office. While doing sit-ups, I noticed a pretty brunette nearby. After a moment, I recognized her. "Hi, I haven't seen you in a while. Aren't you going to be late for class?" Laura Shepard was a high school English teacher who seemed to have started to care for Dave Brandon after his wife Darlene asked him to leave. "Just taking a personal leave day. Workouts feel good after Thanksgiving, don't they?" I nodded in agreement. I was a bit surprised. We had worked out together at different times over the last 8 months, and she had always been polite but distant. She didn't move and looked like she wanted to talk. I almost asked her what was new in her life when she said, "Dave Brandon has been your friend for years, hasn't he?" "Yeah. Are you friends with him?" "I'd like to think so. I guess I owe you a thank you. He took me out for dinner on Thanksgiving and then we went to see a movie. He mentioned you were the one who suggested he should go out and enjoy himself. He had a tough time for a while, but by the end of the night, I think he forgot his troubles and had some fun." "You don't owe me any thanks, but I appreciate what you did. Dave has been feeling down lately, and if you were able to lift his spirits for a day, that means a lot. Darlene wouldn't let him come home to see the kids, right? It's a tough situation. Yeah, what kind of person wouldn't let a father see his children on Thanksgiving? You don't know the whole story. She's feeling hurt and upset. It's just a tough situation. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. He is. Nice people make mistakes sometimes." She put her hand on my shoulder, and I sat up from the incline where I was doing sit-ups. "Can I ask you something serious and get an honest answer?" "I'll do my best to be clear. Is there any possibility there?" I looked at her, seeing how serious she was about him. "Honestly, I can't say for sure, and I couldn't give you any advice. The hard part for you is that he really cares for her and loves his kids. The bright side for you is that the decision is in her hands, and she was genuinely hurt. There's a small chance that she might not completely move on from this, which could change things. He did something quite hurtful. Even if I ended up with him, would he really be worth it? As a former president said, what does bad mean? It was a poor choice, and he broke the trust of a good woman. But as for how serious it was, you'll need to figure that out for yourself. I can confidently say he didn't look for trouble. Trouble found him." She looked around the gym, noticing young men and women chatting and exercising together, as well as older folks working hard to stay healthy. Do you ever wonder how many of these young people might start a connection with just a glance? And how many will build relationships quickly? Then there are those of us who work hard for years, putting in effort and even trying online dating, only to end up alone. And then you see someone special and start to think maybe, Dave seems like a good guy. and maybe something will grow between you. Or maybe not. But you are a wonderful person. Just keep your heart open. Many good things in my life came when I least expected them. I never saw them coming. After a moment, she walked away, and I returned to my workout. That was easier than giving advice on topics I didn't fully understand, like what it means to be happy. 9 a.m. I had just entered the office and settled in to check for any messages from the long weekend or updates on the computer. I opened the blinds and noticed the hazy late November sky. There was something about the winter season that made me feel good. Most people, I believe, feel the opposite. Summer is when they thrive. I guess that makes me more like a mushroom. Gray, cloudy weather was my time to shine. Mr. Maitland. I pressed the intercom button. Cheryl? There's you have a visitor. Cheryl rarely struggled to find the right words, but I was feeling optimistic, and as long as they didn't come in creating problems, I thought I could handle anything on a difficult Monday. What a mistake that was. She walked into the room, or rather, she stepped into my office. I started to stand, then sat back down. She wore a green, sparkly outfit that was loose enough to suggest calm beneath the fabric. Yet, it also fit closely enough to catch my eye. It reached her knees, showing just enough of her legs to spark curiosity. The high heels she wore added to her strong presence. I was taken aback and somewhat confused. She had ended our relationship, so why was she here now? Myra, was all I could say. Mr. Maitland. She stood there looking at me. It felt like a long moment, but it was probably less than 30 seconds before I finally spoke. Miss Martinez, does Edwards need to see me? No. My throat felt really dry all of a sudden. In that case, why? She gave me a look that reminded me of when she asked me to stay out of her life. Have you missed me? She was speaking English, but I didn't quite understand at first. I missed you. Her green eyes sparkled. Have you missed me? I remembered a song that Kelly had played during a touching moment. I had taken a rare break from my busy life to enjoy it with her. The song brought back memories of a time I thought I had forgotten. Do I miss you, Miss Martinez? Do the deserts miss the rain? She stepped closer to me, moving gracefully. How do you know that line? I didn't know you liked modern music. There are probably many things you don't know about me, just like there were things I never learned about you until it was too late. Now, just the desk stood between us. I missed you. More than I thought I would. What did you miss about me? She pointed to herself. Was it just this? I copied her gesture. Of course I missed that and those. I'd be silly not to, but I guess I missed you too. You remember? I dreamed about you, wanting more than just a moment together. That's why you ended things without any warning. I thought about Gordon Evers. Is that why you ended things with Chief Evers? Was he another who made things confusing? I felt a familiar pinch of emotion. I knew her expression was not one she'd show to a new partner when talking about me. I made a big mistake with Gordon. One I won't make again. He fell for you. Yes, but more importantly, I fell for him. Why didn't you just marry him, Myra? Is being with one person so hard? She looked at me, and I wished I could understand what she was thinking. He couldn't give me what I wanted, and he wouldn't let me go to find someone who could, so I had to end things. I paused, but couldn't help asking, could I ever give you what you want? She shook her head gently. No, that's why I won't let myself fall for you. I stood up behind the desk, glad for the space between us. Well then, there's not much left for us to talk about, is there, Miss Martinez? Only if you're ready to marry me and commit to a life that keeps me from looking elsewhere. I've given up trying to control that kind of thing. But why did you come here? You don't want something serious, and I know many others can offer you what you're after. What do you want from me? She turned away, walked to the door, and locked it. Then she looked back at me with a calm face. What I want from you is simple, she said, her eyes showing more than her words. I felt the tension in the room, but I tried not to fall into the same habits as before. She leaned back, changing her posture while I sat quietly, thinking about what she said. You've made quite an impression, Mr. Maitland, she said with a little smile, touching her face. I nodded, still taking in the moment. "I've always enjoyed our talks, Myra," I replied, steering clear of any awkward topics that had come up before. "Well, I'm glad you feel that way," she said as she turned toward the bathroom. "I'll clean up before I leave. Do you have some air freshener?" I nodded. "Yes, it's in the cabinet." As she went to the bathroom, I thought about her earlier question. She was certainly captivating, but I knew that giving in would only make things more complicated. I shut my eyes for a moment, considering what lay ahead. When she looked back, she asked, "So, do you think we could do this again sometime?" I paused, knowing the potential problems. "I think we both know where that might lead, Myra. Maybe it's best to keep things as they are." Even so, when I wasn't focused on work, I found myself struggling with new feelings I had never felt before. Myra took about 45 minutes to get ready before I unlocked my office door and walked her out, while Cheryl watched carefully. As Myra walked away, Cheryl looked at me and said, "There's going to be quite a buzz about this later. I expect some people from entertainment tonight here before the day is over." "Just remember, you haven't seen or heard anything today," I replied. "Something tells me I'm going to get a really nice Christmas present from my boss this year." Monday, November 28th, 2005, 3:45 p.m. Cheryl buzzed me as I tried to calm myself down. The day had been busy with follow-ups on cases that were almost done and preparing for upcoming cases in January and February. At the end of November and the start of December, my focus was on finishing things up. Most judges and prosecutors wanted all cases resolved before the holidays. It made things harder when trials ran into this time, as judges, prosecutors, and police turned their attention to holiday celebrations and family. Also, jurors and witnesses often lost their focus during the festive season. It was possible to carry cases into the weeks before Christmas, but it brought challenges for everyone involved. I expected a hectic day, but I didn't foresee Myra walking into my office ready to set aside the issues between us. Whatever I had expected today, that was not in my plans. I took a few deep breaths and looked out the window behind me at the sky changing as evening approached. With the time change, clouds would cover the sky soon. The light was about to dim, creating a quiet mood that I needed to settle my racing heart. After a moment, I felt my heartbeat slow down and pressed the intercom button. "Yes," Cheryl answered. "Mr. Maitland, Mr. Lyle, and Mr. Kevin Butler are waiting outside to see you." It took me a second to remember their names, especially after the earlier surprise Myra had brought. Hours had passed, but I still felt a bit shaken. "Okay, send them in, Cheryl," I said. Lyle entered first, followed by Butler. Lyle was a slim man, about my height or a little taller, and as attractive as I had heard from some of the female staff. He had light hair, a nice smile, and dressed sharply, looking like a college professor. He reminded me a bit of Doug Baker, but better looking. I promised myself not to hold that against him. Butler was around 6 feet tall, had light brown hair, and wore a suit and tie that seemed new for him. Someone must have told him to dress nicely for this meeting. Lyle nodded at me, and I motioned for him to sit, then did the same for Butler. "Thank you for meeting with us today, Mr. Maitland," Lyle said, his strong Boston accent making me think about how people notice different ways of speaking. "No problem, Mr. Talbot. I read the memo from Mr. Hopper a couple of weeks ago. Some things came up, and I didn't officially approve it until now. But I can save you time by saying that I agree with what he suggested. I'll sign the paperwork to let Mr. Butler enter pretrial intervention. I had planned to do that earlier." "Thank you, Mr. Maitland. I've reviewed Kevin's case, and I believe what you're doing is kind and sensible. Kevin poses no danger to our community, and keeping him in jail would waste resources." Butler looked at me for the first time and said, "Thank you, Mr. Maitland. I won't let you down." "I trust you won't have any more issues while you're under this agreement." He simply nodded, looking embarrassed. After his wife had disappeared 6 months ago, his life had become quite difficult. He was barely hanging on to his job at a local television station, limiting his drinking to the weekends. Most companies would have let him go by now, but his employers seemed to feel sorry for him. He had no criminal record and had been a respectable and responsible young married man. Until the day he had an argument with his young wife, she left their home in a hurry and was never seen again. About a week later, her car was found abandoned on Interstate 95 north of Jacksonville. Her credit card hadn't been used since then, and despite the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office sending out missing person alerts throughout the Southeast, no one had seen her. There were also no demands for money. This left him in a terrible situation, facing a future filled with doubt. She could be gone forever, or worse, involved in something far away with no signs of her. This kind of situation reminded me of when I traveled to France to meet Philippe Archambault. Young girls had gone missing from some of the worst areas in Paris, only to end up in Florida, headed to various places. The plight of vulnerable people is a serious issue worldwide. On one hand, she could have made a sudden choice to leave her old life behind, swayed by someone new, longing for a fresh start. Or perhaps she planned the whole thing, built a new connection, and changed her identity. All these ideas seemed possible, but it was also likely that Kevin Butler would spend the next many years without ever knowing what happened to his wife. And that was only if he hadn't been dishonest, hadn't hurt her, and truly didn't know where she was. But Lyle and Doc Teller, whom he consulted about Butler, believed he was not capable of such actions and deserved a chance to fix the mistakes in his life. "Well, thank you, Mr. Maitland," Lyle said, standing and signaling for Butler to do the same. "We won't take up any more of your time." Butler turned to leave when I stopped him with a question. "Did you hurt her, Kevin?" He just stared at me. "I have to ask. Lyle and Doc Teller have worked with you, and I trust their opinion. But I don't know you. Did you have a disagreement that got out of hand? People sometimes act rashly in heated moments. Is that what happened?" I thought I noticed a flicker of emotion in his eyes. "Don't you think I wish I could confess to something, Mr. Maitland? If I had done something wrong, I could accept whatever would come next. But I didn't hurt her. I was just sitting in my chair watching wrestling, and we had a silly fight that made her leave without me stopping her. I can't confess to something I didn't do, and now I'll have to carry this guilt forever." He walked away, but Lyle stayed. "I've seen people with real issues, Mr. Maitland. When I was a kid in Boston, I was around a crowd that caused real problems. I might have become one of them if my mother hadn't stepped in. He's not like that. He's just a man weighed down by regret." "I think you're right. But that's why Hopper brought this to me. He didn't want to lose his job if we are wrong or if Butler acts unpredictably later. If the media and advocacy groups find out we let someone dangerous go free, they will blame me. They won't come after you since you're just an unofficial advocate." He smiled. "I'm sure. That's one of the perks of being unofficial. No one can disregard you." "I don't think you worry too much about things like that, do you?" "Not really. Right now, I have much more on my mind than what might happen in the future. Before I leave, they give me some leeway since I've been volunteering as a liaison between the courts and different groups for some time. I think I'm going to try to get Kevin involved in the Guardian Ad Litem program." I shook my head. "I don't know about that. He's barely managing right now. Do you think he can handle situations involving home and child issues? Some of that might be too much for him." "It's what he needs. He feels bad for not acting when he had the chance and thinks he is responsible for what happened to his wife. He needs to focus on other victims and have a chance to help someone else. Who needs help more than an abused or neglected child? I'll have the paperwork signed and sent to Hopper today. Good luck. And if no one else has said it, thank you for your volunteer work here. Not many people give their time to help others like you do." I was lost once, and I was fortunate that people, starting with my mother, cared enough to help me. It's the least I can do. He had just left when Cheryl knocked, and I saw a familiar figure standing behind her. "Mr. Maitland, you have another visitor." I looked back at the darkening sky. I could have stayed in and worked late, but I honestly didn't want to. After what had just happened with Lyle and Butler, I was uncertain about what I wanted to do. I felt restless, even after getting through a tough situation earlier. I fought the urge to call Debbie and meet for coffee or anything else nearby. I had already stepped too far back into her life. Megan was out of town for work, and my grandmother, Heather McDonald, was happily busy with her young boyfriend. As I gazed out at the evening sky, I again thought about how comforting it is to have a partner in life. When you are with someone, you always have a place to go in the evening without needing to think about it. "Ahem, Mr. Maitland." When I turned back to Cheryl, she was nodding toward the door. I glanced at the figure behind her and said, "I'm sorry, miss. Please excuse my rudeness. I usually don't ignore visitors. I just got distracted. Come in." The woman with the large gun. As Cheryl stepped back, a woman moved around her and entered my office. I tried not to stare. She was slightly shorter than me, with bright red hair cut short near her neck. It was a cool day, which explained her snug black leather jacket that fit perfectly. Her tapered jeans also fit very well. Her outfit was completed by a pair of fitted black boots that matched her jeans. I wondered why my wife Debbie never wore boots. Perhaps it would have made a difference. The woman also wore a large gun in a holster at her side. It looked like a classic firearm, and I wouldn't have been surprised if it was an old Colt. 45. She looked like she belonged on the cover of a law enforcement magazine. As she stood in front of me, she was sizing me up just like I was doing to her, though I suspected her expression was different from mine. "Mr. Maitland?" she asked. She looked at me with a mix of amusement and curiosity. "You seem a bit distracted. I can come back tomorrow if you're busy." "No." I stepped around the desk and shook her hand. Her grip was firm and cool. "I'm not usually this unfocused. Just had some things on my mind. But nothing so important that I can't talk for a few minutes. Who are you and why are you here? I assume you're with law enforcement or you wouldn't be carrying that firearm into the courthouse." She kept holding my hand and said, "I'm Roberta Gold from the United States Marshals Service." "A U.S. Marshal. I hope you don't think I'm being rude, but marshals usually don't look like you. You caught me off guard." She laughed a little and pointed to one of the chairs. I invited her to sit. Believe it or not, more marshals are women these days. It's better to have both men and women on the team. "I can believe that. But why are you here? We don't often work with the marshals. You usually team up with the U.S. Attorney's Office down the street." She crossed her legs, leaned back, and studied me for a moment. After about 30 seconds, I smiled, enjoying the unspoken exchange as we both looked at each other. "I'm a bit curious about what you're thinking, Marshal. I was just noting that you look different from your photos." "I know. I'm shorter." She shook her head and gave me a smile that seemed to hold a secret. "No, it's just that pictures don't show you in your best light." "What do you mean?" "There's something about you. I'm trying to figure it out, but I can't just yet. In my job, you learn to read people quickly, but you're a bit of a puzzle." "That's what my wife used to say." She finally stopped trying to understand me. "I have been assigned to prepare for the Mendoza trial if it comes to this area next year. I need to check out the place, see if there are any weak points in your security, and look for any risks with your staff. Most importantly, I need to get to know Jacksonville. Since you will be very important in this, I want to get familiar with you too. Something tells me that most men don't mind the idea of you getting to know them. In a professional way only, Mr. Maitland." "Of course. Well, my office will make sure you are treated well. Whatever you need, we will provide. If Mendoza comes here, I want it to go smoothly." She stood up and stretched. I stood up too. She was looking at me again. "You can talk to me. I'm real." She laughed softly. "You wish. That's not a usual line, but I guess you're used to being well known. As much as anyone can be. But I'm still just an ordinary person. I put my pants on one leg at a time." She bent over and I thought she was gasping, but then I realized she was laughing. "I'm not that impressive, Miss Gold. What did I say?" She took a few deep breaths and wiped her eyes. "I just imagined you jumping into your pants both legs at a time." Then she started laughing again. "I'm supposed to be serious, but I get no respect." She straightened up and said, "It's been nice, Maitland, but I can tell you want to leave. I just arrived, got a room, and came here to introduce myself. It's been 10 hours since I had any decent food apart from an airplane sandwich. Can you help me find a good restaurant?" I looked around the office, then outside at the night sky. I thought about going back to my place to watch something on TV that I'd forget soon after, or going out alone to have a drink. "I can do better than that, Miss Gold. I'm about to finish up. You can pick from sushi, wings, Mexican food, or steak. They're all close to here at the landing. We could eat together if you don't mind." "You don't have to do that, Maitland. I really don't need a guide. I've been to many strange cities, and many stranger than Jacksonville." "It's not a date, Gold. I usually work late if I'm not at the gym, but I'm just in a different kind of mood tonight." I wanted to go out, and I thought about who I could invite. "It's your choice, but I know the area well, And if you'd like to talk more, this would be a great chance. How is the Mexican food there? It's good. They have some dishes you won't often find around here. I might be disappointed. I worked in the Tex-Mex border towns for a while, and they serve real Mexican food. I don't expect the same kind of honest experience in Jacksonville, Florida, but having someone with me would be nice. Would you like me to pick you up at your hotel, or would you rather just come with me? We can go together. I stepped out from behind my desk and stood in front of her. She looked at me with a curious expression. Do you want to use the restroom before we go? A restroom? As soon as I said it, I noticed what she was looking at. Oh, no. She had a hint of a smile. I thought you might be too young for that kind of issue. If not, your office must be a pretty welcoming place. I considered trying to cover the visible mark on my dark pants, but felt it was too late for that now. Well, luckily there's a small bathroom with a shower just across the office. It's one of the few good things about this place. I don't want to surprise Cheryl. So, Cheryl, your secretary would be surprised. I gave her a stern look. It's nothing to do with Cheryl, Marshall. It's a personal matter. Please forget you saw this. She smiled for real this time and shook her head. Sorry, Maitland. I can keep quiet about what I see, but I can't forget what I just noticed. I rubbed my bald head, a habit I'd picked up recently. This is nothing related to my work, and I really want to keep it private. She nodded, and I made my way to the small bathroom behind her. I tried to clean the mark with a wet cloth and soap, but it just looked like I had an accident. Hopefully, the courthouse staff had left already. When I came out, she just looked at me and shook her head. Any woman could tell you that getting marks out of men's clothes can be tough. You know a lot about this? I was married for 4 years to a fellow marshal who often came home with marks like that. After a while, you learn to spot them. I couldn't help but grin. Well, Marshal, this meeting has been quite interesting. We were learning a lot about each other. As we walked into the busy first floor of the Mexican Rose, I held the door for her. A young waiter came over, clearly recognizing me and speaking quickly in Spanish. I gestured for him to slow down, but she translated for me. You must have made a strong impression the last time you were here. The waiter said there hasn't been this much excitement around here in 3 years. It got a bit intense, but it was just a Friday night argument, really. You find that in every bar or restaurant that serves alcohol on weekends. There was no real trouble. And he asked if your friend is joining you tonight? Maitland just shook his head. He followed the waiter to a small table in the corner. Dancers moved in the center of the room, but the music came from a stereo at another table. Maitland pulled out a chair for her and she sat down. Then he took the seat next to her. I have to say, Maitland, you don't see that kind of courtesy much anymore. They don't hold doors open for ladies or pull out chairs anymore? Not really. Sorry. That's how my mother taught me. I'm too set in my ways to change. I hope I didn't offend you by treating you like a lady. I don't know any lady who would be upset about that, unless they prefer different kinds of gestures. You're not one of those women? I would have thought differently, especially with your strong presence. I expect to be treated like a serious professional when I'm on duty. I believe in being paid fairly for my work, just like any man. I will stand up for myself if I feel overlooked for any reason. But in a setting like this, kindness is appreciated. The waiter arrived with menus and waited patiently. She scanned the menu and then ordered in fluent Spanish, making the waiter smile. She laughed and said to Maitland, "Tell me what you want, and I'll order. I worked the Tex-Mex border for a few years." "Thanks. There's a dish I like, but I can't remember the name. It's chicken and beef with peppers and onions in a cornmeal shell. Just ask for the filling only chicken and veggies and no cornmeal, and I'd like a large water." She told the waiter, who nodded eagerly and hurried off. "You have willpower. The aromas are making me hungry. I didn't realize it had been so long since I ate." He took a sip from a large glass of water the other waiter had given him. The waiter returned with a beer. "You won't report me for having a beer or two while on duty, will you?" "Your secret is safe with me." A plate of nachos and dip arrived at the table, and Maitland watched in amusement as she quickly ate them. He glanced at her, noticing her enjoyment. Well, he had been polite, so she would let the distraction slide. "Did something catch your attention?" "Considering we're adults, I hope it doesn't surprise you to hear that you have a lovely figure. I'm just curious how you keep in shape while treating yourself like this. She took another nacho and followed it with a piece of chili. 1 or 2 hours in the gym every day. Circuit training, lifting weights, running sit-ups, and leg raises, just the usual exercises. Staying fit is important for this job. It helps in keeping others' attention, and I want to stay in shape. From what I've heard, you care about the gym, too. Guilty. Is this a new hobby for you, or have you always been into fitness? He shook his head and called the waiter. With 2 fingers up, he said in English, 2 of those, please, pointing to her drink. He turned to her. Do you want another? You're not going to drive home, are you? I always follow the traffic rules, drive safely, and I'll get a cab if I need to. Want another? If I can share the cab. While the waiter went to get their drinks, he looked out at the river and the lighted bridges. You must be joking. You know all about my marriage and divorce. I only started working out this year. Are you trying to win her back? I'm just keeping busy so I don't think too much about it or make any bad choices. It was a tough time and I wanted to avoid any bad situations. The news said it was hard. It was. How about you? She raised her drink and took a long sip. Not great. I had some hard times, but I got through it. Marriages often don't last, especially for people in difficult jobs like cops or marshals. There are always risks in the field, and people might think if they're not going to succeed, they might as well enjoy life while they can. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah, but I still would have confronted him when he came home from a meeting with my supervisor. He didn't even bother to hide that he had been around her. The waiter returned with their drinks. Maitland opened his and raised it to her. To marriages while they're still fresh. After clinking their bottles and taking a sip, she said, You seem to have made it through, though. There's not much left to do but find comfort or escape into something. That's true. But I think it's fair to say it didn't change my life much. I got rid of some things that weren't good for me. Besides being single and healing, my life went on much as it was. You lost some weight, moved away from old habits, and got back into being active again. You really transformed yourself. You're not the same person you were a year ago. Their talk paused as the waiter brought a small plate of meat and vegetables along with a platter of delicious snacks that Gold eagerly began to enjoy. As he picked at a piece of chicken, Maitland smiled at the marshal and said, It makes me happy to see someone enjoy their food so much. My last partner treated food like it was the enemy for the last few years we were together. She didn't eat very much, and she spent a lot of time at the gym while I never understood the fuss. It takes a lot of self-control, Maitland, especially if you haven't cared much about being fit, she replied. He took his time chewing, looking out into the night. Why do you seem so down, Maitland? I know the divorce was hard and you were together for a long time, but it seems like you've moved on. You're meeting new people, and I hear the Martinez woman is quite fascinating. You're single, doing well in your career, and have reconnected with your kids? You've done better than many divorced men. Why do you look so sad? He shifted his gaze back to her, leaving half his meal untouched. He finished his beer and gestured for another. How long were you married, Gold? 4 years. Do you have any kids? No. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the lights outside again. You know what they say? You never appreciate what you have until it's gone? That's true, she replied softly. They shared a moment of understanding, moving past small talk to something more meaningful. This felt important. It wasn't a perfect life. Looking back, I see that now. I always felt it wasn't just right. Deep down, I knew she didn't love me as much as I loved her. They say in every relationship, one person loves the other more, and that was definitely the case for us. I didn't think she didn't care, just not as deeply. But it was a good life. I never wanted to be anywhere else. I loved Jacksonville and Northeast Florida. I loved being a lawyer, especially as a prosecutor. I was proud to have a partner that many admired. I loved my kids, even if I sometimes didn't pay enough attention to them. So I worked hard to bring justice and went home every night to someone special. I had 2 great kids. Everyone knows Dallas plans to run for governor, and I think he'll succeed in 2006. What it means for me, I'm not sure, but I intended to stay here and keep doing what I loved. And then, just like that, it was all over. I found out she didn't love me, and I had become a stranger to my kids. I no longer had a home. He finished the last sip of his new beer. The truth is, Marshal Gold, I was happy as most people ever get. And now, that happiness is gone, never to return. She took a bite of her burrito and followed it with a large jalapeno pepper. If I have tears in my eyes, it's because of your story, not the spice, Maitland. You really know how to bring a person down. I appreciate your honest concern, Marshal. Would it make any difference? Probably not. In a little while, she had almost finished the food on her plate. If you want, I can take you to my gym, Hurley's, tomorrow morning or afternoon. You can work out there while you're in town. It's a good place, and it seems like you could really use it. She smiled. You smooth talker. Does that work for anyone? Basically, you could use some exercise. Just a professional suggestion, Marshal Gold. I wouldn't be flirting with a fellow officer, but I know I need to work out just by watching you eat. Actually, I do need a decent gym to use. I might be in town for a while, so yes, I'd appreciate your taking me there. No problem. How would you sum up your first interrogation with me? Productive? Interesting. Not sure yet how productive. Did you learn anything from your side? Just to never pick up the bill when we go out to eat. You government folks have much better expense accounts. As they stood up, she said, "This could be the start of a great friendship, Maitland. Claude Rains and Humphrey Bogart, Casablanca. Another classic movie fan. We're going to get along well." When the cab stopped at the Hilton, he watched as she got out. "I'm not going to walk you to the door, Marshal. Anyone silly enough to bother someone as capable as you deserves whatever comes their way." "I appreciate the thought, Maitland. Have a good night." Standing in the shower, she enjoyed the hot water streaming down. She thought about their meeting. She did like him. There was no denying it. If they had met outside of work, even though he wasn't conventionally good-looking, she would have felt a connection. That could be useful for the job. But something inside her reminded her that there was more to William Maitland than met the eye. To someone just glancing at him, he seemed like a hard-working and dedicated person trying to make a fresh start. Yet, there was a deeper side that suggested he was hiding something. He didn't seem dangerous or untrustworthy, but he wasn't exactly what he seemed. Everyone had their secrets, after all. It was part of being human, but his could lead to significant issues. It was her duty to make sure he didn't upset the balance. Thursday, December 1st, 11 a.m. A taste for blood. The day was windy and wet. This far north, the temperatures in November rarely went above the 60s, but the strong winds pushed them down into the 40s. There wasn't real rain, but the winds carried drops of moisture too cold to be called rain, yet too warm to be snow. The hospital took up a city block, and even on a Thursday morning, the emergency room was busy. The main entrance was as busy as a hospital in a big city on a day full of emergencies. Patients, families, and medical staff moved around, and few noticed the two doctors in white scrubs who entered together. As they walked through the crowded emergency room, they avoided the rescue teams and nurses who were rushing by. Interns tried to chat with their colleagues before they moved away. The doctors walked with purpose, showing that they were familiar with the place. In a busy hospital where many came and went, no one questioned where they were going. At the entrance to a section meant for military and other secure patients, two security guards stepped out from a hidden area connected to a few agencies and stopped them. The shorter guard handed over his papers first. After looking at them, the guards then focused on the taller doctor, who also presented his papers. The guard known as Pitbull glanced at the papers and then at the slim briefcase the doctor carried. "Open it," he said firmly. The taller doctor didn't open the case. Instead, he replied confidently, "You're not going to get anything from me." Pitbull reacted quickly. "Open the case. Phil, call for more security." The doctor continued to look at Phil. "You can reach out to your union if you want. But think about the consequences if you want to push this. I was assigned by a senator and have a lot of support." "Pitbull, maybe. Open the case and check that there's nothing suspicious inside." The doctor held the case towards Pitbull, unfastened two latches, and opened it to show what was inside. The guard, still alert, watched as the doctor reached in and took out a silver tablet. "What is this?" Pitbull asked. "We don't carry lots of paper records anymore. This tablet has detailed information on 40 patients," the doctor explained. "Who you going to see?" the guard pressed. The doctor placed the tablet back in the briefcase, closed it, and began to walk away. "This is too much trouble just to visit a patient. Come on, Paul, we have other places to be." The shorter doctor nodded in agreement. As they turned to leave, Pitbull called out urgently, "Don't walk away. We're not finished here." "You're done. If you keep this up, it won't go well for you or your partner," the taller doctor replied calmly. Phil stepped in, holding back his partner. "Think about this, Bull. They have the right papers. High-profile doctors come through here all the time. Sure, he might not be the friendliest, but they're usually legitimate." After a moment, Pitbull sighed and looked down. "All right, you might be right. They do have a presence." "Doc, please take a step back. I'm just doing my job," Pitbull said. The two doctors paused briefly but kept walking past the guards without saying anything more. As they moved away, Pitbull grumbled, "I can't believe how hard they make things." The doctors walked quickly down a bright corridor where there were no shadows. They reached a split in the hall and looked left towards another group of rooms and a nurse's station, then turned right. As they moved away from the station, they each put on surgical masks that covered their faces well. In just a few seconds, they took out large, shiny pens from their shirts and held them lightly between their thumbs and index fingers. Their pace slowed as they got closer to two men sitting in wooden chairs on either side of the hallway near a room. As the doctors approached, the two men stood up quickly. The taller doctor noted that the setup made it hard to deal with both men at once, unless you had two skilled defenders for each guard. "We're here," he said while gently squeezing the pen, which looked like metal but was made of soft plastic. His shorter partner did the same. Both guards tried to reach their faces as if they had an itch. However, before they could lift their hands, they both fell forward onto the floor. The guards gave a small shudder, their bodies trembling slightly. Their hands opened and closed as if they were trying to grab something, but the doctors knew they wouldn't make it. Their legs began to wobble. The shorter doctor reached into his pocket, moved the pen to his other hand, and pressed a button that stopped the cameras and microphones in the hallway from working. Meanwhile, in a basement control room watching over this area, agents observed a recorded video of the two doctors smiling at security and walking past them, disappearing around a corner. Two actors made to look like the guards continued to watch for another 10 minutes. The tall doctor pulled one of the fallen guards by his feet towards a plain door a short distance away. He motioned to the shorter doctor, saying, "Help me pull him. There's enough left to cause serious trouble. And be careful not to touch the pens." "Don't worry, Frank. I'd rather avoid that. These things give me the creeps. They look like specimens from biology class, just twitching. I hope they're really out cold. It doesn't matter how it goes. When it's over, and you won't care about your appearance." They carefully moved the two people, who were still twitching slightly, into a room filled with medical supplies and uniforms for doctors and nurses. Again, they gently covered the bodies with uniforms. Just as they started to leave, Bulldog looked back and noticed a small movement beneath the white piles. He quickly stepped aside and hurried out of the room. "Oh no, Frank, I'm sorry. I thought I would be sick. They're still moving. Can't I just end this?" "Do you want to take the blame for ruining this mission just because those two make you uneasy? You've handled more difficult situations than this," Frank replied. "It's not that. It's just how they won't calm down. It feels wrong. Just stay here and take care of anyone who might come by. I'll handle the target," Frank instructed. Frank moved toward the patient room and, with his left hand, took out a small silver tablet from his jacket. He also had a plastic automatic weapon resembling a Glock, with harmless bullets. Out of habit, he listened for sounds and heard only soft voices. The target was supposed to be alone. It could be the television, but if anyone else was in there, they would have to change their plan. He opened the door and stepped inside. Ambassador Jeffrey Carrington lay in the hospital bed, propped up at about a 30-degree angle, watching a talk show. Frank noticed the surveillance cameras but didn't pay them any attention. An earlier recording that mimicked the sound of guards in trouble was recreated with an actor playing the ambassador. The gray-haired man in the bed turned to face Frank and the weapon he held. He had a TV remote in his left hand and turned off the sound. With a slight smile, he said, "Took you long enough? I thought you forgot about me. The intelligence team said you'd made your point with my family. They thought coming for me would be too much. I expected you to come since your bosses are determined to finish what they started with me." "You're not scared?" Frank asked, standing just inside the door. The smile faded. "Why should I be? What can you do except end my life? I'm not afraid of dying. You've taken everything I cherished, every reason I had to get up in the morning." Then, strangely, he smiled once more. He pulled his right hand out from under the white sheet. In his palm, he held a small blue object with several antennae. "Actually, you've brought me the one thing I truly desire. See this? It looks like a toy, but it's not. It's a powerful signal device. No matter what kind of electronic tricks you have, this will send a signal that can't be blocked from 100 miles away. There are always security guards around, but right now there are 1,000 at every exit, on the roof, in the basement, on every floor. They have devices that can confuse anyone except their special team. No matter how skilled you are, they will stop you and take you away until you share everything you know." Frank slowly and carefully tucked the non-metallic gun back into the shoulder holster under his white coat. He held out his open hand to show that he had put it away. Ambassador Carrington's curiosity showed as he raised his hand with the signal for the H-bomb up high. "It doesn't matter if you hide the gun. I'm still going to call down all the power of the United States on you." "You're not a foolish man, Ambassador. Even if you set off that signal, I could still get rid of you in a second, and with our resources, I believe I could escape. But as you see, I've put my weapon away. Why have I done that? Because whether you turn on the alarm or not, I am not going to hurt you. If you activate it, I will just turn around and walk out." "Why? Why go through all this trouble?" "I'll gladly explain if you just give me a moment. Give me 2 minutes, and you will wish for a different outcome. If you don't do what I say, I will leave, and you will be safe." The ambassador looked at the man before him, his eyes showing tiredness. "I don't care what plan you have. You can't stop me from setting off the alarm. You'll either stay here or face serious problems. You're a professional, right? How many have you dealt with?" "A lot. I've been watching you closely. I want to see if I can find any fear in you. Have you ever thought about the moment everything changes? Do you know what it's like to simply not be here anymore?" "Honestly, no. But let me remind you, keep your hand off the alarm. I'm going to do something, and if you seem shocked, I won't hurt you. Once the government realizes what we have, they will make sure you are hidden away where we can't find you again. They won't let anything happen to you. This is your last chance to escape." Holding the silver tablet in front of him, he clicked the handles and opened it. Inside was a DVD player. He pushed a button on the side of the player. "Daddy, please make them stop! It hurts!" A shocked silence filled the room. "If you listen closely," the intruder said, "you will understand the pain your family experienced." There was silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of the ambassador. His eyes seemed empty, reflecting the weight of what he had just learned. The intruder wondered if the man had reached his limit. If he had, it could change everything. An unpredictable person can do just about anything, even set off the alarm he held. "Ambassador, stay with me. They never shared the whole truth with you, did they? You were too important to the government. They couldn't risk telling you what really happened. They thought it would weaken you, and they needed you in charge, but that's not true anymore." The intruder's voice softened. "Now, place the alarm gently on the bed and raise your hands. I will come over slowly. If you set it off, I'll have to leave. The authorities will find out, and they won't trust you again. They'll keep you there until they're sure your memories are gone. But even if buried deep, those memories will linger in your mind." The ambassador's eyes shone as he slowly placed the alarm on the bed and raised his arms. The intruder, keeping his focus, moved around the bed and took the alarm from him. Holding it carefully, he pulled out a weapon and stood over his target. The man in bed looked up with tears in his eyes and said, "Thank you." The intruder replied, "Everyone meets their end," then softly said, "Close your eyes." The scene changed as the intruder left the room and spotted a tall nurse standing in the doorway. She stepped back, surprised, as the small figure moved in quickly. The two men reached her almost at the same time, guiding her away and quietly closing the door behind them. They exchanged glances to ensure they looked fine before moving through the door quickly but without rushing. As they neared the two guards at the entrance of the secure area, Pitbull and Phil turned to face them. The taller man walked directly toward Pitbull and said, "I really don't like that name," as he passed by with determination. Phil stood still, thinking about his loved ones and the day ahead. "Don't, please. I didn't see anything," Bulldog urged. Frank was just upset. "Turn around." As Phil turned, a flicker of hope ignited inside him. But the smaller man moved swiftly, completing the task before hurriedly catching up to Frank. Thursday, December 1st, 5 p.m. A Taste for Blood, 2. Prentice leaned back in a comfortable chair meant for the techs who often worked long hours listening to voice transmissions, texts, videos, and emails. These chairs were known to help reduce health issues, like back or eye strain. They said this happened around 11:30 a.m. to noon. How long did it take you to get this information, and why was it delayed? He couldn't hide his frustration, realizing he was being unfair to the techs, who were among the best. But he was disturbed by the news that the Mendoza cartel had broken into a secure hospital and harmed a friend. He had known Ambassador Carrington for 20 years and had shared a meal at his home once. First, they had hurt his family for reasons that were hard to understand. Carrington had no ties to any investigations involving the cartel and knew nothing about the upcoming trial of Mendoza, which was likely to happen in Florida due to the possibility of a death penalty there. This situation gave the government strong leverage to encourage Mendoza to cooperate, especially with a prosecutor nicknamed the Angel of Death. Most public relations efforts, except for those from government agents in America and Mexico, had been using social media and other traditional ways to spread the belief that the American Angel of Death would challenge the power of the cartel. If the Angel won the court case and turned Mendoza against the cartel, it would show a big loss for them in their ongoing struggle for power between the old and new cartels. Now, they had killed the ambassador. The only reason that made sense was that they were declaring war on the United States. They clearly did not fear the Mexican government and were showing a lack of fear towards the U.S., which could lead to serious issues in America. Harris, who was in charge of operations during this shift, stayed calm. He knew that Prentice and the ambassador had been friends. "It took us a while, but we managed to get the actual footage. Their team was skilled and had clearly studied the staff and technology. We had to keep an eye on everything around the ambassador's room. They thought their fake signal would replace the real footage. But they didn't know that we keep 3 separate feeds from different cameras and recording devices. Their false signal didn't remove the real recordings. It just added an extra layer that the local security team couldn't access. We were able to see everything that really happened." He stood close to Prentice. "Are you sure you want to see this, Mr. Prentice?" "Why?" "It shows what happened during an attack. It's not too graphic, but since he was your friend, it might be hard to watch even if you didn't know him well." "Go ahead." There was silence for a long time as he watched, feeling the heaviness of each moment. The scene in the ambassador's room finished, and the 2 operatives quickly took down a nurse, showing their skill. He had previously prepared himself to witness parts of the video concerning the unfortunate fate of Ambassador Carrington's family, but efforts had been made to keep Prentice from knowing everything about their loss. As the recording went on, he saw the 2 attackers take out 2 more security guards without any hesitation or difficulty. And then they disappeared out the door, and that was the last we saw of them, Harris summarized. "Clearly, the nursing staff and security measures were not enough to stop this," Prentice noted. "They figured out all the information they needed to plan the attack. We need to address this matter, and I want to know who at the hospital leaked confidential information to make this happen. The Spook Brigade will track them down and fix the security gaps, but it won't change much. Ongoing funding will always reveal more weaknesses." Prentice looked at the tall figure who wore a surgical mask during their talk. "You're probably right, but I want to find the person who harmed Ambassador Carrington before his unfortunate passing. I want to hold them responsible for what they did after we gather more details. We are doing a thorough facial recognition check of everyone who has ever worked for the U.S. or any other government we're connected with. We are looking at pictures of known risks and some unknown people we want to identify. So far, we haven't had any luck." Harris pointed towards the break room at the end of the hallway. "We can offer coffee or some refreshments if you'd like to stay and see what comes up." Prentice thought about this. He didn't really want anything stronger, but coffee might help his stomach. He had managed many operations before, but Carrington's situation was unique. Carrington had lived in the world of diplomacy. As he walked toward the break room and smelled a good Colombian brew, one of the techs at the communications console called out to Harris. "Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris?" Both men turned. "What's up? Mr. Harris?" The tech hesitated, waving for Harris to come back to the console. "Mr. Harris, there's a call coming through from Mr. Prentice." Harris hurried back to the console and answered the phone urgently. "All right, who is this? Nobody has this number, and nobody from the president down to the head of the NSA is supposed to have it. Just having this number is a serious breach of national security. Call me someone who prefers to stay out of the spotlight. No offense, but you can't threaten me. Now I need to talk to Prentice." With the call on speaker so Harris could listen, Prentice asked, "How did you get this number, McLaren? I thought you were gone." Prentice had met the former head of active Army counterintelligence a few times over the years, but his distinct, raspy voice matched his silver-haired, rugged look. "I really thought you were gone. You've been out of the field for at least 10 years, and I haven't heard your name in nearly that long. Well, when you're meant to be retired or dead, you don't want your name getting around too often. Anyway, why are you calling on a highly secure line? And nobody is supposed to break through your top-secret tech that no one else can reach. You know, everyone thinks they have secret tools that no one else knows about. The NSA believes they have the newest technology. The CIA thinks they're ahead, and Homeland believes they are the smartest." Harris looked upset, but Prentice just shook his head, signaling Harris to stay quiet. "I understand your point, but why come forward now, after being hidden away for so long, and say you've used our latest secret technology?" "I wouldn't have said anything, but I still care about what's going on in the world. I noticed the facial recognition search you were doing and connected that with some other things I heard. In short, I have some information that might be important, along with a warning." Prentice rubbed his chin. McLaren often surprised him with his actions. Though he'd never seen a snake, he had often heard McLaren compared to one, so he could almost picture it. Still, McLaren had only lied to him a few times over the years. Most of the time, he was trustworthy. "I'm listening. What do you have? And what do you want?" "Nothing right now. Think of this as a friendly gesture from the past." "I appreciate that, but I don't fully trust it. Let's talk." "The man you're looking for, the one who was involved in the incident with your ambassador at the hospital, is Frank Benton. He served in Iraq and Afghanistan from 1990 to 2000. After he retired, he has been involved in different activities for the last 5 years. Check his background. I'll wait." In just a moment, a photo of a neat, serious-looking soldier appeared along with his ID and details at the bottom. Was this a recruiting picture? No, it's from his service file. He looks sharp. But that's him. He joined at 17 and retired at 30, completing many successful missions. Those are just numbers. You seem like you know him well. What kind of soldier was he? He was a solid soldier. He followed orders without questioning them. That's a way to answer without giving much detail. Maybe. Let me tell you a story to show you about Frank Benton. Back in 1998, he was assigned to work in Afghanistan in small, specialized units. There were also some teams from the French Foreign Legion there, known for their strong reputation. They truly take in tough individuals, but they are great soldiers. Anyway, Frank was on a patrol with 2 members of his team when they came across a Legionnaire who was running away from a group of 4 members of Al-Qaeda. He lost one teammate but managed to deal with the Al-Qaeda team. The Legionnaire was badly hurt, but mentioned he had left 2 more Legionnaires in a cave about a mile up the nearest mountain. Frank left his teammate with the injured man and climbed the mountain by himself. What happened next comes from the story of the only French survivor. He said the American who entered the cave was ready for a fight, but his gun didn't work. When he tried to use his backup gun, that one also jammed. A couple of the people in the cave had rifles, but their leader found it funny. He picked up a sword and told the others to do the same as they moved closer to the unarmed American. Frank managed to defend himself with a sword he grabbed. After the fight, he carried the Frenchman back down the mountain. Do you believe this? The French army accepted the Frenchman's story. They gave Frank the title of Chevalier de l'Empire, or Knight of the Empire. It's the highest honor a soldier can get in France, dating back to Napoleon Bonaparte in the early 1800s, along with other medals and awards. Prentice shook his head, trying to understand how the person McLaren described matched with the man who had caused his friend's death. The man Frank saved must have known someone important. No, that's not why. What do you mean? After Frank returned the injured Frenchman to his unit, he got new gear and went back up the mountain. Here's what happened next. And again, this isn't from anything Benton said. The cave was full of Al-Qaeda members who were planning their next move, not knowing that Americans might come back. When Frank entered the cave again, a few of them saw him. There was a brief moment of silence before the fight started. Then the struggle broke out. When it was over, Frank was hurt, and all the Al-Qaeda members were gone. How do you know this? There was one more Al-Qaeda member in the cave. Frank never noticed him. This man slipped into a smaller cave and stayed quiet until Frank finished. When Frank left, he ran away. If any of his own team had known, they would have treated him badly. He was later caught by an American patrol and told them what he saw. So, badly hurt, Frank carried the Frenchman who died over his shoulder and made his way down the mountain. He didn't make it far. A U.S. patrol looking for him found him, bleeding but still with the body on his shoulders. Frank was sent to Germany for medical care, where they managed to save his life and his left arm. And that, Prentice, is why Benton, who didn't quite deserve the Knight of the Empire honor in many ways, still received it and other awards for his bravery. They would have given him more if they could have thought of other ways to show their appreciation. Many soldiers might have gone into danger to save a living friend. I wonder how many would have gone alone into a cave full of enemies to bring back the body of a fallen soldier for his family. Prentice looked at the man in the American uniform. How did that man turn into someone who not only hurt a friend of mine but also wanted to break him? I can't answer that, Prentice. It's hard to know what someone is thinking, but let me tell you a story. Not another story, please. Do you want to understand how Frank became who he is? This won't take long. I grew up on a ranch in Montana. As a kid, I had the best dog ever, a big mixed breed called Sam. I loved him, and he loved me back. He was great at guarding our animals. One afternoon, a snowstorm was coming, and I went to the barn to gather eggs. I opened the barn door where we stored them in winter. The light was dim, and it was dark inside. I heard a noise that froze me. I stepped back, and that probably saved my life. A large bobcat lunged at me, swiping with its sharp claws. I held my arms out to protect myself, which kept me from getting hurt badly. The bobcat could have easily overpowered me, but then something moved in front of me, and Sam jumped on the cat. Sam was big, but the cat was almost his size. Any cat that big could be a real threat to a dog. They fought quietly. Sam didn't growl, and the cat didn't hiss. The bobcat might have won, but my dad came running with a shotgun. The bobcat got away through the back of the barn. I passed out and later woke up at the county hospital. I still have scars on my arms from that day. Sam was hurt, but my dad took him to the vet. We were scared he wouldn't make it, but he did. We found the bobcat a mile from our place. Sam had a tough decision to make that took days to figure out. Well, of course, I thought Sam was special. He was the best dog ever. What does this have to do with Benton? I don't see the link. The next winter was very harsh. A wolf got into the barn and frightened the chickens. Sam went in, but the wolf ran away instead of facing him. When my dad and I were cleaning up the mess, we thought we noticed something on Sam, but I just figured he brushed against something. 2 weeks later, our closest neighbors told us that something had attacked a calf. Sam's tracks were everywhere, and we found signs he had been lingering under our house. I knew what that meant. Anyone who grew up on a farm or ranch would understand. A dog that gets used to such things, it's a hard situation. My dad took him far from our home, but I still heard the shots. He buried Sam and never told me where. I was too upset to go, and I cried when I heard those loud noises. McLaren closed his eyes, and Prentice noticed a change in him. Then he opened his eyes again. Frank found a certain talent. I don't mean it literally. But he discovered he was good at taking lives. He was quite talented, and as a freelancer, he made a lot of money for what he first did for the U.S. government. It doesn't matter how good he is. He can still be stopped. You might have a chance, but I wouldn't count on it. We have an upper hand. Maitland. How do you know? You forget what I did for 40 years. It's not hard to guess. You've got the angel of death in the toughest area of the country. You're thinking of bringing Mendoza here for trial, convict him on a simple case, and get information from him. I had forgotten how skilled you are. Not that I can confirm any of that. But if Benton comes into our area, we'll be ready. That's our advantage. Benton doesn't cause trouble for those he doesn't like, if you're right. He follows orders. So he'll come when we are ready. I'm surprised that he hasn't gone after Maitland yet. Acting early could prevent many problems. Prentice couldn't help but smile. It's nice to know you don't have all the answers. He saw confusion and annoyance on McLaren's face. He didn't like feeling left out. Share what you know. You know we're on the same side, and I can help more if I'm informed. Prentice laughed, even if it did little to ease the sadness of losing a friend. It felt good to share a light moment. Actually, I think it will be much more interesting to see you trying to uncover our insights. That's where the fun is. Why hasn't Benton come after Maitland when we weren't paying attention? Call me when you figure it out. Wait, don't hang up and leave me hanging. The two men looked at each other through the video screen. You're not going to tell me, are you? When silence answered his question, McLaren shrugged and said, It doesn't matter. I'll find out. But you should know he's heading toward Maitland, heading toward you. They've marked their territory. They've already taken down 2 ambassadors and 1 ambassador's family. They won't let Maitland embarrass them by breaking Mendoza. He might be as dangerous as you say, but he's just one man, and we have the U.S. government backing us. Don't send regular officers against him. You're just putting them in unnecessary danger. And no regular troops. Use special forces, black ops, mercenaries, whatever it takes. He won't be coming alone. He's the worst you'll face, but he won't be alone. If I didn't know better, McLaren, I'd think you're worried about this guy. I'm not worried about him. I believe he's the most dangerous person out there. Regular security can't stop him. You need a whole team. A team? You need a group of tough fighters like the Widowmaker, the Axemen from South Korea, Cherry Frost, and the Black Adder. If we could find him, I'd suggest putting Joe Two Clouds in charge of security, but he's disappeared into Navajo lands. You can't find him? No one can track him down when he doesn't want to be found. People don't grasp this unless they've seen him work. He can sense when someone is after him. Last time, experts thought it was worth the risk to learn his skills, even if it meant losing him as a team member. So Joe is gone, and I don't blame him. But if we had him on our side, he might be the only one who could stop Frank Benton. I think we can persuade him to return. Joe loves his country. Even if he doesn't come back, we'll be prepared when Benton arrives. I hope so, Prentice, I really do. Get ready because the storm is coming, and Frank Benton is leading it. Friday, December 2nd, 2005, 5 p.m. This place smells strong, like an old gym. I glanced at BJ and smiled. You should tell Carlos that. He'll be happy to know his gym is working. A boxing gym is meant to have that smell. He likes tradition. I still don't get what this is all about. I looked him over. He wore jeans that probably cost more than everything my mom bought me in high school. Even with the fancy label, he had scratches near the waist and rips at the knees. That seemed to be a style choice for his age. But what did I know? I felt older than I was. He wore a light sweater with a hoodie that showed the logo of a heavy metal band. Being around him made me feel aware of my age. The sweater seemed a bit much for a warm day with temperatures at 70 degrees, especially after a cooler stretch. Still, he wore it because he liked the band. I had tried to connect with BJ by listening to some of their songs. The lyrics had strong themes of rebellion against authority, which felt far from my life. Where had the simple songs gone? The carefree music about youthful adventures felt like a distant memory. As I walked toward the ring in the gym, I saw young men working with heavy bags, others doing classic rope exercises, and some lifting weights in the back. BJ followed me, looking a bit unsure. The energy in the room was thick with confidence. I'm not sure how girls would feel, but I think most boys, like BJ, would notice their presence. I waved to Carlos, who was chatting with a young man wearing boxing gloves inside the ring. I paused a little way off and called out, "Billy, I was hoping to see you. Is that your son with you?" "Yes, this is William Maitland, Jr., BJ." BJ had fallen behind, but caught up as Carlos stepped down to meet us. "Please raise your arms," Carlos said. BJ looked at me confused, but did what he was asked. Carlos did the same, lifting his arms too. He walked around BJ and placed his hands gently on his shoulders. Let me see your strength, he encouraged, pointing at BJ's arm. BJ shot me another puzzled look, but I nodded. He flexed his arm to show his muscles. When Carlos stepped back, BJ turned to me. What are we doing here? You said we were going to deal with Fromm. Carlos returned his attention to me. He's growing fast, Billy. I think he might reach 6 feet or even taller. He'll take after my dad. He was about 6 feet, maybe a bit more a strong guy. He has long arms and a good reach. Even without much training, he shows promise. With some practice, I think he could really learn to handle himself well. BJ stepped between us. You want me to be a boxer, Dad? That idea is just silly. Mom would be really upset if she knew you were putting my head in a boxing ring. Plus, I'm more of a lover than a fighter. The thought of doing something like in Rocky doesn't appeal to me at all. In short, it's a crazy idea. Carlos jumped in and got his attention. No, BJ, your dad doesn't want to make you a boxer. You can't just turn someone into a boxer. The young men you see here are not all boxers. They come for physical training. The workouts we do are just as good as you'll find in any gym. Some come here because they've been bullied or want to learn to protect themselves. He looked around the gym, pointing out several young men, including the athlete in the ring. Some do come here to train as amateur or professional boxers. Jacksonville isn't known for boxing, but we have had young men find success elsewhere. I don't want you to become a boxer, I told BJ. It's a tough life and you have other paths ahead. I want you to be able to stand up to Fromm the next time he bothers you. We'll try to talk with your principal and the teachers about this. But if he does come after you, I want you to be someone he can't easily push around. I want you to stand your ground. He shook his head. I don't know, Dad. I really think this is a bad idea. Just think about it, BJ. Let me show you what it will be like. Carlos waved his hand, and a young man brought over a dark training headgear that I had been using since I started serious practice. It protected me from most hits, allowing me to train without worry. I took off my black dress shirt, leaving just a black undershirt. It did get a bit boring wearing black every day, but with my reputation, I felt I had to. The same kid helped me put on my gloves. BJ looked at me in surprise. Dad? It's nothing, BJ. I've done this many times. It's just exercise. I wanted to show you that it's nothing to be concerned about. I stepped up to the ring. Usually I would change into tennis shoes, but this was just a little exhibition. I knelt down and entered the ring. The black boxer reached out and touched his glove to mine, saying, Marcus, Mr. Herrera said to go about half speed. Make it look real, but don't hurt you. I couldn't help looking back at Carlos and smiling. It was nice of Carlos to tell you to go easy on me, but treat this like a regular practice match. If you knock me down, then you can take it easy on me. He shrugged, gave me a two-fisted salute, and stepped back. I stepped back too, glanced over at BJ, who seemed to think I might lose my cool, and then moved forward to feint with my left and follow up with a quick right. As I expected, he swatted the left away and easily dodged the right. His follow-up left hit me in the stomach, and as I bent forward, his right hand struck my head back. His left connected again, and I stumbled backward. It didn't hurt too much, but when I wiped my glove across my face, I noticed a small amount of blood. I backed up and kept moving in a curve that kept me facing Carlos and BJ, who were watching from the edge. Marcus followed me closely, now moving a bit faster. I stopped, and he kept coming. In close range, his left went over my head as I ducked, and then he hit me in the stomach again with his right. This time, I was ready. Instead of bending forward, I shot out a straight right from about a foot away that rocked him, then followed with a combination of left and right punches to the head. He fell back and tried to block with his right. I pushed it down and hit him with a strong left. A right to his stomach made him double over, and a left uppercut sent him reeling back. He stood up almost before he fell, but BJ saw me knock him off balance, which had to earn me some points in his eyes. Of course, Marcus came at me hard then, bending me a couple of times and landing a few good shots. When I felt tired, I backpedaled again and held my hands up in a universal sign of no more. It took him a moment to calm down, so I kept stepping back until he finally stopped. He wiped his lips and said, "For an older guy, you weren't bad." Thanks. I was taking off my gear as I walked towards BJ. He looked at me in surprise. Wow, you did really well, Dad. How long have you been doing this? Thanks. About 8 months. Since you and Mom parted ways. Yeah, around that time. That was impressive, Billy, but you need to come here more often so you don't lose your touch, Carlos said. He turned to BJ and said, Your father is older than most people here, except me. He has become a good amateur boxer and can defend himself well. It can be done, especially if you are young and strong. Your father told me about what's happening with you. If you want to train here, I can promise you that no one will bother you in a few months. BJ looked at me, and Carlos handed me a cloth to clean my nose. Are you okay, Dad? That looks pretty rough. I returned the cloth to Carlos and shook my head. Carlos told me when I started that one day I wouldn't even notice things like this. It still hurts when you get hit, but it doesn't bother me anymore. If you start coming in here, you'll reach that point too, BJ. It'll sting, but it won't matter much. He glanced from me to the ring where Marcus leaned against the ropes, drinking from a cup. Could I, Carlos saw where he was looking and said, You can put on the headgear and gloves and see what it's like to practice sparring, not like your father. Marcus will just show you some moves, some stances, how to block, just to see if you'd like it. Yeah, he said, a mix of excitement and nerves in his voice. He stepped into the ring and let another boxer help him get set up. Carlos signaled to Marcus, who walked over. It's a good sign that he is interested, Billy. I'll make sure Marcus goes easy on him so he feels encouraged to come back. I can pay for his training, Carlos. Just give me a few weeks to talk to his mother. You won't spend a cent, Billy, unless you want to fight me. I'm not that silly, Carlos. Thanks for your help. We watched the action in the ring. Marcus was skilled. He challenged BJ just enough to keep him alert but didn't overwhelm him. He blocked most of BJ's wild swings while allowing a few accurate punches to land, even taking some light hits that made BJ smile. Carlos let them go for about 10 minutes, and when it looked like BJ was getting tired, he signaled to Marcus to stop. Carlos waved to BJ and he came to the ring's edge. Before Carlos could say anything, I asked him, Was it as hard as you thought it would be? He smiled and shook his head. Wasn't bad at all, even if Marcus could have really pushed me if he'd wanted to. Now he could, Carlos said. In 6 months it might be a different story. Or a year, as far as you want to go. I don't know. No pressure, BJ. I just wanted to bring you down here and show you this place. If you don't enjoy it, if you don't think this is something you'd like to try, we'll just walk away and forget this. Carlos moved to the edge of the ring and said, As your father said, it's your choice. Like I said, this is not meant to turn you into a professional boxer. It's just one way to feel more secure and confident. I don't create bullies here, but my students don't fear bullies either. Can I think about it for a couple of days? Sure, of course, Carlos and I said at the same time. As Marcus came over to help with the helmet and gloves, I turned back to Carlos. And how has life been treating you, Carlos? Anything exciting happening? Have you found any promising boxers? It's been a while since I've seen your students competing. He waved for me to follow him back to his small office. He sat behind his desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a bottle that I recognized as a sweet rum, so sweet it made your teeth ache. Years ago, he had shared a taste with me after I had worked on a case involving a wealthy man's son. It came from a small town in Cuba, he explained, where he had grown up. The brand and town were no longer around after changes in the country. Carlos mentioned he had only managed to save a few bottles for special occasions. I recognized it. Whatever happened, it must be very special. He smiled, almost shyly. I have met someone special. If she's worth toasting with that rum, she must be quite amazing. Are congratulations in order? My meeting her is definitely worth celebrating, Billy. But what makes today special is that she agreed last night to marry me. You sly dog. I thought you were going to be a bachelor forever, especially after... A hint of sadness crossed his face. After my wife passed away, I didn't think I would love again like I did with her. While I've had friends, there was never anyone I thought about building a life with, until she came into the gym. She came here? Her son Emilio came in when he faced a choice of 6 months in juvenile or 6 months training in my gym. I've worked with kids in trouble before. Consuela came in to talk to me. She must be an amazing woman to win your heart, Carlos. I hope to meet her one day. I hope so too. We are planning a wedding in early spring, March, or April. I smiled at him. You can move quickly when you want to, Carlos. He nodded and returned my smile. This will be a second marriage for both of us, Billy, and neither of us is young enough to waste any time. I am older than you, my friend, and I want to make the most of the years I have left. I'm happy for you, Carlos. It's nice to know that happy endings can happen. I noticed him looking past me, so I turned to see what he was watching. I recognized BJ at the back, bending toward someone shorter in front of him. As the second figure moved, I saw she was shorter, dark-haired, and definitely a girl. It was rare to see female teens in the gym, but BJ had spotted her. I looked back at Carlos and saw worry in his eyes. That made me look again. I noticed a man walking toward them with purpose. I was on my feet and heading their way before I thought about it. It was clear something bad might happen to my son. I wasn't as quick as the dark-haired person who reached them first. She spun BJ around and pushed him against the wall. "Hey man, get off me!" I heard BJ shout, and the dark-haired man replied in a rough tone. I felt alarm when I saw him pull back his fist, ready to strike. Somehow I reached them just in time. I grabbed the man's arm. "No! Let go!" he shouted, turning to me with anger in his eyes. Just then I recognized the man. It was Ernesto, and I saw his fist coming toward me before I could stop it. In an instant I stumbled back. My feet slipped, and a sharp pain knocked me down for a moment. When I opened my eyes, everything was blurry at first, but soon I could see Carlos, BJ, Ernesto, and a few others around me. I needed a second to understand why I was lying on the floor. I remembered why I was at the gym with BJ and Carlos's good news. And then, "Ernesto? Why did you attack my son?" He tried to meet my eyes, but looked away instead. "It was nothing personal, Maitland. I'm sorry about your son, but he needs to learn. Getting involved with the wrong person can lead to problems." With that, he walked away. Carlos put his arms around my shoulders, and BJ helped me from the other side. They lifted me up, and I was able to stand on my own. I rubbed the back of my head. It hurt, but thankfully there was no bleeding. "You have a strong head, my friend," Carlos joked, pointing to the concrete floor. I noticed a small crack. "I did that?" "It wasn't there before," he replied. He looked at me for a moment before shaking his head. "It's a shame you didn't try boxing when you were younger. With a tough head like that, you'd be hard to beat." "Do you think you should go to a clinic and get your head checked, Billy? You got hit pretty hard." I thought about it. My eyesight was getting better, and the pain at the back of my head was fading to a dull throb. I remembered who I was, where I was, and that it was 2005 with George W. Bush as president. I didn't want to go to the emergency room. If I did, Debbie would find out, and I would never hear the end of it. It was bad enough dealing with a nagging wife. Having an ex-wife nag would be too much. "No, I think I'll be fine. Carlos, what was that all about? Who was the girl, and why was Ernesto so upset?" He looked over at Ernesto, who was angrily trying to guide the girl out of the gym. "It's a sad story. She's 15 but looks older. Her grandparents, who recently came from Cuba, are raising her. Her parents didn't make it out, so her grandparents sent her to live with her uncle Ernesto. They hoped being closer to her age would help him manage her better, but unfortunately." "I get it." There was more shouting, and then the girls stormed out of the gym, leaving Ernesto looking back at us. I walked over to him. "I want you to know there are no hard feelings from me, Ernesto. If you wanted to hurt me, you could have done it already." He looked right at me. "I know. You're a good guy. I just feel embarrassed." He glanced out the gym door. "I wish you'd known her when she was younger. She was such a sweet girl. I don't recognize her anymore. I don't know what changed." "They grow up, Ernesto. It happens to everyone." "Maybe, but I never got the guidebook with the answers. If you find one, please save it for me." He nodded and walked away. I felt for him. This was a fight he couldn't win with strength. I felt a bit sorry for myself, too. My head was starting to ache. I hadn't had a bad headache in years, but it seemed one was coming. I walked back to where BJ was talking to Carlos and said, "I think that punch is finally hitting me. Let's head out, BJ. Carlos, thanks for letting us come in and check things out." "Anytime, my friend. I hope your son decides to give us another chance. BJ, you are always welcome here." "Thank you, Mr. Herrera." As we left the gym, I fought off a wave of dizziness. I was getting too old for this. When I got in the car, BJ asked, "Do you want me to drive, Dad?" "I have my restricted license, or at least I passed the driving part of the test. I just have to wait until I'm 16 to get the official one. That piece of paper means I won't end up in trouble for driving with no license. Plus, it wouldn't look good if the assistant state attorney's underage son got caught driving without a proper one. Does that make me a buzzkill? Probably just the 10,000th time. At least I'm consistent. Now, let me talk to your mom. Go for it. I'd rather not get involved. Sounds like you know what you're talking about. I glanced at him as we entered I-10 South. I don't know what it was like when Doug was around, but has it been hard? He looked at me for a moment, then back at the road. It hasn't been too bad. At least you all haven't dragged us into your problems. You've mostly kept it to yourselves. A lot of parents use their kids against the other parent. A dizzy spell rushed through me, making the world spin for a moment, but I blinked, and it faded. I should probably see a doctor again. As I collected myself, I spoke to BJ without looking over. In case I haven't said it before, BJ, I'm really sorry for all this. It was quiet on his side of the car. I've never been through something like this, so I can only guess how hard it is for you and your sister. I understand why you'd support your mom. I got really upset with her when it all began, but there are always two sides to a story, and I know she thinks I'm the one who messed everything up. As we drove, the dizziness started creeping back. I focused on the road, trying not to let BJ see I was struggling. After a moment, he said, "She has been very upset with you. I know that before she ended things with Doug, they argued a lot about you." About me? I know Doug had problems with you, which seems strange, but he did. Despite everything, that made me feel a little better. Once again, there was silence. Then he said, "She'd be really angry if she knew I told you this, just so you know." Understood. She doesn't date much. Most of the time, she's working on things or watching TV. Sometimes. I think I hear her in your room. Just remember, you can't tell her I said anything. The dizziness was getting worse, but as long as I kept my eyes straight ahead, I could manage it. I wanted to get him home safely. The last thing I wanted was to explain to Debbie that I took our son to the gym and ended up in a tricky spot. Do you ever... What? You know what? About the two of you. Along with the spinning, I was starting to feel a little sick. I took deep, slow breaths. You mean getting back together? That's unlikely, BJ. Too much has happened. I know there were tough times, but you guys aren't like a lot of parents. Some can't even be in the same room. I know you had your fights. It seems it got hard when Doug was around. But I don't think you hate each other. I think you're just frustrated with each other. But I don't think you are angry with each other. I stopped at a red light on State Road 13 in Mandarin and turned into a convenience store parking lot. You okay, Dad? I kept my eyes closed. Just getting a headache. I need to keep my eyes closed for a minute. I guess Ernesto hit me harder than I thought. Do you want me to call someone? No, just give it a minute and see if it gets better. It probably will. I rested my head against the cool leather of the steering wheel. I don't think I'm angry with your mother. I don't really. I know a lot of what happened is my fault. I didn't treat her or you kids the way I should have. I thought I was doing the right thing. I can see that I caused much of what happened, but it doesn't mean I can ever forgive her. I know it doesn't make sense, but you've never loved anyone the way I loved your mother. I hope you do someday. But when she left me for Doug, it felt like someone was tearing my heart out. You won't understand that until it happens to you, and I hope it never does. I'm never going to be able to forgive her. Breathing slowly wasn't helping. I opened the driver's door and leaned my head out. Dad, let me call someone. Call 911. Give them our address and... For a moment, I lost track of where I was and why I was calling 911. It came back to me just as quickly. Tell them it's Maitland and I think I'm hurt. The edges of the world got blurry, and when I looked at BJ on the phone, his outline shimmered in the evening light. They're on the way, Dad. It will just be a few minutes. I closed my eyes again. That seemed to help. I was still talking about Debbie. And there's another reason why we won't get back together, no matter what I want. Why? It takes two. I really don't think she wants me back again. I think she's happier as things are. Finally, I couldn't hold on anymore, and I ended up on the parking lot pavement. I think someone was holding my head up. It was probably BJ. Dad, hold on, they'll be here." Everything was slipping away. I couldn't hold on to anything. I knew who I was. I remembered the old man in the hospital. I'd forgotten his name. I recalled what I thought about his situation, going down into darkness. I wondered if he had tried to hold on as hard as I was trying. I wasn't going to be able to, but I had to tell. And then there was nothing. We have to stop meeting like this. She drove into the circular driveway in front of St. Vincent's and turned on the flashing light on her dashboard. It marked her car as a law enforcement vehicle, letting her park there instead of wasting time in the parking garage. There weren't many perks to working for the public defender, but she planned to use what she could. She was pointed in the direction of the information desk and then led to the neurology floor. When she stepped off the elevator, she spotted the tall figure she recognized standing by the operating room doors. "Mom!" He rushed over to her. "Mom, it was an accident. Stop!" She raised her hand to pause him and guided him to a seat. "Slowly. All I know is that something happened at a boxing gym and your father's been hurt. Now please tell me what happened." 15 minutes later, after he had explained, she stared at him. "So, your father took you without my permission to a gym where you got in the ring with a semi-pro boxer and got hurt. And your father ended up in another hospital with an injury. Is that right?" "Yeah, Mom, but you didn't think to tell me your father was taking you somewhere I would have said no to?" "Mom!" She shook her head, realizing there was no use in getting upset with BJ or even with Bill. She knew Bill would do what he believed was right, no matter how she felt. He had always been that way. When he was determined, nothing could change his mind. The last 5 years had made this even stronger, and his role had turned his nature into an obsession. She asked BJ to describe the incident in the boxing gym again. "I didn't mean to cause trouble, but I thought the guy was going to hurt me. Then I looked up and Dad was there. But the guy was quick. Dad couldn't stop him. He took it right on the jaw." She noticed the bruises on her son's face. There were scrapes and a bruise that was starting to turn dark. She lightly touched the marks. "Do those hurt? Has any doctor looked at them?" He shook his head and forced a small smile. "It's nothing, Mom. Like Dad said, after a while, you don't even notice stuff like that. He was right. You stay here until I get back. I need to see how your father is doing." She walked to the nurses' station. Many of the nurses were busy, moving quickly. She waited for a moment, then focused on a young, dark-haired medical worker coming through the double doors to the operating rooms and intensive care units. "Maitland knows your ex-husband's condition if needed," Dallas said confidently. Dr. Charles's response was careful. "I appreciate your role, but I still need to keep patient details private. However, I will help in any way I can." Debbie felt a spark of hope as their conversation went on. "Why don't we move to a quieter place where we can talk?" Dr. Charles suggested. "Yes, that would be great," Debbie replied, grateful for the doctor's willingness to work with her. As they walked down the halls, Debbie felt a little calmer, knowing that help was coming for her ex-husband. "Thank you for your understanding," she said to Dallas as they reached a quieter room. Dallas nodded, looking serious but supportive. "We just want to ensure everyone gets the help they need. You'll get the answers you deserve." When they entered the room, Dr. Charles signaled for Debbie to sit down. "Please, let's talk about Mr. Maitland's medical history. Any details you have could help us." Taking a deep breath, Debbie started to remember what she knew, feeling relieved that she wasn't alone in her worry anymore. "Maitland Bascom and I will make sure the necessary paperwork is filed by my office and the public defender. I know the local U.S. attorney, and I think he'll be on our side. But if Washington gets involved, it might take a couple of years in court before you can practice again. Look at it as a chance to improve your skills. We might need a part-time medical advisor." Charles shook his head. "I thought tonight would be just another tough night." "Oh, well." He signaled to Edwards, the big man, who shook his head. "Debbie, you go on in. Do what you need to do, then come back for me." She reached out and took his hand. "Thank you, Dallas. We've known each other a long time. Just go." She followed Charles down the bright halls of the hospital where the lights were unlike any other. Her heels clicked on the floor, and for a moment she got lost in thought. She felt a brief sense of déjà vu. "I've spent too much time in hospitals." She didn't realize she had spoken out loud until Charles looked back at her. Try spending your life here. I love it, but it can be tiring sometimes. He stopped, and she paused beside him. The ICU was busy with staff, but her eyes were drawn to the bed closest to the door. She could barely see the figure surrounded by IVs and monitors. What? When he hit the back of his head, witnesses say he fell onto the hard floor. It's not something that happens often. He didn't realize it, but he hurt his head. There's a fracture along the back of his skull, about 6 inches long. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. That doesn't sound good. No, Charles said, looking surprised. I don't mean to sound uncaring, but I was shocked he survived long enough to reach the hospital. He's stronger than he looks. I almost lost him 20 years ago when he was hurt more seriously, but he pulled through. He had to be strong, Charles said, opening the door and motioning for her to go in. Looking down at him, his head wrapped in bandages and with a breathing tube in place, Charles said, "The concussion caused some initial problems, nausea, loss of consciousness, and confusion. But that's not the main concern. There's bleeding in the brain, swelling, and bruises where the fracture is." Charles paused, thinking about how much bad news she could take. "We did some initial MRIs to look deeper into the situation, and I found a note about an incident from his college days when he was in a coma. There's so much scar tissue I wouldn't feel comfortable treating him even if I had much more experience," she added, as she looked at his pale face covered in bandages, the same breathing tube in place. It all felt surreal. It felt like stepping back into a past nightmare. She recalled being next to him in his college bedroom, feeling scared while he comforted her, promising, "No matter what happens, I will always come back to you." "What's the prognosis? What could happen next?" she asked. "You have 2 children, right? I think it would be good to bring them in tonight to say goodbye just in case." "Goodbye? What do you mean?" Charles looked at her seriously. He could have a serious stroke and go quickly. The bleeding might get worse and he could be gone. If the blood flow is disrupted, brain tissue could begin to die. If that happens, he might not be the same man you've known. There are many things that could go wrong. She met his dark eyes and felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. If that's the worst, what's the best outcome? That he walks out of here by himself, just like he was earlier today. Do you really believe that? It's not about what I believe. I've seen unexpected recoveries, but I want you to know the truth so you have a chance for closure for you and your kids. After a moment, she turned her gaze back to him, lying still on the bed. Could you please let Mr. Edwards know he can visit whenever he wants, but speak to him away from my son? And please ask Mr. Edwards not to mention any of this to my son. Just have him come back here. And tell my son to reach out to his grandmother, my mom, and get Kelly here, our daughter. She needs to come right away. She could feel his eyes on her, but he stayed quiet and then left. Nurses moved in and out, but it felt as if they were alone in the ICU. We need to stop meeting like this, she said softly. If he could hear her, she knew he would have smiled at that. After tonight, we probably will, she added. It was as if he was a deep, quiet pool of water. No reflections, no sounds, just silence and the rhythmic sound of his breathing. If I didn't say it before, let me say it now. Bill Maitland, you are a foolish man. You didn't get hurt badly, you just tripped, and now look at this. Her hand moved to her side. Rushing to help our son. Why does that not surprise me? It couldn't be something simple like a car crash or food poisoning. Nothing has ever been normal or easy with you. As she stepped closer, her hand went up again, but she hesitated to touch him. There should be a rule. There really should. You shouldn't be able to walk away from your marriage and your children, the best part of your life, because I deserve better than this. You can't just leave and then try to go back to how you used to be. That's not how it works. She brushed her fingers along his cool cheek. He wasn't ice cold, just cooler than he should be. She remembered that cooling the body was something they did in this kind of situation. I just want you to know that if you leave us, I will never forgive you, Bill Maitland. Never. Dallas stood behind her and placed his hand on her shoulder. Charles told me. I'm sorry, but Bill is a strong man. He will get through this. Then he added, I have an officer bringing BJ back here. He wanted to talk to Charles alone. They remained quiet until Edwards said, Of all the dangers I thought he might face, an accident like this was the last thing I expected. But if something goes wrong, I'll make sure the person to blame pays for what they did. They won't just walk away. Thank you, Dallas, but I'm not looking that far ahead. I'm just hoping he wakes up and can leave here on his own. Mom! She looked up to see a 15-year-old boy fighting to hold back his emotions. I'm sorry. This is my fault. If I hadn't been distracted, this wouldn't have happened. If Dad doesn't make it... She hugged him like she had when he was little, whispering, "He won't leave us, BJ. He'll walk out of here. You know him. He's too stubborn to give up." She looked past him at Dallas. "I'm going to take him out to wait. His sister will be here soon." Dallas nodded and motioned to the two officers who had arrived. "I won't stay, but they will. I feel safer with some of our people looking out for him. Thank you." They sat in the waiting area for 45 minutes, lost in their thoughts and the late-night TV shows when Kelly walked in with two tall teenage boys. Her face was serious. When Debbie reached out to touch her, Kelly stepped back. "What happened?" After hearing the news, she asked, "Can I see him?" "Of course. We've been waiting for you to go back." Despite a few curious looks from nurses, Charles waved them aside and the two officers stepped back. Kelly just stared at him for a moment before looking at her mother and taking a deep breath. Debbie followed. "How serious is it?" Debbie explained. In a way that was hard to describe, she had come in as an adult, and she deserved to know the truth. She moved closer to her father and softly touched the part of his forehead that wasn't covered in bandages. When she looked back at her mother, Debbie noticed a feeling she didn't recognize at first. "Are you happy now?" "Happy? You must be. You put him here. It's your fault he's like this." BJ stepped in between them. "You're wrong, Kelly. Mom had nothing to do with this. She didn't even know what we were doing." Kelly ignored him. "You know you put him here, don't you, Mom?" "You're mistaken, Kelly. I had nothing. Do you remember how Dad used to be? He's different now." Debbie and BJ stayed silent. "Of course you remember. That's when you started seeing Doug, Mom. What did Dad do to try to keep you? He began working out and boxing, not for himself, but to try to maintain some respect while you were with Doug. You don't understand. He wouldn't have been in that gym, wouldn't have been hurt if you had kept Doug out of your life. You liked Doug once. I was 17, Mom. What's your excuse?" "None of that matters now, Kelly. We can talk about it later." "Maybe." She leaned down and found a clear spot on her dad's forehead and touched him gently. Then she looked at her mother. "If he doesn't recover, I don't want to see you again." As she walked out, BJ held her hand. "She didn't mean that, Mom. She's just scared." "I know," she replied, but deep down she knew her daughter meant every word. When Debbie and her son left the ICU, Edward spoke with the zone commander he had called to the hospital. "Our investigators and yours will look into the boxer who did this to Maitland. His son said it was an accident, but we need to check. For now, you'll keep two officers here all the time, right?" "Yes, and they will be reliable, until Sheriff Knight says otherwise." "Good. Tell them to be careful. It might have been an accident, but I wouldn't bet his life that we won't have professionals watching closely to make sure he stays in the hospital." "Oh, where is the boxer now?" "We picked him up and talked to him right after Maitland was brought to the hospital. He was where he should have been, and it didn't seem like he was trying to escape. We let him go for now, but we're keeping an eye on him." "Bring him in, right now. Have him come to the 5th floor. We'll have people ready for him." "Why are we bringing him in? It's almost midnight." "If he has a lawyer, they'll wonder why we're questioning him again in one day over what looks like an accident." "For questioning. Even if it was an accident, it could still be serious. If Maitland doesn't recover and it was an accident, we could be facing a serious charge. If the boxer has a lawyer, please ask them to talk to me. Saturday, December 3rd, 2005, 8 a.m., Washington, D.C. His phone rang with the Special Task Force ringtone. He pressed the button to answer. The technology wasn't approved, but the conversation was private. He recognized the caller ID. "What's happening so early, Roberta?" "We have a situation." "Is it serious enough to call everyone together?" "That depends on you." "In 25 words or less, Maitland is in critical care. He has a head injury and they don't know if he will recover. No one is sure what happened." "Hold on. I'll put you on hold." 10 minutes later, Prentice was back on the line with Marvin Hillman, a CIA veteran, Robert Coleman, an FBI agent preparing for a trial, and Juan Belote, an investigator for justice. He also added U.S. Marshal Roberta Gold to the conversation. "Give us an update, Roberta." "Wow," Hillman said after she finished. "Well said, but I feel the same," Coleman added. "I see two options," Belote said. "One, someone, whether it's Rojas, the cartel, or a jealous spouse, wanted to harm him. If this was staged to look like an accident, Maitland should be worse off. Since he's alive, it's probably only a setback, and they may try again." "Why not just get rid of him outright?" Prentice asked. "That seems easier than risking a fight." "That's what I believe too," Gold said. "A simple approach is usually better. If this is a setup, there's a reason behind it. They likely know we're aware of the link, even if we don't have all the details. Why would Rojas go through all this trouble?" "Rojas wouldn't," Hillman explained. "But if it were the cartel, Rojas has already issued threats to help Maitland. If it looked like an accident, both the cartel and Rojas's associates would understand Maitland's involvement in boxing, and that wouldn't raise any concerns." "That makes more sense," Prentice admitted. "It seems this wasn't Rojas's plan since he has no reason to harm Maitland. If it was the cartel, they wouldn't act violently without risking the conflict they want to avoid." He imagined the group on the other end of the call. "If it was truly an accident, then we may have to wait and hope for the best." "We could quietly provide extra security," Belote suggested. "We could do that, and I know the local police will boost their presence, plus Rojas will likely involve his own people, and then we will have our own personnel too. If we are not careful, we could end up with a funny scene where all the security people are bumping into each other." "I think we should keep a small team there since the locals and the Rojas group will be watching him too," Goldman said. "A small team made up of you is all we need," Prentice told Goldman. Hillman chuckled and said, "We all know, Roberta, that watching over him day and night will be quite a job, but a woman has to do what a woman has to do, right?" Before Goldman could reply, Prentice wrapped up the conversation, saying, "I know we can trust you to handle the situation, Roberta. If you need any help or support, just call." She hung up, ignoring any comments about handling the situation. Saturday, December 3rd, 2005, 8 a.m. Cartagena, Colombia. He was already awake and enjoying the peace of the estate when the smell of strong coffee brought him fully awake, and he sat up in bed. "Claudio," he said, nodding to the short, thin man who had been by his side for 30 years and had taken risks to keep him safe. Claudio signaled, and the waiter bodyguard brought in a tray and set it by the bed. Following their long-standing routine, Claudio took a sip of coffee, nibbled on a sweet Arabic pastry, and nodded to his boss. It was an old tradition, lasting thousands of years, but when something worked, why change it? "Señor," Claudio said, speaking with the refined accent of his youth. The man in bed listened closely to the news about Bill Maitland in America. "Is he still alive?" the man in bed asked in the simpler Spanish spoken in Colombia's rough neighborhoods. "As of 5 minutes ago, he remains in a coma. But he lives. Keep an eye on his health, and if he passes away, handle the boxer and the sister." "Yes." Appendix 1, A Question of Justice. Gordon Evers had never welcomed a phone call after midnight. During his years as a police officer and then a sergeant in the busy downtown area of Jacksonville, such calls usually meant trouble, whether it was a disturbance or something involving his team. Now, as the police chief of Spring City, things had not changed much. A call at this hour often meant damage to property or someone getting hurt, and sometimes it was something much worse. But it was never good news. He glanced at the clock, which read 2:20 a.m. He picked up the phone and recognized the voice on the line but couldn't place it right away. "Chief Evers, this is Mabel Flowers. I need to report a crime." It took him a moment to recall who she was, and he hoped she wasn't calling about her husband. "What's going on, Mabel? Is Henry causing trouble? Do you need help? Is he there?" "No, Chief, I'm okay. Cheryl's asleep. She's fine." "What happened then?" "It's Henry. He's gone." Evers quickly got out of bed and reached for his pants. "Henry's gone? Are you sure?" "I had to defend myself, Chief. He was drunk and came after me in the kitchen. I grabbed a knife, and when he got closer, he's on the floor in the living room. He isn't moving, and I can't feel a heartbeat. He's getting cold." She spoke calmly, though her voice had a slight tremor. Just stay where you are, Mabel. Don't touch anything. I'll be there in 10 minutes. He considered calling for help, but he was closer to the Flowers trailer than anyone else. It was clear that Henry needed more than assistance now. Evers made it to the trailer in 11 minutes, driving down the paved road from his home and then onto 2 dirt paths into the dark woods of North Florida. The area looked much the same as it had decades ago, and he reached a rough road that ended in a clearing filled with old vehicles and a mobile home. The only light came from inside the trailer. He knocked twice and the door opened. Mabel stood there, holding her robe tightly. Evers noted that she had probably been a lovely woman once, before the hardships she had faced. He remembered the signs of her struggles, like the missing front teeth that they could never quite afford to replace. Henry Flowers hadn't caused the lines on her forehead, the ones under her eyes, or the way her mouth seemed always tight with worry. It was as if life had faded her features, making her look like an old photograph exposed to too much light. But in some ways he might as well have. The constant stress, the drinking, and his time spent with other women while Mabel stayed at home far from anyone else, without a car or a way to leave, had taken a big toll on her. Sometimes, when Henry went too far, resulting in injuries that needed treatment at the hospital, Police Chief Evers stepped in. Evers would arrest Henry, taking action whether Henry resisted or not. Henry was a large man who liked to bully those who were smaller but found himself outmatched by Evers, who had both strength and experience. As Evers looked down at Henry's body on the living room floor, near the coffee table and a large television, he realized you couldn't change someone like Henry. He always managed to get away because Mabel, feeling alone and less educated, always returned to him and chose not to press charges. Every time Evers intervened, it only made things worse for Mabel. After a while, he decided it was better to stay away, knowing getting angry wouldn't help. Evers glanced around the living room before kneeling beside the body. He touched Henry's neck and felt the body's coldness and the lifeless state of his face. Henry was only wearing old underwear and a T-shirt. Evers noticed signs of serious harm that had happened more than once. Mabel stood to the side, quietly watching as Evers examined the body. He moved Henry's arms to look closely. Standing up, he looked around the living room, also checking the couch and a chair in one corner. "Are you going to arrest me, Chief?" she asked, her voice trembling as he knelt next to the body again. "I know you probably need to," she said, rubbing her hands together. "But if there's any way you could talk to the judge for me. I'm not going anywhere. I don't have a place to go. If I go to jail, I worry about Cheryl. We don't have anyone to help us." Evers knew she feared that Cheryl might end up in a children's home. He stood up and looked toward the hallway leading to the bedrooms. "Is she in there now? Sleeping?" When Mabel nodded, he asked, "She didn't wake up during all this?" "No, she's a heavy sleeper. I don't know how, but she slept through it." Evers walked into the kitchen and picked up a knife from the counter that separated the kitchen from the living room. He held it carefully between his thumb and finger. "Do you think I can avoid going to jail, Chief?" she asked again. It was self-defense. "I've heard that women who act to protect themselves, the law is easier on them now." Evers set the knife down softly on the kitchen counter, looked at the woman in front of him, and thought about how sometimes he wished he had listened to his father and become a plumber. "The law does tend to be more lenient with those who act in self-defense, Mabel. I just wish I believed you were being honest, and that is what happened here." She looked at him for a moment and replied, "But I am being honest." Evers leaned forward on the counter, resting his weight on his elbows. "I've responded to many domestic disputes, Mabel. You might know I worked as an officer in Jacksonville before coming to Spring City. I've seen many things that can happen to people. There are signs you begin to notice. Everything about this situation raises flags. First, look at Henry's body. Do you see anything odd?" She glanced at it briefly and shook her head. "Where's the proof? Where is it?" Evers walked around the counter and knelt beside the body. "If someone is hurt like this, there should usually be evidence everywhere. Evidence on him, evidence on you. You say you had an argument in the kitchen. There should be signs of a struggle, marks on the floor where he might have fallen." He continued, "Another point. You say you two had a fight. You forget I've seen this before. Typically there would be some signs of a struggle here. Why is everything so calm?" Evers looked down the hallway toward the bedrooms. "And why is Cheryl still asleep? The last time I was here, she was scared and aware of the noise around her. Why is she sleeping so soundly tonight? He returned to kneel beside the body, examining the scene closely. And lastly, there are several marks on Henry. I can see at least 8 or 10 clear wounds. He was a big, strong man. I've seen many cases with multiple injuries. And often you find defensive wounds on the hands and arms. It's natural to try to protect yourself when facing danger. There are no marks on either of his hands or arms. He let the hand fall gently to the floor. The only time I've seen this happen is when someone couldn't protect themselves. He stood up, feeling very concerned. And that's what happened to Henry, right? If I go back to your bedroom, I may find something. Maybe you tried to clean up, but a thorough check would show that Henry was in bed when it happened. Mabel leaned back against the side of the trailer as if looking for support. A little, but mostly it was the sleeping pills that Doc Plant gave me. I mixed them into Henry's iced tea. He barely made it to the bed before falling asleep. I took off his clothes to clean up afterward. After a moment, she asked, "They aren't going to let me go, are they? I'll end up in prison, and little Cheryl will be in foster care or with Henry's family." "Why, Mabel? Why now?" Finally, she lost her strength and sat on the floor, crying with her hair in her face. "It was my choice before, but when—" Evers knelt beside her. "What happened?" She looked up, tears on her face. "He hurt her." Evers knew what she meant but needed to hear it. She wiped her eyes. "I saw him hurt her yesterday. Cheryl didn't understand and was crying. I confronted him and he pushed me away." Her voice softened. "I found those magazines in his truck. I knew what he wanted to do. He said if I told anyone, he would take her far away and I would never see her again." "Where are the magazines?" She pointed to the kitchen without looking. "I put them in the kitchen cabinet. He wouldn't check there." As Evers looked at the magazines in the cabinet, anger washed over him, and he was glad Henry Flowers was gone. There was a chance Mabel could avoid prison. It was her word against a dead man, and there were the magazines. But the state attorney was far away, and they didn't know Mabel or Henry. The situation wouldn't be simple because she had taken her husband's life. She would likely go to trial, which meant details would come out, and Cheryl might spend a long time in juvenile care. From what Evers had seen, she might have been better off with her father. "Get Cheryl," he told Mabel urgently. She looked at him. "What?" "Move fast. I smell gas. Get your daughter out of here now." Mabel stood and hurried past him. "Go out the door at the other end of the trailer. I'll find the source of the gas." She was stumbling down the steps when she saw Evers leap from the front door. He got to his feet and waved her away from the trailer, shouting, "Run! It's going to explode!" She stumbled a few feet away before she heard a loud whoosh as the gas ignited, shaking the ground beneath her. She somehow managed to turn in the air and landed on her back, protecting her daughter with her body. When she sat up, trying hard to comfort her crying daughter, a tall figure stood over her, blocking the bright light from the fire that had once been her trailer. "Shh, it's okay, sweetheart," she said gently to the little girl. Looking up at Evers, who was tending to a small cut on his lip from the blast that had knocked him down, she asked, "What happened? I didn't smell any gas." "It was gas, Mabel. Believe me. I think when Henry got angry just before he passed out and you called me, he must have opened the gas line to the propane tank at the back of the trailer. He probably meant to cause trouble for you, but he ended up causing this." Once she understood and had calmed her daughter, she let the chief help her up and into his cruiser. "I know Henry never bothered to insure the trailer, but now you'll be eligible for $10,000 in life insurance from the Carver Base Boat Company. All their workers have that benefit. You won't be rich, but it can help you start over." She held her daughter close and said, "I can't thank you enough, Chief. Why did you help?" He shook his head as he opened the door for her and Cheryl, then went around to the front to get in. "I'm a lawman, and I've been one all my life. I believe in the law." But this wasn't just about the law. It was about what was right. As he looked at the flames consuming what had been Henry Flowers' home, he started the cruiser and drove away from the scene. And from where I stand, Mabel, what was right happened. Appendix 2, no good deed. Sometimes doing the right thing really does matter. G, you need to leave that house. I glanced at Montrell, trying to imagine him as someone more caring, but it didn't quite fit. He was really tall and very serious. I have a good imagination, developed from years of looking at lines of unhappy faces, but this was a stretch. I was trying to think of you as my mom, Montrell, since she would care about my life. Or do you have another reason for being so concerned? He looked at me with a mix of annoyance. Please, I just ate lunch not long ago. The thought makes me feel a bit sick. Even if I had different tastes, you wouldn't be on my list of favorites. But jokes aside, this is serious. I'm your friend, and so are the others. We're not going to let you spend another Friday night shut in. It's not good for you. It's not natural. You're, what, 45? 50? I'm 34 and you know that. Oh, right, sorry. Sometimes you act so much older that I forget. It's my life, which I keep trying to explain. I just don't feel like going out. And why not? Why don't you want to go to a bar, restaurant, or movie? You know why, I replied, feeling genuinely upset. Yeah, he said quietly. We were in the small snack room that doubled as a meeting area, trying to escape the bored faces of people waiting to renew their driver's licenses. Yes, this was the DMV. I know you're staying in because you feel down. But gee, you can't hide forever. You're a young man. Life has many chances. She didn't take everything from you, just parts of how you feel. But she doesn't control your future unless you let her. I wanted to say, it's easy for you. You're charming and people like you. I haven't received those kinds of looks. But I held back and simply said, I'm not ready. He looked outside and signaled he understood. Ready or not, I'm coming by to get you out of that house tonight, unless you're out by 7 p.m. Phil, Sherry, Tommy, and his girlfriend will be there. We want to have a fun evening. If you're still unsure, I'll be back with Tommy and friends. You will be going out tonight. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach. He was serious. I might have to ride with him and spend the night at the local bar. If he ended up connecting with someone, I'd have to find my own way home. Why can't people just let me live my life? It may not be much, but it's mine. But they just won't stop. Okay, don't come by, Montrell. I promise I'll be there at 7. I finished work at 5 p.m. The DMV office where I work is on Wilson Boulevard, right across from a vocational school. By the time I got home and took a shower, it was 6 p.m. O'Brien's is an old bar in the Edgewood area. It's about the size of 2 regular bars and was clearly built a long time ago. I visited a few times over the past 8 years for birthdays or retirements. Erin never liked it, always wanting to go to downtown and the fancier bars by the river. She thought it was a low-class place. It's such an old story. I know I'm a cliché, a small-town southern guy still living in the place where he was born. I'd been a high school teacher with a degree in education, but learned that even working at the DMV was a better choice financially. After a few awkward moments, I realized high school was not the right place for me. So I ended up in motor vehicles with a partner from Pennsylvania who wanted more excitement in life. I thought about her and the 4 years we spent together as I looked through my closet. Erin often joked about my style and called me G because she thought Giovanni sounded silly. I finally chose to wear jeans, sneakers with low white socks, and a black turtleneck. It was early December, and it gets chilly in Jacksonville, with temperatures dropping into the high 40s. When I arrived at Edgewood, most parking spots were taken, but a few buildings down from O'Brien's, I found an open spot and parked my 2002 red Saturn coupe. Erin used to say the red coupe made me seem fun and adventurous, even though I didn't feel that way. Thinking about her still hurt a little. I crossed the street and heard music coming from inside. It was the Cranberries, a band I liked, though I wondered who still listened to them. It was another sign that Erin thought I was out of touch. For at least one night, I wanted to pull myself out of my low mood and enjoy myself. As I went inside, I noticed the room was warmer. O'Brien's has a big old-fashioned horseshoe-shaped bar at one end. To the left is a dance floor, and across the room are a few pool tables. There were around 40 people already inside. A mix of men and women were seated at the bar, a few couples were dancing, and several people were playing pool. I didn't see any familiar faces, not Montrell, Phil, and Sherry, or Tommy with his girlfriend. I caught a few glances, but I didn't want to return them. I usually feel uncomfortable in crowds. I stepped back outside and called Montrell on my phone. After a few rings, he answered. Where are you, man? Oh, hey, G, where are you? O'Brien's. Where is everyone? I'm sorry, G. I meant to call you. Felicia, the flight attendant I've been trying to see for a month, just called. I'm heading to the airport to pick her up. I hate to leave you hanging, but you know how it is. Oh, okay, are the others coming? I think so. Just give them some time. Relax, have a drink or two, dance with someone, and they'll show up. I ended the call, put the phone away, and looked around O'Brien's. It had been a while since I checked out a bar for company. I tried not to stare too much while I scanned the room. 2 attractive women in their late 20s or 30s were sitting at the bar, but 3 guys were chatting with them. A few of the pool players were women, but they looked younger, maybe even teenagers. I would feel a bit out of place if I tried to talk to any of them. The couples dancing clearly enjoyed the slow music together. They didn't seem like strangers at all. I then noticed some small couches in the area between the bar and the dance floor. They looked comfortable for one person, but were also wide enough for a couple to sit together. The management must have added them since my last visit. Each couch had a small glass table, just the right size for drinks. I remembered they were called futon couches. I had never seen them in a bar, but they suited the place well. There were 3 people sitting in the area. 2 were men, but 1 woman caught my eye. She wasn't the most striking person in the room, but there was something about her. She had thick brown hair with a hint of red. It was neither long nor short. I moved closer to the bar, finding a spot halfway between the 2 men and the couches. I watched her from behind. She seemed to be out just to relax, wearing a loose sweatshirt that was a bit wrinkled but clean. Her jeans fit a little snugly, and she appeared to be on the sturdy side. She gave off a strong vibe. It shouldn't have mattered, but Erin had always been slender and effortlessly attractive. I liked the way people reacted when she entered a room, her confidence brightening the space around us. I didn't realize I was still looking at the redhead until I snapped back to reality and noticed she had turned to glance at me. I quickly looked down, then met her gaze and smiled. She turned away, clearly uninterested. That was a pretty clear way for her to show she wasn't interested. I shook my head, trying to forget that look on her face when someone cleared their throat behind me. I turned around to see the bartender, an older man who looked like he had faced some tough times in life. He asked, "What can I get you? Do you have beer?" "Ice House on tap, Michelob and Miller in bottles." "I'll have an Ice House." As he turned to pour my beer, visibly limping, I asked, "Do you know her?" He looked where I pointed, raising an eyebrow. "Not really, she's a local. Comes here often for a few beers, listens to music, and sometimes plays pool." "Does she always dress like that?" He smiled a bit. "Usually. I've never seen her leave with anyone." I knew it was silly, and I might be setting myself up for disappointment, but I had to ask. "What does she drink?" "Ice House, just like you. Bring me 2. He looked at me with curiosity and shook his head, but didn't say anything more. "All right, what's on your mind?" He rubbed his chin and said, "I admire your courage. I hope you're ready for what's next." He was about to turn away when I added, "I've faced tougher challenges. I doubt this will be much worse." He shrugged. "It's a free country." Brave words, but I felt nervous. It had been over 6 months since my last date and 4 years since I tried to meet someone new. Why was I doing this, especially with someone I was unsure about? But there was something interesting about her. He returned with 2 frosted mugs filled with a golden drink. They looked so refreshing that I hesitated to take a sip. After tasting one, I wiped the foam from my lip. It was delightful. Of course, I was just stalling, delaying the walk to the futon where she sat. I had finally gotten off my couch and out of the house. Why not take a chance? I reminded myself that whatever happened couldn't be worse than my last relationship, where the other person hadn't even finished the divorce properly. I made myself stand up and walk over to the futon where the redhead was sitting. I stood next to her as she gazed ahead. Should I clear my throat? Say hello? She broke the silence by looking up at me. Her eyes were a clear, cold blue. I had heard the term ice blue, and that fit perfectly. She wasn't wearing makeup, yet her lips were full and a soft pink. She had a unique look, hinting at her background. At least I could hope. She wasn't smiling. I held out one of the mugs toward her, searching for something clever to say. After what felt like a long moment, I managed to say, "Could I buy you a drink?" "No." "What do I say now?" "No strings attached, just a drink." "No, thank you." I stood there, trying to understand what just happened. The bartender had warned me. I was about to turn and head back when she said a bit loudly, "What part of no don't you understand? It's spelled no." I should have just walked away, but maybe I had pushed too far. "I can spell. It's too bad nobody taught you how to be polite. Just because you're a woman doesn't mean you can be rude." I turned and walked back to the bar without looking back, sensing her frustration but refusing to give in. I sat at the bar and finished one ice house, thinking about starting the second. I tried to ignore what I felt was her intense stare behind me by focusing on the chat between two women and the three men nearby. The guy is such a softie. Can you believe his wife cheated on him for a year and he still says he loves her? I would have ended it right there, one man said. Maybe you've never really loved anyone, Harry. You just jump from one person to another without feeling anything real, another replied. You're right, Harry. You might not even know what love is, a woman added. Seriously, Matt, I've never heard anything so touching. Even after everything that happened, he still loved her. That shows real commitment, another woman said. That's crazy. Haven't you heard what she did? I might understand a casual relationship, but true love after all that? I can't believe it, the first man responded. Really? As if you know anything about love, Harry, the woman replied. Want to find out, Alicia? You want to see if I have something to show? He teased. You are unbelievable, she shot back. Then why do you keep looking over? It seems like you're interested, Harry joked. I'm sorry. I turned around, realizing I had unintentionally joined the conversation, which was about the lawyer and pilot whose story was in the news lately. I hadn't noticed her coming up behind me. She was tall, almost my height, even in sneakers. Seated, we were almost eye level. She still wasn't smiling. What? I asked. I shouldn't have been so... Rude? I suggested. Strong. You were just trying to be friendly. I shouldn't have reacted that way. It's a bar and it's Friday night, it's just... She looked down at her feet before meeting my eyes again. I don't come here to socialize. You might notice I'm not dressed for a night out. Today was just one of those days when someone could talk to me, and I'd snap back at them. Honestly, even if you were famous, I would have reacted the same. So you're saying I should just leave? I asked. Pretty much. I'm sorry, she said sincerely. Thanks for apologizing. No hard feelings now. I see that was a weak attempt to flirt, but I'm a bit out of practice, I admitted, trying to make it lighter. I could tell she wanted to turn away, but she kept looking at me. Then she asked, Have you given up on relationships, been away a long time, or are you married? I held up my left hand, showing the gold ring that shone on it, a reminder of a promise I couldn't bring myself to break. The pilot they had been talking about seemed strong compared to how I felt. I probably had a top spot on the list of softies. The last. You're tough, she said, and in that moment, I realized it was true. Sure, I'm married, but I'm not the one to blame. Her eyes were teary, and it was clear she didn't want anyone to see her like that. I'm not the one who hid his marriage. I wear this ring to remind me that I have a wife somewhere living her life. She seemed like she wanted to respond, but instead walked back to her chair. Even though she dismissed me, I couldn't help but notice that she had a nice shape for someone who was plus-sized. Soon, the bartender with a limp came over. I tried to give you a heads up, man. Yeah, well, when I finish this drink, bring me another. I forgot how good they are. Don't get out much? Not in a long time. He glanced at the girl and said, The crowd starts to pick up in a bit. She wasn't the best choice, but things will improve. I looked at him, puzzled. A helpful bartender is something I hadn't encountered before. He understood my confusion and gestured to his leg. I haven't had much luck with women for clear reasons. I tend to root for the guys who come through here. I chuckled. Thanks. At least I know someone is cheering for me. It feels intimidating out here after being away for 4 years. I haven't seen anyone get into trouble here in 15 years. But I did see a guy have a tough time 3 years ago because of a jealous partner. How do you navigate that? He laughed loudly. That's what makes it interesting. Then he went back to serve the other customers. The bartender was right. By 8, the bar was much busier, and by 9, it was packed with around 100 people. All the pool tables were in use, and about 30 people were dancing. I had 2 more drinks and asked a couple of women if they wanted to join me or dance. A tall redhead came over with 2 friends and sat down right next to me. When the 2 guys persuaded her friends to dance, I leaned over and said, I think the bartender is playing music just from his favorites. I haven't heard anything newer than the late 80s. She looked at me and gave a slight smile but didn't reply. I enjoy some of this music, but a wider selection would be nice. Do you like 80s music? She shrugged. Thinking it wouldn't hurt to be friendly, I asked, What are you drinking? Can I get you something? For the first time, she met my gaze directly. She didn't back away, but there wasn't any spark in her eyes either. She looked around the room and noticed a group of guys near a pool table. There was a tall black guy with short hair and a white guy with a long blonde ponytail. Sorry, I'm waiting for someone. She got up, picked up a glass of white wine from the bar, and walked slowly toward the pool table. The guys didn't know her, but soon they were smiling, and she was chatting easily with the white guy. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to me like that. My next chance came when a tall blonde, nicely dressed for the bar, sat down in the spot where the redhead had been. She crossed her legs. She had a bottle of Miller beer that she placed on the table. She asked the bartender for snacks, and he brought her a bowl of peanuts. She started cracking them open and enjoying her beer. Something about her seemed promising. You clearly like beer, I said to her, and she turned to me with a friendly smile. Nothing gets past you, does it? She replied, still smiling. Ouch! Yeah, I know, but many women here prefer wine or sweeter drinks. It's nice to see someone who enjoys a classic beer. Have you tried the Ice House on draft? I haven't had it in a while, and I forgot how good it is. She looked at my ice house and smiled again. Her eyes seemed to light up. I noticed her nice silk blouse that fit her well. That does look good. No, I haven't had any draft beer. I started drinking Miller when my dad took me to a bar for my 21st birthday. I still like plain beer the best. Do you mind? She reached out and took hold of my mug as I turned it toward her. She lifted the mug, took a sip, and when she set it down, there was some foam on her upper lip. She looked at me and then wiped it away with her tongue, catching me by surprise. Wow, you're right, that's really good. I might have to change my drink, I said, smiling more confidently, even though I knew I shouldn't get too ahead of myself. But this was the best I'd felt all night. Since I've opened your eyes to this, can I buy you one? She grinned at me. You're not going to try to get me drunk, are you? If I said yes? She jokingly replied, In that case, buy me two. I was flustered but focused. We talked for 20 minutes, during which I learned her name was Margaret, and she was a teacher at an elementary school in North Jacksonville. She had grown up in a Navy family, moving to 13 different countries before she turned 20. By 26, she had spent 7 years in Jacksonville. When I shared what I did for work, she laughed. Oh, you poor man, she said, lightly touching my face with her fingertips. How do you stay positive? Places like this help, and nice people like you remind me that life is worth living. She smiled again. I thought about making more of an effort to connect. Dancing seemed like a good way to share some space without being too forward. I remembered that if there was any spark between us, dancing often brought it out. They started playing a song by the Human League, and I motioned toward the dance floor. Want to dance? She looked at the dance floor, then back at me, and her smile slowly disappeared. I'm sorry. I don't think so. I tried to keep a cheerful look on my face as I met her gaze. That's okay. You've already made this one of my best nights out, believe it or not. She placed her hand on mine. I didn't mean to give the wrong impression, G. You're a really nice guy, and I've enjoyed our talk, and I will start drinking Ice House from now on. I get it. I'm not the right fit. Just curious. Are you waiting for someone? She leaned in closer, smiling sincerely. You're not the wrong fit, G. Just not the right match for me. I've been with guys before, but I prefer women. Right now, I'm in a relationship. But if I weren't, you're a nice guy. Oh, here comes Liz. I turned to see a pretty woman around Margaret's age, wearing jeans and a blue sweater, giving me a curious look. Hi, CJ, Margaret said. This is G, short for Giovanni, and he's been showing me the joys of draft beer while I waited for you. CJ gave me a playful, stern look. Is that all? Margaret pretended to pout. What did you think we were doing? CJ softened her expression and lightly brushed her fingers along my arm. I thought you were inviting him over for some coffee and cake. If I had been chewing gum, I might have choked. Margaret slid off her bar stool. Be nice, CJ. Sorry about that, G. She loves teasing straight guys. We're going to head out now, but it was great talking to you. Where did you park, CJ? Out in front of the pharmacy down the street. Okay, go get the car. I'll be right there. CJ glanced back at me, half smiling and half warning. Behave, and no flirting. Go. After CJ left, Margaret leaned in closer and placed her hand on my thigh. I really enjoyed our conversation, G. I'm sorry because I know you were hoping for more time with me tonight, but... She leaned in a bit closer. Keep coming back in here, okay? I come in here often, and I sometimes enjoy a change, if you know what I mean. Below the bar, she lightly touched my leg. I hope I see you in here again, she said with a smile before walking away. I felt mixed emotions, both disappointment and happiness. I had been turned down, but she still gave me a glimmer of hope. Even if it was just playful, it was the most positive interaction I'd had with a woman since my relationship with Erin had ended badly years ago. Time passed, and none of the group from the DMV showed up. I started to worry that I had been tricked, leaving my house for nothing. I tried to flirt a little, but nothing seemed to work. I slowed down on the drinks because I wanted to leave on my own. I snacked on peanuts, and around 11 p.m. I walked across the street to a Burger King to grab a Whopper to help soak up some of the alcohol. When I returned to O'Brien's, I looked around. All the seats at the bar were taken, so I grabbed another drink and went over to the pool tables. As I got closer, I noticed a girl with red hair. She was still sitting on the same couch. Kneeling beside her was a tall, skinny man over 6 feet tall, wearing a sleeveless shirt even though it was chilly outside. I recognized him from earlier in the night, mostly holding drinks. He seemed oblivious to the hints he was getting. I heard him say, "Come on, the night is getting late, and I know you're interested. I can feel it." I thought about taking out a notepad to jot down some notes. If he had success with her, I might need a new plan. As I walked behind her, I heard her say, "There are other women here who might be interested, but after my ex, I probably wouldn't even notice. Please find someone else." For a moment, I thought about stepping in, but she seemed fine. The atmosphere was lively, and she looked capable of taking care of herself. Besides, she might not want my help. As I was glancing back at her, I didn't see the next woman I was interested in until it was too late. Suddenly, I lost my balance and felt myself fall. My drink flew into the air and splashed onto the man beside her. Thankfully, none of it hit the woman nearby. People began to notice what happened and turned to look. I sat on the floor and saw a short blonde with a bold outfit lying there, with her drink spilling on the ground. I caught a glimpse of her outfit, which was quite eye-catching. Suddenly, I heard a shout from my left and looked up to see a man coming toward me, looking angry. "You're in my way, and I'm not happy about it." I tried to stand up, but he was too close. Just as he got to me, he lost his balance and fell to the floor, crying out in pain. It looked like he might have hurt himself. The woman nearby playfully sat on his back, applying just enough pressure to help him relax. "All right, calm down," she said gently, until he settled down. After a moment, she got off him and leaned back slightly. He took that chance to roll her onto her back, and he moved over her. He pulled back his foot, but I gave him a light tap to grab his attention. "If you do that, things are going to get messy," I warned. Behind me, the bartender spoke up, "And if he doesn't, I'll make sure you're okay." I turned to see him holding a baseball bat. As the man hesitated, the woman stood up gracefully and stepped back. "Let it go," she said, raising her hands calmly. "If you push this, the police will get involved. You don't want to spend the night in jail." He checked himself, blood oozing from his nose. People in the bar watched closely. "You're making a mistake," he mumbled before angrily leaving, shouting insults. I caught the woman's eye and said, "Thank you." She almost smiled, but said instead, "You just don't want me to have a quiet evening at my favorite bar, do you? Will you forgive me for interrupting?" This finally made her smile, and I felt a sense of comfort from her presence. "That's what I was hoping for later tonight. You owe me," she said playfully. "I'm sorry, I don't have much to offer, but let me know if you need anything." She shook her head, still smiling. "Not that desperate, thanks." I shifted my gaze and noticed another woman nearby who looked less cheerful as she came closer. The first woman laughed lightly and went back to her seat. I turned to the new woman who reached out her hand, decorated with rings and a bracelet. "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Let me buy you a drink, okay?" I couldn't help but grin at her friendly vibe. "Honestly, women don't say that to me often," I admitted. She smirked, enjoying the fun moment. She had lovely red lips and dimples, and she was more beautiful than I thought from my seat. She likes you, you know. What do you mean? The redhead. She's trying to hide it, but she's interested. I almost looked back at her, but decided not to. I usually trust what women say, but this time you missed the mark. Besides, how could I be interested in anyone else when I've got a great woman offering to buy me a drink? How long has it been since you went out? That's sweet, but... Trying too hard? A little, but it's still sweet. Can I buy you a drink? Are you still married, or do you wear that ring to remind yourself? I looked at my wedding band and then at hers. I'm still married. I don't know where my wife is. She left 6 months ago, and I just haven't dealt with it until now. Now? We walked back toward the bar. It's funny. I decided just recently. I have the papers for a couple of months, but I couldn't bring myself to do anything with them. I'm going to start looking for her tomorrow and give her the papers. I don't know why I waited so long. She grabbed my hand and led me along. Then we'll celebrate your new start tonight. By the way, what is your name? Just call me G. What about you? It's Annie. I'm separated now. It's been 3 months. I got tired of my husband's drinking and other problems. She bought me a drink and got herself a glass of wine. We found a spot at the bar and talked for a while. She had been married for 12 years and had 2 kids, a 7-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl. Since separating from her husband, she had been managing childcare and work all on her own. I'm lucky to work for a really nice guy, Dan Jenkins. He runs an insurance agency in San Marco. He's laid back and lets me set my own hours. I teased her. If you worked for me and looked like that, I'd be pretty easygoing too. She playfully pretended to slap me. He's not like that. He went through a hard divorce about 4 years ago. His wife left him for someone else. If I'd been single when he was available, I might have tried to get to know him better. But I was still married. You ever notice that the timing is never right to connect with the right people? No. I've been married my whole life, or so it feels. Well, if things had been different, I might have considered him, but I didn't, and he ended up marrying someone else. She seems nice. It's good to know that some people find happiness. She finished her wine and signaled to my friend behind the bar for a refill. This time, I insisted on paying for her drink. I'm glad Dan found his happiness, though I heard his wife was unfaithful too. Twice? He went through that twice? I wondered how people managed such pain. Yes, nobody knows the full story, but there were whispers that she had been unfaithful when she filed for divorce. That's tough for him. No, they somehow worked things out. It's been almost 2 years and they're still together, so he'll be married while I'm still single. Timing is tricky. You're making me feel jealous, and I don't even know him. She leaned closer. Play your cards right, and you won't need to feel jealous of him. She wore a nice blouse with an elegant neckline. I noticed her confidence and smiled back at her. Guys, I think you've all been too focused on looks. As I read once, if you have to have a hobby, worrying about appearances isn't a bad one. Can't argue with that. Of course, we women have our own version of that. Oh? She took another sip of wine, swirled it around, and then smiled playfully. It reminded me of simpler moments when I enjoyed light conversations. Were you being honest? It took me a moment to grasp her meaning. I felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Why do you ask? Well, yes, I suppose. Guys don't boast about what they have, but I haven't checked recently. How about you finish your beer and then we can step out for a bit? I looked at her, feeling a rush of possibilities. This morning I would never have thought I might enjoy such a pleasant evening. She took another sip of wine and gently touched my hand. You've really been out of the game for a while. Don't worry, I'm all set. I have everything we need in my car. But we won't have much time before I need to head back. She laughed at my expression. I'm just joking. You're so easy to read. Remember, I have obligations at home. I can't be out for much longer. As she rubbed my hand, I thought of her 2 kids and recalled that Erin had firmly decided she didn't want children. No way was she going to affect my life anymore. I thought of my estranged wife, and it still hurt to know she could impact me. But I was determined. I was moving forward, and nothing would hold me back tonight. I decided that no matter what, she would receive the divorce papers. If not tomorrow, then at the first chance. I realized a part of me still held on, but it was clear we were finished. It was time to move on. She finished her wine and reached out her hand. "Walk me to my car, okay?" "With pleasure." We stepped out of the bar and she leaned in close. A young couple passing by laughed and the woman said, "Get a room." We broke apart, and she led me toward the quieter streets by the tracks. The streetlights were low and it felt empty. She reached for my hand, but I gently pulled back. "Let's keep it casual," I said. When we reached her car, a silver Ford Focus with stickers on the back, she unlocked it and slid into the driver's seat, waving for me to join her. As I got in, she leaned toward me, showing her interest. Before anything more could happen, I felt a cold touch at the back of my head. I opened my eyes to see a man standing behind me. "Don't move," he said calmly. "If you do, this won't end well." The situation changed quickly, and all I could think about was staying calm. Annie looked up, her eyes wide as she faced the trouble in front of her. "David, what are you doing? Please, what are you doing? You promised me there wouldn't be any more of this." I'm sorry? Is that all you have to say, Annie? You're sorry for leaving me and the kids at home while you're here with someone else?" She took a deep breath and finally said, "Yes, David. I'm sorry. I'm sorry things have changed between us and that I feel lost." David fidgeted, and I felt a wave of worry. I tried to stay still, sensing the tension around us. "I know I've changed, but you've felt restless too. Instead of talking to me, you did this. It hurts." I raised my hand gently to get David's attention. "Look, David, you both have issues to sort out. I just listened to her when she needed to talk. I wouldn't have been involved if I knew she was with someone. Can we talk this through before it gets worse?" "Let him go, David. It was my decision. He's not to blame." He stepped back, signaling for me to leave. As I walked away, he warned me, "Be careful. You could have gotten into something worse." I kept it together until I reached O'Brien's, then hurried inside to gather my thoughts. Confusion weighed on me. I thought about calling for help, but nothing seemed very alarming. Still, I felt uneasy about what had just happened. If something went wrong after I left, I would feel responsible even though I hadn't started it. But I'm no hero. Charging in could have put me at risk too. Besides, the man looked troubled by his wife's choices, just as I had been with Aaron. Feeling worn out from everything I'd eaten and drunk in the past day, I stepped outside again and walked carefully down the street. The Ford Focus was gone. I didn't know Annie's last name or where she lived. I only knew where she worked, which probably wouldn't help if I needed to reach out to the authorities. What if things had settled between her and her husband? Police would just remind them of what had happened. A nagging feeling of guilt crept in, but I didn't know why. I turned back to O'Brien's. It was nearly midnight, and I had faced rejection, dealt with tension, and overindulged in drinks more than I had in a long time. Should I step back inside or go home? I decided to go back in. The place was buzzing with energy, and every seat was taken. The bartender was now with two younger men working behind the bar, while two waitresses moved through the crowd, which had definitely grown while I was outside. I managed to get another drink and looked around. The woman with red hair was gone, and that made me feel a bit sad. Instead of just standing there, I headed toward the pool tables. When I got closer, I saw someone I knew leaning over a table, focused on her turn. I walked up to the table and stood behind her. A man about my height, wearing jeans and a sweatshirt, relaxed with his pool cue. His hair looked dirty blonde at first, but it was actually gray and tied back in a ponytail. A young girl nearby was nervously biting her fingernails while watching the game. "Jessie," she pouted. "How much longer? Marianne and the others are about to leave." "Justine, please stop talking. I can't concentrate with you chatting, and I don't want to lose because of it. We'll play a few more games, have some drinks, and then we can go." She made a face and twirled her hair, looking much younger than she really was. She glanced at me while also watching the redhead with her older friend and asked, "Hey, do you dance?" I pointed to myself, surprised. "Yeah," she said, motioning toward the dance floor where couples were moving to a song by Lady Gaga, maybe Poker Face or Bad Romance. She looked at her boyfriend. "Since my boyfriend is busy with his own thing, why shouldn't I have some fun? You know how to dance, right?" she said with a smile. I noticed the older man avoid my gaze, clearly not wanting to engage. I shrugged as the other woman shot me an annoyed look and said, "You're really ruining my evening." "What?" "This is not a good idea, and you know it. Why not leave her alone and go back to the bar to talk with someone else? I paused, wondering how she even knew my name and why she cared if I danced with the girl. Before I could ask, the young woman flashed a playful smile and said, "So, do you want to dance or not?" "Yeah, I definitely want to dance," I replied, taking her hand and leading her to the floor. She seemed surprised at first, but then followed me, throwing a cheeky grin at her boyfriend, hinting there might be some trouble later. We were supposed to be dancing without getting too close, just moving together to the music, but I naturally drew her in closer. To my surprise, she enjoyed it, and it felt lovely to end the night this way. Thinking about it, I realized I might not have been fully thinking straight. She didn't seem so young anymore, and the mood changed. She smiled up at me, and there was a spark between us. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the spell, pulling me back to reality. Before I could react, someone grabbed me from behind and spun me away. When I regained my footing, I saw a man pulling a girl by her long hair, making her lean backward. "You've got some nerve!" she yelled. "Why didn't you just take things further with her? You really think that's okay?" "You're not in a good position to talk," he replied. "You've been with her for hours. Why do you even care?" "I see what you're doing. You're just waiting to contact me later after you've had your fun with her." "You're so naive. I was just playing pool. You don't need to be jealous." She shot back at him, but he didn't let go of her hair. "You seem to love that word. Fine, I'll find someone else to enjoy the night with. You'll just have to deal with it." I wondered who she was looking at, but it seemed like she was glancing in my direction. I didn't get why she thought I fit that description. I noticed others around us had stopped dancing, drawn into the scene in front of them. The man shook his head, and before I could step in, he raised his arm and struck her. She fell to the ground, tears in her eyes, and I knew I couldn't just stand there. The bartender was nowhere to be found, and as he leaned down to grab her again, I quickly stepped in. I grabbed his shoulder and stood firm. He turned, anger clear in his eyes, and I followed through with a powerful punch. He went down hard, and I stumbled forward, accidentally landing next to the girl, who gasped and scrambled away. In the chaos, she bumped into a couple nearby, causing a ripple of surprises. A drink spilled, and shouts of surprise filled the crowd as things started to escalate. She fell, and her friend cried out, making his way through the crowd to confront the person who caused her to fall. Almost instantly, chaos broke out around them. I caught much of this in my view as I found myself in a scuffle with another person who swung at me, hitting my face with real force. I hadn't been in a serious fight since high school, but I had learned a few things from coaching a boxing team at the school where I worked. The attacker hit me again, making me briefly dizzy, but I managed to block most of his punches. When he let his guard down, I seized the moment and landed a solid hit. He stepped back, and I suddenly worried about my hand. I had forgotten the risks of hitting without protection. As I glanced around, I saw someone helping a young woman who looked very upset. This made me feel angry. I grabbed the attacker by his shirt and confronted him. "Didn't anyone ever tell you that it's wrong to hurt others?" I said, and then I hit him in the face, feeling a rush of satisfaction. As he staggered back, I realized I was caught up in the chaos around us. I noticed someone else had just punched a person helping a young woman, sending her backward. It was a disturbing sight. Before I could step in, I saw the attacker kick her, making things worse. I felt a wave of sadness seeing her upset. He loomed over her, but I quickly turned him around, and his smirk changed to a scowl. He swung at me, but I ducked just in time. I used the chance to shove him away, making him trip. My anger boiled as I shouted, "What is wrong with you? Didn't anyone tell you that you shouldn't hit girls?" Just then, I heard a deep voice behind me. Turning around, I saw a huge man, looking like a giant. Fear gave me a burst of strength, and I pushed the smaller man away, hoping to create some space. The big man caught him easily and dropped him to the ground, then stared at me with a grin that made me uneasy. "You think you're tough, huh?" he replied. "You saw what he did to her, right?" I tried to stay calm. "It doesn't matter, he's still my brother," he said, stepping closer and looking more threatening. Concern for the young woman filled my mind. I knew I had to protect her. "I've fought before," I said, trying to stay steady. "I don't want to hurt you, but I may have to defend myself." He smirked, showing his worn teeth. "You're amusing. Sorry for what's about to happen." This was the moment that could change everything. He came toward me with his hands out. I readied myself for what might happen next, but I ducked under one of his arms and tapped him lightly on the ear as I moved behind him. Before he could react, I struck his side a couple of times, but it hardly fazed him. He quickly turned and grabbed my right hand, squeezing tightly. I winced at the pressure. In a burst of energy, I leaned forward and hit him with the top of my head against his face. I heard him grunt just before he struck my cheek, sending me sliding across the floor. I looked up to see him moving through the crowd, pushing people aside. My vision was blurry, and I felt a pulsing pain on my face. When he got closer, I kicked him hard in the knee, putting all my strength into it. Although it didn't bring him down, it made him lose his balance, and I used that moment to pull him closer. He stumbled but quickly got back on his feet as I rushed toward him, trying to use my speed. He reached out to stop me but couldn't, so he took steps back while I held onto his shirt and pushed against him. He wobbled backward but somehow managed to stay standing as I kept pushing him. The crowd was shouting, and I heard sirens in the distance, realizing I needed to come up with a plan. Then, all of a sudden, we bumped into something big and clear, and glass shattered around us. To my surprise, the man stayed upright until he hit the bumper of a car parked near O'Brien's. A loud crash marked the end of our wild encounter, and he fell to the ground. I could see a dent where he had hit. I was momentarily stunned, but when I turned back to O'Brien's, I saw that the glass front of the bar was broken. Had we really destroyed the whole front? My thoughts were interrupted by a rush of deputies from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Many officers in uniforms were moving around, and suddenly I was pulled up. My hands were secured behind my back with handcuffs, and I was pushed against what was left of the bar's front. I wondered about the fat chick, but when I asked a police officer anything, he simply said, "Be quiet." The big man who had caused trouble was a lot for the 5 officers trying to hold him down, and they eventually used a taser. Once he became still on the sidewalk, they checked his breathing and managed to carry him to one of the ambulances that had arrived. After a while, things began to settle down, and several officers came out with the limping bartender, still holding a baseball bat. He had a black eye, which meant he hadn't come away unhurt. He pointed at me and said, "That's him?" They never asked me anything directly, but they talked about me a lot. It seemed I was the one responsible for significant damage to the front of the bar, with costs running into thousands of dollars. According to witnesses, one of whom was quite upset, I had started the fight. I was the one who had sent another man to the hospital and had supposedly hurt Mr. Jesse Cotton, leaving injuries on his face. I tried to speak up, but the usual response was, "Be quiet." My old friend, the limping bartender, looked at me with sadness and shook his head before he went back inside the bar. People were coming and going from the bar, mostly leaving, but it felt like it was just me and the 5 officers left. They just looked at me and shook their heads too. A tall officer with dark hair, looking like a movie star, came over. He grabbed my shoulder and gently pushed me toward one of the police cars. He laughed a bit and said, "I wouldn't want to be in your position. Looks like you've made quite a mess tonight." As he helped me into the back of the police car, I accidentally bumped my head against the door. Sitting in the back of the car, which had a strange smell, with my hands cuffed behind me, I thought about the night. I had gone out to have fun but had faced rejection everywhere. The closest I had come to excitement had nearly turned into a disaster. Now I had what felt like a bad headache. One eye was swollen shut, my right hand hurt a lot, and I realized I was bleeding from many small cuts where the glass had broken. It seemed clear that I was going to be arrested for causing trouble, blamed for a disturbance, and likely held responsible for a lot of damages. When charges came, I would probably lose my job at the DMV. In short, I was hurt, in financial trouble, jobless, and likely facing jail time. And why? Most of this could have been avoided if I had just let others handle their problems. If I had simply walked away and minded my own business, I would be on my way home to my empty house. Instead, I was stuck in this police car. The saying was true again, no good deed goes unpunished. So why was I smiling? I didn't know. Even while thinking about my troubles, I found myself smiling more. I looked up and gazed out through the cruiser's window. A woman holding her arm stood surrounded by officers in front of O'Brien's. They seemed to be discussing what had happened, and one officer pointed at the car and laughed a little. She looked at me, and her expression was hard to read. I smiled back at her, catching her eye, and made a friendly gesture. Character list. William Maitland, a 42-year-old chief or first assistant state attorney for the 3rd Judicial Circuit in Northeast Florida, based in Jacksonville. His life unravels at the beginning of the novel, and the central question is whether he can ever rebuild it. Debbie Maitland Bascom. William's 39-year-old ex-wife and former associate professor of business at the University of North Florida. Now the administrator of the Jacksonville Public Defender's Office, she finds adjusting to life after the divorce as challenging as her ex-husband does. Kelly Maitland, the 17-year-old daughter of William and Debbie. Much like her mother, Kelly attracts a lot of attention, and her relationships become a source of tension, particularly when she becomes interested in someone close to her mother. B.J. Maitland, the 14-year-old rebellious son of the Maitlands, who has grown distant from his father. He is caught between disliking his father's rules and his mother's new relationship. Doug Baker, a 28-year-old associate professor who ended William and Debbie's marriage only to leave for another post in Chicago, inviting Debbie to come along, children included, but ultimately goes alone. Aline Desjardins, a 37-year-old cruise director aboard the Bonne Chance, married to French prosecutor Philippe Archambault. She falls for William Maitland, putting her open marriage to the test. Philippe Archambault, a 40-year-old French federal prosecutor and husband to Aline, whose friendship with Maitland is shaken after discovering the affair between his wife and Maitland. Lou Walters, a 34-year-old attorney, known as the Shark, with a fierce reputation as a defense lawyer who will do anything to win. He's William's best friend and a formidable ally in court. The big man, Dallas Edwards, the elected state attorney in Jacksonville who appointed Maitland as his second-in-command, trusting him to run the office while he campaigns for governor. Myra Martinez. Dallas Edwards' sharp-witted 34-year-old secretary, known for her sense of humor and subtle flirtations with Maitland. Dr. Ernst Teller, a psychiatrist who works with Jacksonville's court system and takes Debbie as a private patient, exploring her unresolved anger towards her ex-husband. Patrick Leary, a 34-year-old assistant public defender who dislikes prosecutors but respects Maitland. He also has a reputation as a ladies' man. Clint Abbott, a visiting professor and writer who becomes romantically involved with Debbie before embarking on a dangerous search in Africa. Aunt Clarice, Debbie's aunt, who played a large role in raising her and whose failed marriage left deep emotional scars that affected Debbie's view of relationships. Clarice Bascom, Debbie's younger sister, now living in Japan with her Black Ops husband Jimmy, while raising 2 children and maintaining a secretive government-related lifestyle. Charlie Case, a bailiff in Judge Herman Herring's courtroom, an ex-con with connections in both the criminal and law enforcement worlds. Judge Herman Herring, a veteran criminal court judge known for his strict courtroom demeanor. In a previous life, he had a shadowy past involving covert military operations. Johnny August A., towering, blind elected public defender who is a skilled lawyer but struggles with the administrative side of his office. Tyrone Biggs, a major South Florida drug dealer whom Maitland sent to prison. Tyrone is resentful, especially because he missed his mother's funeral, though Maitland showed leniency towards his brother. Carl Cameron, the Times-Union's top police reporter whose stories have profound impacts on those involved in the legal system, including Maitland. Jessica Stevens, a blonde assistant state attorney who is plain to some and striking to others, with a complicated relationship with Maitland, who once declined her offer of comfort during a low point. O'Brien, a former professional boxer who now runs a local pub frequented by law enforcement and criminals alike, and he maintains a close friendship with Judge Herring. Father Egan Dunleavy, a Nobel Peace Prize-winning Irish priest who meets Maitland aboard the Bonne Chance and leaves a lasting impression before meeting a tragic end during a mission to prevent violence in Africa. Lily Mae Longstreet, a convenience store clerk whose murder haunted Maitland after he failed to convict her killer early in his career. Officer Sean Smith, a veteran police officer whose personal tragedy puts him on a collision course with Maitland as the prosecutor contemplates whether to pursue charges against him. William Sutton, a 37-year-old stockbroker whose divorce puts him at risk of losing millions. His pregnant wife's brutal murder puts Maitland at the helm of one of his most challenging cases. Paul Donnelly, a 44-year-old publicity director for a local university whose seemingly stable life unravels, dragging Maitland into a domestic crisis. Paula Donnelly, a 42-year-old realtor with secrets of her own, Paula challenges the legal system and seeks more than just justice. She desires something personal from Maitland. Carlos Herrera, a former boxer whose son's tragic death in a bar fight introduced him to Maitland. Carlos helps Maitland through a physical and mental transformation during a time of crisis. Mendoza, a high-ranking member of a Mexican drug cartel, whose trial in the U.S. threatens to provoke deadly retaliation against American prosecutors. The Old Man, Leandro Rojas, the enigmatic head of a global criminal empire, indebted to Maitland for reasons of his own and willing to protect him from dangerous enemies. Richard Anderson. A former Times Union reporter turned international celebrity after a heroic gunfight who remains a friend of Maitland's from his earlier years, Sergeant Heather McDonald. A no-nonsense investigator who plays a key role in an important trial and earns Maitland's respect for her dedication and professionalism. Jeremy Prentice, a Justice Department lawyer whose suspicions about Maitland's ties to dangerous criminal elements may prove more threatening than any hired killer. Megan Whitcomb, a former colleague of Maitland's who now has an eye on rekindling their professional and personal relationship. Kirk Deal, a dependable sheriff's deputy who provides security for a key witness and forms a strong bond with Maitland during a critical case. Frank, Bulldog, and Wilson. A lethal trio of professional killers working for a criminal organization. Each with their own deadly specialty, they pose a serious threat to Maitland. Celestial Madonna, a television correspondent who crosses paths with Maitland during a high-profile trial, adding a new dimension to his life. Judge Leonard Pizarro, the experienced judge presiding over several key cases, including a high-profile murder trial involving William Sutton. Mitch McConnell, a former Jacksonville cop turned investigator who works closely with Maitland on several cases. Annette Nettles, Annie, an assistant public defender involved in a complicated relationship with Patrick Leary while dealing with her unresolved marital situation. Ian Nettles, Annette's estranged husband, a DEA agent who reappears in her life after 2 years seeking answers. Dave Brandon, assistant state attorney under Maitland, whose personal life is unraveling due to an ill-advised affair. Barry Macon, William Sutton's defense attorney, a former football star turned renowned lawyer whose family is legendary in the legal world. Wilbur Bell, a critical witness in the case against William Sutton, whose fragile health makes him a target for Sutton's allies. Ewan Maitland Williams' father, whose death in a coal mining accident deeply impacted his son's life trajectory. Elise Maitland Williams' mother, who blames Debbie for an incident that almost cost her son his life and has harbored resentment ever since. Sheriff Gerald Knight, the Duval County Sheriff and an ally of Maitland, though their relationship was strained by a difficult decision in a past case. Sheriff David Bloodworth, Blood, the corrupt sheriff of a small Florida county whose control over the region has made him nearly untouchable. Tommy Deacon, a deputy under Sheriff Blood whose college education was sponsored by Blood as part of a sinister plan. Judy Carroll, the widow charged with murdering her wealthy husband in a case that became one of Maitland's landmark victories. Police Chief Gordon Evers, the head of a small-town police department and former Jacksonville detective whose past relationship with Myra Martinez still haunts him.
If you've made it all the way to the end of Part 14 first off, thanks for sticking with it. You've probably realized by now that the story isn't finished. And believe me, I was just as frustrated as you were. So I did some digging. This story originally comes from Mr. Steele, an old-school storyteller with a loyal following. Unfortunately, he hasn't finished the tale, so we still don't know what happens next with Mr. Maitland and his wife, Debbie. I've linked to his Amazon author page if you want to check it out yourself. In the meantime, I'll keep an eye on his account. And if there's ever an update or continuation, you'll hear about it here first. Thanks for listening. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and stick around. We've got more incredible stories coming your way.